everybody. How's everyone doing this evening or afternoon or whatever time it is for you guys? Is everyone excited? Is everyone ready for the big Inhabitable Spaces walkthrough? Let me get these. Don't worry about what's on the screen. Let me get that out of the way. There we go. There we go. And you can still see Jane's face. Okay, good. Um, so yeah, welcome back everybody, or welcome if you missed the other one earlier this week. I am Sushi Cats. I am the Pendog co-creator and arts manager, and so I will be conducting the walkthrough stream tonight. Um, let's see, where's my notes? Uh-oh. Oh, here they are. All right. So I'm gonna go over the rules first so we all know how to behave. Not that I think any of you would break the rules on purpose, but it's good to have these out there. All right. So, first of all, keep it safe for work. Let's all be appropriate, you know. Please stay on topic. Don't try to derail the conversation. If we are looking at one article or exploring a certain thing, a certain theme or a certain character, please don't try to talk about something else. Um, Especially if it's something that we will get to later. Just give it time. Be patient. We'll get there. Be nice to me and your fellow chatters. Be respectful. Be kind. Don't use ableist language. Don't be rude to people. Let's all be nice. Don't argue with me because I'm right all the time about everything. If your vibes are off, I will block you. I'll kick you out of here, even if you haven't technically broken a rule. You know, this is my stream. Be nice, be kind, be appropriate. And if you do end up getting timed out or muted, just accept it and move on. You don't need to come back in apologizing or making a big fuss about anything. It happens. It's fine. We're all chill. Everything's fine, right? Yeah. Okay. And with that out of the way, let's just get straight into it. There we go. Look at that. Look at that beautiful homepage. I'm dressed up special for the occasion. So, first off, actually, before we get into the new stuff, there's something I kind of forgot to mention last time in regards to the Halloween update. There's one trick-or-treater I forgot about, and that's over here on Jane's page. Right down here at the bottom, there's someone who has not moved into the Halloween Town page. She's still here. So, yeah, we're starting off the stream on a real bummer note, huh? Uh, anyways, but yes, so here we have a little visit from Jane. Poor sweet Jane. So, if you're caught up on the lore, you know what's going on with her. And you might notice that her costume, quote unquote costume, is just a mask of her own face. Yep, just a rubber mask. And she says she's happy, but if you look at her little mouth, little expression on her mouth right there, I don't know if she believes that. So, that's just what I wanted to point out because I forgot about that last time. But let's get into the new stuff now. So, the first place you want to go is always the wrong page. Okay. No, you want to go to the updates page. Here we go. Into the new blog from Penny. We have Falling into New Habits. Hi everyone, Penny M here. Happy fall! I hope you all had a wonderful summer and maybe even got a nice break during it as well. Over here, it was a bit of an adjustment period, especially since I've never experienced a summer like that before. It was humid, it was sweltering. When possible, Emma and I stayed indoors and avoided the sun, worked on the website, and some days I was even asked not to come into work because of how hot it'd gotten. But on the other hand, it was fun getting to stay indoors and watch movies every night. We've made it a habit to start watching some of the classics you always hear about in film class, but never actually check out because the way they're described is so stifling and boring. Then you watch the movie, and it is so much more exciting than any description ever made it sound. For example, and this is relevant to this update, Emma and I recently looked into the filmography of Marina Gossamer, the only named voice actor in Beatrice B.E.'s history. Before becoming the voice behind our favorite Queen Bee, she was an actress who sadly lost most of her filmography during the Snatch Warehouse fire of 1965. You wouldn't know it today because she isn't mentioned in any books, but at the time she was apparently very famous, as we will discuss in her history article. Only one of her films has survived into the modern day, that being The House with a Beat, which was an absolute joy to watch with Emma. The way people talk about this film makes it sound so boring. It's a film about the banality of architecture. It's such an important historical movie, it's sublime. Most sites describe it as a film in which a woman hallucinates about her dead husband trying to kill her, which is very bizarre because if you watch the movie, it is so much more than that. It makes you wonder if anyone writing these actually bothered to watch the movie, or if they were trying to give it a sense of heightened grandeur because they were embarrassed it was a horror movie. Probably. I feel like it would take an entire separate article to talk about this film. Maybe in the future we will make a movie side blog to this site that details the plots of mentioned films, but all I can say is you need to watch it. It's so strange, so weird, I'm kind of struggling to think how to describe it to you. The best I can say is it's a ghost story without a traditional ghost. Whatever you think is going on with the house isn't what's actually happening. But speaking of Beatrice, I have a very special update for you because recently we received a large donation of items related to the character and her owner company's history. I also thought this was a good chance to actually go over the history of Bartleby as a company and how they left their mark on America, for better, but mostly for worse. I'm mainly excited because we haven't really discussed her since last winter. I hope she'll appreciate her time in the spotlight. You know, you know that we here at Pendog Creative Library don't gloss over history, even when it gets bleak. So I hope you are prepared for some of the topics discussed in the history articles this update. These topics include racism in the work industry and child abuse. Another note before we get into the thick of it. I've received complaints in the past due to not mentioning where I'm getting all my information from. I will make an effort with this update to provide first-hand accounts. That being said, please keep in mind that many interviewees request not to have their full names listed on the website. I hope you will respect their privacy, and I apologize for leaving such a vital aspect of history out of my articles. In the future, I will do my best to get more personal accounts from on-the-ground sources. For this update, I had the pleasure of talking to many ex-employees of Bartleby Brands. And then we have a list of all the new articles for this update. So, right away, there's something very important in this article to note, and that is the movie, The House with a Beat. We heard that name back in the Halloween update too. Those two trick-or-treaters were talking about watching the movie and how weird it was. And the important thing about this is it's a ghost story without a traditional ghost. Whatever you think is going on with the house isn't what's actually happening. So, just keep those two little nuggets of information in mind as we move through this update. So, the way I want to do this tonight is I would like to start, before we get into any of the new articles, I'd like to read the the character index articles for some of the relevant characters, just to get a little refresher on them. So, we'll start with Beatrice B.E. since this update is very heavily Beatrice themed. So, Beatrice B.E. And we have a voice clip. Let's listen to that first, huh?
Oh, but with just a droplet of my Bartleby brand nectar, the most tasteless meal becomes a delectable entree. With a honeycomb and a whoop-de-doo, Bartleby's brands provides for you.
What a sweet little thing, huh? Alright. Seen on cartoons, candy wrappers, and storefronts around the world, the advertising giant Beatrice B.E. heralded from the Bartleby Brands Candy and Sweets Corporation. Beatrice made her debut in the mid-1930s after years of Bartleby Brands struggling to find their corporate identity. As recounted from the company archives, Marigold Fulch, the daughter of Bartleby co-founder Aaron Fulch, had visited one of Bartleby's 5 at the time factories. The next night, she had a dream inspiring her to draw the character that would eventually be known as Beatrice B.E. From Marigold's own accounts, Beatrice had an impish spirit and delightful way of speaking. Upon seeing his daughter's drawing, Aaron Fulch knew what needed to be done, and in a few months' time, after several revisions and renderings, Beatrice B.E. was introduced to the public. Beatrice was an instant success with the general public. With Bartleby Brands making itself a bigger domain in the industry, her face soon could be found at any candy shop around the country. She was so popular, in fact, that Bartleby Brands began the production and release of dolls and storybooks, along with short mixed media commercials in which Beatrice would interact with humans and occasionally puppets. In these shorts, she would typically take on a simple persona, very much being more of a cutout for selling products than an actual character. This would all change around the late 50s. In 1958, Beatrice's presence would further its scope as Bartleby Brands commissioned Sixer Studios to create several animated shorts centered around their mascot. These included well-regarded shorts such as Six Heels of Fortune and On Honeyed Lips. In these shorts, Beatrice had more personality and was portrayed as a benevolent, if know-it-all brained fairy that came to the flavorless land of Humdrum to spread her sweets among the gloomy masses. At the end of the short series, Beatrice had taken her position as leader of the resident drumlings and became the queen she is presented as today. Beatrice's voyage into the entertainment industry also included talks to make a mixed media live action and animated movie about her journey leading children into Candyland, a gigantic investment from Bartleby Brands that could have opened new avenues for the company. Sadly, this simply wasn't meant to be. The movie was doomed from the start as higher-ups became antsy about the amount of money spent on the film, the hellish tryout sessions, and several on-site mishaps. Bartleby Brands was forced to pull the plug on the movie. Bartleby will go on to make several smaller animated advertisements with Beatrice for the rest of its lifespan, and although the company went under in the late 70s, the impact of both them and Beatrice B.E. can be felt to this day. So, Beatrice, in her backstory, came to what is described as a flavorless land to spread sweets to its inhabitants, and then she is crowned Queen of Humdrum. So, that's a little bit. Sure, okay. And also important to remember is that Bartleby went under in the late 70s. So, that's Beatrice. And who else is relevant this update? These two. Hi. Okay, so for those who don't know, I designed and built Seymour and Strawberry, so these are my little fangs. And they finally get their moment in the spotlight. A little bit. So, Seymour and Strawberry. Commissioned from the Silverstein Puppet Theater by Bartleby Brands in the mid-60s, Seymour and Strawberry quickly became an inseparable part of marketing for the company. Debuting in the short advertisement A Spoon of Nectar, they would feature in following advertisements up until the company's eventual closure. According to Silverstein, Seymour was made to resemble saltwater taffy, and Strawberry a strawberry. Seymour and Strawberry were characterized by an ignorance of the world around them, relying on Bartleby mascot Beatrice B.E. to educate them and brighten up their dull lives with sugars, nectars, and desserts. Seymour was typically portrayed as a somewhat vain and self-absorbed character, who nonetheless cared deeply for his more energetic companion Strawberry. Strawberry would typically drag Seymour along into adventure, persuading him into following whatever trial or activity Beatrice had planned for them. According to Bartleby Brands, Seymour and Strawberry originated from a land without honey or sugar. Two of them were pushed out on a voyage to America by their families in order to find the secrets of good food. This was part of Bartleby's marketing strategy of appealing to American exceptionalism. Although well received, the two characters were never as popular as Beatrice, and only a few pieces of merchandise for them would ever be made. When the company began shuttering its doors, the two puppets disappeared from public view. For years, many puppet historians consider them to be lost for good, rotting in the basement of one of Bartleby Brand's many warehouses. However, in recent years, the two puppets have been recovered by puppet enthusiast and historian Emma Weckel. Emma restored the two and has been very kind in providing the library with photographs of the puppets. And then we just have a little gallery of all their adventures. So, yes, as noted in the chat just now, how did Emma get the puppets? We don't know. We still don't know how Emma came into possession of Seymour and Strawberry. And we haven't heard from Emma directly at all, I don't think. We've only heard about her from Penny. Also important to note here is that Seymour and Strawberry are immigrants. They came from somewhere far away and they moved into America. They have to learn how to be proper Americans by Beatrice. So that's important to keep in mind for context for a lot of stuff that is going to be coming up. So let's just look at these pictures for a bit, huh? You can see Beatrice in the corner in the poster. Wow, that's very cute and definitely not scary to think about. So think about how and why characters seem to come to life in the Pendog world. That's something I've seen people talking about a lot in fan spaces. Um, the general consensus seems to be that it takes a lot of influence and popularity for a character to have over the American population, for them to quote unquote come alive, or they need some sort of specific inciting incident to wake them up. But Seymour and Strawberry were never popular. They were never important to Bartleby brands. That was Beatrice. Beatrice was their mascot. Beatrice was on everything. These guys showed up like 15, 16 years before the company went under. However, that said, puppets inherently are objects that invite identity into them, as does an imaginary friend, or a building, or even a logo. So, maybe popularity isn't what drives this. Maybe cartoons are just the easiest thing to inhabit. That's why most of the tunes here seem more alive. Okay, where is it? Here. Last important thing for now. Seymour smokes. Seymour smokes candy cigarettes. So, alright. We have one last character index article I'd like to visit first, before we get into all the fun new stuff. And that is... Where is she? Oh, I keep going past her. Winerva! Winerva Woeful. The main face of Hallowed Halls, this character started off as a book character, and later was adapted into a puppet for television. For those with memories of being terrified by the character and her stories around the early 90s, she's likely one of the more well-known characters on this website. Hallowed Halls was a series of horror novels written for Jeffrey H. Klein and illustrated by his wife Deborah H. Klein. The books were episodic in nature, with each story focusing on a new child facing some sort of horror. These horrors ranged from mutant butterfly people sucking out people's brains to a story about killer curtains that strangled whoever came too close. The tales were anywhere from decently written to laughably ridiculous. However, what made them stand out was the imagination of the author's inventive creatures and the books being aimed towards a young audience. Among the cacophony of butterfly men, killer curtains, mutant hummingbirds, and evil closets from outer space, one creature would emerge as the face of this series. This creature was Winerva Woeful, a scarecrow puppet that could tell the future. Her powers came with a drawback for those who sought them out, as the visions she described would be so far into the future that it drove the seeker mad. When the book series was adapted into a television show, Winerva's story would be amongst the first of many episodes. Though her creepy portrayal, she became one of the most infamous characters of the series. In future seasons, she would be at the face, returning for more books written in the wake of the televised adaptations, such as Minerva Walks at Dusk and Destiny of 50,000 Wakes.
Be careful what you wish for. You never know who could be listening.
Sorry, swallowed water the wrong way. If you ever see me, my Sprite going off, but you can't hear anything, I'm probably just coughing. Anyways, Minerva would eventually have a much less sinister puppet created and donated to the R.W. Winfield Library, which Jeffrey worked at during his younger years. The puppet would be used for reading time with children around October. Jeffrey has referred to Minerva as being an ambassador of horror for children, eager to delight in the horrific and strange, but knowing when to pull the escape lever so nobody gets hurt. She was also described by his wife as never being malicious, but always warning, showing children's parents, the victims of these books tended to be adults, horrific visions of awful fates that might lay in their wake if they don't change their ways. Thus, she serves a fairy tale archetype, always eager to scare but for a noble purpose and never to cause permanent harm. During our tour of the Winfield Library, we were delighted to be given the opportunity to photograph the Minerva puppet for our articles. So, there is more to Minerva's page, if you know where to look, but we'll visit that later. So, we can either start with the history articles for context, or we can look at all the fun, cool, creative archive stuff first. I personally think that visiting the history articles first might be better. There are 4 articles there. They will give us a little bit of context for some of the stuff in the Creative Archive articles. History? Yeah, let's go history first. So, Bartleby Brand's Factory Number 9. To those who have been following the Creative Library for some time now, you will probably have noticed a bit of a difference with this update. Namely, that while previous updates have focused on a wide variety of subjects, people, and companies, they have always tied into art in a very direct way. From the Dorothy Doo fan club to the punk bands of old, the history articles have always had a thread, no matter how loose, back to the characters hosted in the archives. This update is really pushing that thread. As you will see, the selection of creative history articles this update are centered around Bartleby Brands as a company. We tackle the history of unionization efforts, Factory Number 9, and of course the creator Beatrice. I feel that I will get questions about the relevance of such articles on this site. The factory was for making candy, not art. How do the labor struggles of factory workers tie into creative history? See, small as the connection to the arts might be, I feel that it would be a disservice to discuss Beatrice without also looking at the activities of the company she represented, much in the same way we will eventually discuss Teletrica and Teleelectric. It is important to see what Beatrice as a concept stood for, and to get as many details and enriching pieces of history related to her as possible, because without them it just wouldn't be as interesting to discuss the character. If not just because information about the behind the scenes of her various animations and movies are very difficult to come by. With just those aspects, we would have a very bare bones update on our hands. With that in mind, I think there's no more exposition needed for us to get into our first history article of the update. Factory Number 9. People excited for the future Telly update. Factory 9. Oh, Factory Number 9. One of the most brutal structures in labor history, responsible for the creation of numerous labor laws, case studies on workers' rights, safety hazards, workplace racial violence, and countless other changes that have transformed the face of the American work environment. Yet for all these things, the factory is hardly known today, discussed only in the rare urban exploration threads, or cited in the margins of biographies. Maybe that would be for the best, letting this place fade away, if not for just how important it is to remember the harm caused by this factory. Can I ask, how do you guys get these photos? Most of the pictures that are in history articles are stock images or like Creative Commons images from Wikimedia. So these are, in fact, real candy factories. In a just world, Factory Number 9 would not have been built, as the mere opening of its doors signaled the start of years of accidents, riots, murders, injuries, and more. Just by existing, the factory spoke to the violence Bartleby Brands was capable of. First envisioned by CEO Aaron Fulch as the crown jewel of the company, this factory would change everything for Bartleby Brands. For years, the factory had existed only as the dream of Fulch, with the board of directors insisting that it would be too costly and too inefficient to create a factory of the proportions he had in mind. Yet, Fulch refused to listen. He wanted to create something special, something wonderful, a structure that would last forever and serve as a monument to the company he had helmed for so long. Ultimately, the company would buckle to their CEO's demands. Beginning in 1935, the construction of this factory was described as a hellish experience for the workers involved. The land chosen for the factory to be built on was unstable, eroding, and constantly battered by terrible weather. For all his talk of this factory being the most important project the company would ever take on, Fulch was incredibly lax and cheap with the safety and quality of construction. Many workers died in accidents while building the structure, and at one point a landslide demolished the half-formed factory, forcing the company to start again. This time around, the board of directors took control of proceedings, bringing on board expert architects and engineers, and being extremely thorough with the construction of the factory, while slighted Fulch groused his disapproval from afar. From then on, the area was populated with several native and non-native plants, courtesy of Bartleby Brands, in an attempt to stabilize the ground. The plants took, and so too did the popular image of the factory as a sunny green place. Through intense hardship and the efforts of many workers, the factory was finally completed in 1941. It was a sullen day when the factory opened. With record downpours, the small crowd attending the opening ceremony was forced to take shelter under the entrance awning. Fulch was insistent that the first to enter the newly opened factory was to be one of the workers, and thus those in attendance waited miserably under the factory's shadow until the weather alleviated. Upon Upon research, weather reports show that following the growth of Bartleby's garden, the area received less severe weather throughout the years, which I suppose is lucky on the owner's part. Upon opening the factory, Fulch remarked that it was to one day be among the most important structures in American history. Had he known what would become of his factory, he'd likely have been very pleased with himself. Unfortunately for Fulch, he would not survive to see the legacy built by this factory, as following his visit, he would soon pass away from undisclosed health complications. It was a somber note to herald the factory's opening, maybe a sign of things to come. In regards to the factory itself, the building was an architectural marvel, with several floors stacked so high they nearly blotted out the horizon. Not only this, but the factory took the form of a honeycomb, with the 6 sides of the building each being directed to different tasks. The factory garden, located at the center of the hexagonal structure, was equally marvelous. It grew just about every flower imaginable and drew in crowds of tourists from all over the country who visited just to get a look at the botanical wonder. The garden was heavily populated with Bartleby brand raised honeybees, as well as several other exotic pollinators, which is to say that the garden must have been quite a sight to see in its prime. Did the factory kill him? Might be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves there. We'll get there. Of course, it is always, as is always the case with Bartleby brands, the faults began to show soon enough. Although the building was oppressive in both scale and architecture, it was perhaps too big for its own good. Can you guys hear my cat at all? He's yelling. He's crying so much right now. I apologize if you can hear him at all. um, where was I? Although the building was impressive in both scale and architecture, it was perhaps too big for its own good. The hexagonal arrangement meant that traversing from one section of the factory to the other was a time-consuming slog, especially since non-gardeners were not allowed to cut through the gardens. The bee colonies hosted within the garden would often create offshoot hives in whatever dark corners of the factory they could find, which often meant risk of contaminated product, as well as increased operational costs related to hiring exterminators and building repairmen. It is with this in mind that one could assume the constant hum bemoaned by Factory 9 workers might have been a result of bees nestling in the walls and crawl spaces. In the early days of its operation, the factory also was not ventilated properly, with workers often experiencing dizziness and even passing out at their workstation, which led to further accidents. This is not hard data, but workers at Factory Number 9, on average, experience more accidents and injuries than those at other Bartleby brand factories and those helmed by other companies. Prior to its closure, stories ran abound of workers falling into mixing vats and never being seen again, or getting their hands stuck in machinery that proceeded to slowly pull them in. Death was a constant occurrence for the Factory 9 workers, as was the callous disregard for it by upper management. As discussed in our article on factory rules, those in charge did little, if nothing at all, to mitigate the harm taking place on the factory floor. Instead, they had their sights set on things like the intense, but not uncommon, segregation of their workforce. In this area, Factory 9 was notoriously brutal. Workers at the factory made the same standard rate as other factories, 40 cents per hour. But if you were a black man, you only made 30 cents per hour, and in the cases of black women, 25 cents per hour. Needless to say, this was unsustainable. If a white worker was injured or ill, they often had their pay docked, while in the cases of non-white workers, they often ended up fired and immediately replaced. On its interior, the factory was a hive of abuse and mistreatment, and on the exterior, conditions did not fare much better. One such example being the hippie shootings of 1966, in which several students and local hippies performed a sit-in at the factory. This event, in which organizers blocked the entrance to the factory beginning in the early morning, was intended to protest the environmental damage being done by Factory Number 9 and Bartleby Brands at large, as well as to decry the company's contributions to the American military. Bartleby Brand's involvement with the United States military complex was always a minor part of its function, with patriotic messages supporting the troops in their advertising, but this would change following the 1964 World's Fair incident. Bartleby Brands began directly donating proceeds towards the war effort, as well as sending food and candy to the soldiers. The intention of the protesters was to stop this support, or at least slow it down through preventing people from heading into work at the factory. However, on the fifth day, this peaceful occupation would soon devolve into violence, when irritated members of the staff began to beat and batter the protesters. Panic soon broke out amongst those gathered, culminating in the National Guard, who were called in on the first day of the protest, opening fire on protesters and killing 6: Harley Young, Isaac Owens, Emma Long, Will Kirk, Betty Sawyer, and Lou Williams. The aftermath of this event was complicated. The 6 dead protesters were smeared on national television by the president himself, friend of current Bartleby CEO Ken Ruxfield, who called the sit-in an internal attack on our liberties and freedoms as Americans, while the press of the time was extremely vague and generally obfuscated the details of why the protest happened in the first place. From then on, the hippie movement would dwindle and die out, being labeled a threat to America's way of life, and generally having their image reduced to that of a shallow caricature. Researching the years following this, one may find multiple articles concerning incidents in which hippie groups were killed or attacked by patriots. In regards to Bartleby Brands, Factory Number 9 continued business as usual, not even a day after the shootings. The Factory 9 union also vehemently denied involvement in the initial attack on the protesters, but this does not hold up to scrutiny, which is extremely disappointing. The unionization efforts of the Factory 9 workers have been split into their own article, as I feel it is only right. But needless to say, Factory 9 remained an ugly stain on the labor landscape right up until 1978, when, in an effort to save the now struggling company, leadership decided to close several factories, with Factory 9 being the first to shut its doors. So, Factory 9, what a building, huh? It's almost like so much seems to have gone wrong, even from the very beginning of construction for this building. It's almost like the factory was built wrong from the very beginning. Also, important to note that blood was spilled here of the workers and the hippies and the protesters. Lots of people were dying over here. Even Aaron Fulch, the CEO, died very soon after visiting the factory for the first time. This article also gives us a little bit of insight into Penny's own reductive views on hippies. As the last update, the funeral band update, we got Penny's sort of general opinion about hippies in that she doesn't seem to like them very much. But the hippies, they weren't passive, lazy hipsters. You know, they cared. They spoke up. They suffered for it in the culture of wartime America. And the culture of wartime America made them acceptable to attack and treat awfully. Like the workers were attacking the protesters. It wasn't just the National Guard. The workers themselves were getting in on it too. Just because the workers formed a union doesn't mean they were inherently virtuous or immune to xenophobic or military propaganda sort of views. Unions can't fix everything when the company is enabled through overseas labor or suffering. You know, a lot of people's progressive ideals sadly end at as long as myself or the people in my vicinity benefit, when activism really should span the entire world. Now, this is not meant to be a actually the progressive characters went too far, so being progressive is bad actually narrative. That's not what we're saying. But we're trying to show how progressive people can be blinded to other issues sometimes. You know? All right. Penny is a biased person and so are her friends. Even Jane, yeah. Everyone has their own biases, and sometimes you can be blind to your own biases. So this is why it's important to, listen to other people in your community and outside of it. All right, let's learn a little bit more about Aaron Fulch. Aaron Fulch, entrepreneur, charlatan, noted royalist, kingpin of the candy industry. A man who has done immeasurable damage, and much like his beloved Factory Number 9, has faded into obscurity within the last several decades. Born into a wealthy family, Fulch's recollections note the relationship between his mother and father being very distant. His parents rarely, if ever, were seen with their children, and as soon as they were able, sent the children off to boarding schools in different parts of the country. Thus, notes Fulch, he never truly knew his brothers and sisters either, only seeing them when the family gathered for holidays and funerals. Despite this distance, Fulch was the favorite, or most tolerated, of his parents' children. He would be gifted most of, if not all, of their inheritance, with Fulch secluding himself following their deaths and cutting off all contact with his relatives. These are all the details we can glean of Fulch's early years, with the rest being lost to the ages and deliberate sabotage on his part. Fulch was smitten with the mythology of the self-made American man, and thus did everything in his power to conceal the source of his success. In official Bartleby brand history articles and promotional materials, the company is listed as being started by Aaron Fulch in 1883. It is stated that with the help of peers and his own hard work, it took many years for the company to take off, and that Fulch would often work extra hours, all in order to bring the idea of the company to life. These details are, bluntly, big fibs on the company's part. In no small part because of the company known as Bartleby Brands had been in existence well before Aaron Fulch's birth. Despite doing everything in his power to burn away history and make it appear otherwise, Aaron Fulch was not the creator of Bartleby Brands. Bartleby Brands, starting its life as Bartleby Sweets, was a small local candy store run by Eric Bartleby and his wife Delilah, the two also acting as beekeepers within the community. In 1883, Fulch would approach the duo with the offer of helping them to expand their business, which was eventually, after much pestering on Fulch's part, accepted. In the memoirs of Eric Bartleby, he stated that the first time Fulch saw their store, he loved it and wanted to be a part of it. He thought the name Bartleby had promise, and that with it, he could propel the name into the shelves of candy stores all over America. Using his wealth, Fulch would expand the company into a small chain of stores under the name of Bartleby Candies and Goods, which did fairly well to show Eric and Delilah what Fulch could do for them. Fulch was incredibly close with the two, presenting himself as a guardian figure that had their best interests in mind. If the couple had any inclinations of what Fulch was planning, they never acted on them. In his personal journals, Fulch stated he was very careful to keep the two placated and took very little in the way of profit, but little by little he would begin to push his way further into the company, taking more control of ventures and making decisions behind his business partners' backs. Among these shadier ventures was the destruction of potential competitors. A little familiar. Yeah, something about that paragraph seems a little familiar if you know what's coming up. So, definitely keep that in mind. Where was I? Using his influence and wealth, Fulch would run local businesses out of town before replacing them with Bartleby stores. The, the worst of his plans, however, came into effect in 1902 when he, to the surprise of his partners, tricked them into signing over the company and all assets to him, including the Bartleby name. The two were restricted from using their name in any business ventures or marketing themselves as the founders of Bartleby, given a small monthly payment for their troubles, and kicked out of the company. From this point on, Fulch proceeded to expand Bartleby brands, pushing into other avenues of the food industry and, by the 1930s, having established 5 factories for the company. To the public, Aaron Fulch would present himself as a fatherly or uncle-like figure, first addressing readers in news articles, and then, as it was introduced, making appearances on radio ads to discuss the state of the company. In these broadcasts, he liked to make it out as if the public was involved in the management of the company, asking listeners to send in tips for upper management, and treating every big event as a success brought about through the hard work of American citizens. He notably was a very pleasant and polite man in public interactions, and was once referred to as the gentlest gentleman in business. Of course, this is just the Fulch curated and shown to the public. As you've already seen, he was a ruthless businessman, and from collected accounts, working with the man was a 6-layered nightmare. In the memoirs of upper management, he was noted as being indecisive, petty, quick to take offense to the mildest criticism, and prone to entering screaming fits in order to get what he wanted. Once, Fulch fired the entire staff of a company project just because they showed up early to show them their progress. On another occasion, he nearly flung a close colleague into traffic because he dared suggest a different way of running the business. In regards to his personal life, the one spot of affection Fulch had was for his daughter, Marigold Fulch. Marigold, the child born from a partnership between Aaron and a still to this day unknown woman, was very secluded from the public eye to the point there exists only one public photograph of the girl. Not much is known about her, except that she was ostensibly the original creator of Beatrice B.E. Although, considering everything we know about Aaron Fulch, this could be further embellishment of history. Her father often mentioned her in his writings and speeches, discussing the necessity of preserving the country's integrity and values for little girls like her. Fulch was a rigid believer of American values, although what defined American values seemed to switch back and forth for him. The political ventures of his company are lesser known, yet with research one finds that Fulch had his fingers in many different pies, from the funding of anti-union organizations to aiding in the establishment of the Huxley Foundation, the group dedicated to rooting out liberal and progressive values in not only the community but the government. Much of the man's actions were also influenced by his royalist sentiments. From his own words, Fulch was a royalist who dreamed of the return of a monarchy to the States. Not the British, but some vague and unobtainable figurehead who could push America back on track. In his own biography, Fulch wrote, "In the days of a post-monarchist country, it is important for man to find new purpose in the absence of what was right and what should have remained. Although we cannot currently reinstate a king to guide our country, us men can take the steps to become kings in our own right. Consider the oil tycoons and railroad owners over at Stencil Line, a great example of what man should aim to be. The modern businessman is the next great prince, building his kingdom in his many franchises, and estates are his castles and conquered territories. With this in mind, a business-oriented man must take the steps to fill the place left by the kings before. Every business deal in and of itself a battle, and every acquired competitor a victory on par with the wars of old nations." In his later years, Fulch became absolutely obsessed with the concept of radio. He poured a lot of money into the development of the technology, even collaborating with Teletrica Innovations in a short-lived plan to, quote-unquote, bring the hum to Americans everywhere, in the form of portable radios. He also became extremely eccentric and often had to be kept out of public view by the board of directors, who considered him to be a liability to the company's image. During this time, confined to his office, Fulch took up to writing multiple projects, among them being the plans for what would later be known as Factory Number 9. So, Aaron Fulch, a very, very strange man, to say the least. Something Murphy struggled with was making another character who was a CEO without making them feel like a duplicate of past characters such as Phil Barnum. But what helped was not thinking of it so much as this is a CEO character, but a character who is a CEO. and giving him his own strange fixations and facets. Like, he was obsessed with the concept of radio. He's always writing up new ventures for the company. And he was obsessed with the British and had a repulsive idea of womanhood, and his constant projects and interest in venture capital would be ingrained in the company long after his death. So, a very eccentric and evil old man. Next up, we have the Bellatons and Bartleby union busting. The history of unionization by Bartleby Brand's workers is, for all things, a display of the tenacity of the workers' spirit and ability to collaborate under pressure. As displayed countless times throughout this update, the company was an unfair place to work, a dangerous place to be employed, and depressingly commonplace in the greater scheme of things. Yet, from this mistreatment, several workers came to the same conclusion, that a life lived beneath the thumb of their employers was not sustainable, nor a life to live at all. In 1935, several workers, embittered by the brutal conditions they were forced to work in, came together with the intention of forming a union at Bartleby Factory Number 8. The details are hard to get concrete, but I will do my best to recount them to you. Although the names of the workers from their first unionization attempt are unknown, much of what has been said is that they first proposed the idea in secret to their fellow colleagues. After much convincing, they managed to gather enough individuals together into a whole that the idea of unionization seemed a credible threat in the eyes of upper management. The Belleton Detective Agency, founded in 1820, was brought on board by the company in order to suppress and disrupt the unionization efforts through any means necessary. And here you can see the Belleton logo, the original logo, and the modern day one. If you were around for the Halloween update, you might recognize those hands and that hat. They look a little bit familiar. The Belleton Agency has its roots deep in American history, first gaining notoriety for their role in preventing the assassination of newly elected President Abraham Lincoln. The group went on to be one of the most well-known organizations in the law enforcement landscape. Although, it should be noted that the agency, in their own words, has no ethics statement and operated purely on a pay-by-pay basis, taking on jobs for all sorts of illicit and shady groups. You may notice that I am using present tense when referring to the Belletons, and that is because, for once, this group is still in operation today, strike-breaking and union busting in less physical but still disruptive ways. Regardless, when the Belletons were brought in to restore order to the 8th Bartleby factory, they did what they do best. They stalked workers, intimidated them outside work hours, spread rumors, destroyed morale, infiltrated meetings, and even resorted to physical violence in several cases. Something important to note is that, for all the deception and intimidation being utilized by the Belletons, there was another factor which ultimately contributed to the failure of the first union. At the time, and for most of the company's history, a majority of Bartleby brand factory workers were black, underpaid, exploited, experiencing with greater intensity and in different forms the violations non-white workers endured. It is with this in mind that you would likely think the segregated workers would come together and use their collective strength to secure better working conditions for themselves. However, this was not the case. As was, and still is, common, segregation ran deeper than laws and institutions. It ran to the core of many white workers' internal values. Many unions of the time barred black workers from entry, and despite many black unions being created by black workers, these unions were easier to justify dismantling not only by the companies but by the state, who saw them as a threat to the American way of life. The proposed and newly born union of Factory Number 8 was to be one such group, and thus it was incomplete and weak. The company easily beat down the union, and by 1940 it was successfully dismantled. Following this, the Belletons would be kept on standby by Bartleby in order to prevent such an incident from occurring again. In 1941, Factory 9 opened its doors, and with it came a whole new level of workplace abuse and human rights violations. To speak on them again would be redundant. It is with all we have learned in mind that the birth of a new union is not surprising. The workers of Factory 9 were more organized than their predecessors, less scrupulous, about following the proper channels, and exceptionally more willing to use underhanded methods in order to get what they wanted. Yet, for all the incidents in which factory foremen were dragged out behind the factory and beaten black and yellow, what saw the Union through the attempts to dismantle it was the willingness its organizers had to create a group in which black workers were not a secondary consideration. At great risk to themselves, the workers from both sides of the factory were convened during and after work hours, sometimes in secret and sometimes using elaborate chains of communication involving the usage of notes and station rotation schedules. The story behind the factory night workers is pretty amazing, all things considered. There are so many accounts of workers becoming friends, visiting each other's families for dinner, skirting the lines of segregation in order to spend time with each other. From the sea of workers, several individuals arose as voices for the Union. Amongst the most prominent of them was Cecil Grant, a former political organizer who had fallen on hard times and used his knowledge to the Union's benefit in demonstrating and responding to Belgian interference. Another prominent organizer was Isaiah Hoffman, an ex-teacher, who also had a background in organizing counter-segregation protests, which is to say, none of this happened in a vacuum. The Union was not born out of thin air, nor did it come about through luck. It took meticulous organized effort on the part of everyone. It was not as simple as a single worker getting tired and happening to resist. But I digress. In 1957, the Factory 9 Botanical Garden event took place, and with it were the terrible circumstances which forced Bartleby Brands to recognize the Union as an official entity. As recorded by countless sources of the time, something went wrong with the operation of Factory 9's boiler, perhaps due to the overworked employees being stretched thin by the big event and failing to check or be present to regulate the boiler, leading it to explode. In the aftermath, almost half of the factory was destroyed, along with countless lives. The chaos nearly destroyed Bartleby Brands as a corporate entity, and in the midst of numerous legal battles, investigations, and hearings, they had no time to deal with any more chaos, something the union took advantage of. Strike was organized. Workers made signs, chanted slogans, made a show of force, and a panicked Bartleby Brands rashly capitulated to the demands of the workers in an act of self-preservation. Somehow or another, the company would survive this period, never quite again being the juggernaut it once was, but keeping itself along for several years before their numerous, poorly planned business ventures took the remaining life out of the company. On the first day following the union's recognition, on the steps of Factory 9 that were still being restored, the union spokesmen took turns addressing the very jubilant and prideful crowds of their co-workers. This would start a chain of renewed unionization efforts around the United States, something which horrified other companies of the time, yet they were helpless to stop what had been started. It was not the end of labor exploitation, or union busting, or segregation, but it was a very important step on the path to fixing this very broken industry. Cecil Grant unfortunately passed away not even 3 years following the recognition of the union. Although foul play was initially suspected, it was later found to have been a case of allergy poisoning. Still, I think he must have been, and probably still would be, very proud of what his union members accomplished in the years following his death. Here's another thing I want you guys to remember. Just add it to your list. Cecil Grant, who helped with the unionizing efforts, died of allergy poisoning. We're going to see that come up again, and maybe you already know about it, because in one of the very early articles on Bartleby Brands, way back from the site's launch, we talked about allergies just a little bit, and how their Bartleby Brands peanut-free candy mix did in fact contain peanuts. So there seems to be a pattern of people getting allergic reactions in Bartleby-related ways. But something else I want to say about this article is that Murphy rewrote this article multiple times, and we also had the help of sensitivity readers to ensure that it wasn't weird or didn't have bad messaging. So thank you for that to our sensitivity reader. Thank you. It was very helpful. All right, last history article, and then we can get on to all the artsy stuff, huh? we gotta learn about Marina Gossamer. Singer, actress, songwriter. Marina Gossamer is perhaps one of the now lesser known Hollywood stars of the 1950s. Although many of the details of her life are obfuscated behind a reclusive personality, I was able to gather enough information to put together this article dedicated to the only named voice actor in Beatrice B.E.'s history. Please note that this has been compiled with very sparse information, some of which is not entirely reliable. Of course, I will be sure to clarify when the truth blurs into speculation. The earliest available information about Marina's life tells us the following. Starting her career in 1946, Marina Gossamer began as a humble stagehand, running things behind the scenes in plays such as Few Who Knew Me and her favorite play, The Building with a Beat. Marina did not have many friends. She tended to isolate from the rest of her peers, which made her incredibly difficult to work with on productions. She would often avoid or flat out refuse to participate in post production parties, instead, staying after hours to clean up the sets. Additionally, and this is from the tabloids, so please take it with a hint of caution, her crew members stated her to be extremely unemotive and stone faced. I didn't think she had feelings at all, she never showed them, one crew member reportedly told the magazine. She had the face of a dead fish, and she had the personality of one too. It is surprising, then, that this woman would soon rocket into the attention of the public through less than desirable means. While working on a production of I Hear It Too, Marina would catch the eye of movie producer Jerry Snatch, who had been seated in the audience. He liked her face, liked her hair, liked her eyes, and thought she had the perfect face for acting. He was reported by Marina's coworkers as cornering her after the production. Although the exact details of their conversation are not known, what we do know is they went home together, and soon after, Marina was being introduced to the set of his latest production, The Undercomb, the next week. I feel the need to point out that Marina was only 18 at the time, while Jerry was 67 years old. 6'7". Sorry, bad joke. But yeah, that's a concerning age gap, to say the least. One might think this was setting Marina up for disaster, flinging her into the world of acting with assumedly no training. On the contrary, as the soon-to-be star proved herself to be a natural actress, she showed a side of herself never seen while working as a stagehand, her normally unexpressive demeanor changing to that of a sociable and charming young woman. Perhaps the pressures of the future she wanted forced her shell to crack, so to speak, showing the true person hidden inside. Regardless, Marina instantly charmed her benefactors, fellow producers, the cast and crew of the production, and perhaps most importantly, the audiences of the film. In fact, when test audiences were questioned about their favorite aspects of the film, they unanimously reported Marina as being the best part. Marina would be brought back on for another of Jerry Snatch's productions, this time as the lead star, a month following the success of his prior film. The production was extremely hectic, Marina even being assaulted at one point by a jealous co-star. It was not an easy life, but regardless, the film always ended this way, released to critical acclaim. Audiences were enamored with the young actress, and soon she was on late-night shows, advertisements, radio spots, everyone trying to get a moment of her time. It is not known much about what Marina's personal life was like. Even after her newfound fame, she never moved from the small home she inherited from her mother, nor did she leave the house except for work. What we do know from her few interviews is that she had a passion for one particular play, one she reportedly had pestered Jerry to make for 3 years before he relented and began production. It was a theatrical adaptation of the play The Building with a Beat. Not much is documented about the production, except that during it, Marina took a very hands-on approach, almost becoming a second director in her own right. She would correct people's performances, hassle the director about his decisions, and several people even quit due to her overbearing nature. After several years of tumultuous production, the film was finally released. It was arguably the crescendo of Marina's career, and watching it, you can really feel her sewing every part of her talent and skill into this movie. In fact, this film, although very hard to find today, was incredibly popular when released. After this, Marina would withdraw from public life, only participating in small productions and advertisements as background roles. Seemingly, she had grown tired of stardom, and became something of a recluse, often staying inside for days on end. This was, of course, until the year of 1958, when Bartleby Brands announced their overhaul of the Beatrice B.E. character and began holding auditions for the role. Now, and I have withheld this information until now, Marina had long been curious with animation, specifically animation voice acting. According to a few acquaintances she had made during her acting years, she saw it as an exciting opportunity to do something new with herself, perhaps a way to break out of the image she felt people had made of her. It is not stated what she felt this image was. She privately complained to her coworkers that animation was something her benefactor Jerry constantly persuaded and downright discouraged her away from. He told her that it was a childish profession and industry, that it would ruin both her career and public image to be caught dead voice acting for animated cartoons. Perhaps Marina felt this was the time to take a risk. Maybe she felt that this opportunity was so prestigious she couldn't let it slip away. Regardless, the very first day of auditions, she strolled into the studio, her arrival causing a commotion outside and within the building as people scrambled to take photos, get autographs, and make way for her. Indeed, the studio was so out of the way from where Marina lived that her sudden appearance was a shock to everyone. She was, of course, instantly chosen for the role, much to the jealousy of many individuals who complained to the tabloids later in life. Maybe it is a little unfair how she was given this role. However, the decision was made, and thus Marina Gossamer became perhaps the most notable and well-known voice of Beatrice B.E. Making her debut as the voice of Beatrice in the summer of 1958, Marina actively discouraged Bartleby Brands and Sixer Studios from making her name the priority of marketing. This was naturally ignored, and for the next 6 years of animations, radio ads, and short films that followed, the face of Marina would basically become a part of Bartleby Brand's identity, as well as the identity of Beatrice. During this time, Marina would become extremely involved in the role, much in the same way she had acted on the set of The House with a Beat. The actress often corrected the writing on their portrayal of Beatrice, simply stating, "That's not Beatrice, you've written some other character by accident," or "Beatrice would never use that wording." In 1963, Marina once again voiced the character in Jarble Marble's short stop-motion film, Beatrice's Sugar Spectrum. From here, we don't know much else. Like I said at the beginning of the article, this was put together with sparse information, and we firmly enter the area of speculation and mystery from here on out. The month following the stop-motion film's release, Marina Gossamer could not be found anywhere. Her home was left empty and undisturbed, and she had very few acquaintances. There's not much on what ultimately happened to her, and the most I can find is a tabloid article claiming she might have eloped with a lover. Oddly, none of the major news outlets of the time reported on her disappearance. It's extremely bizarre and sad that this is how we conclude this article on such an interesting woman. In the current day, there aren't many surviving movies in which she starred. She's hardly referenced in most books on actors of the time, and this is extremely confusing, because if you look at books and articles from that time period, she was undeniably important and well regarded in the field of acting. So what happened? Well, this isn't an uncommon occurrence on our website, I'm afraid. Oftentimes, you'll be researching a property or franchise that was once so monumental, so famous, so absolutely integral to the people of the time period it existed in, only for it to go unpreserved and neglected by the people that followed after, eventually becoming a ghost of a memory. Almost as if history itself has eaten them up. These places, characters, companies, they fall away because people assumed they'd last forever and didn't bother to document them. In this case, it seems like it happened to an actual person. So, important note, and I feel like I saw some of this in the chat just a little bit. Important note. Not every woman character is related, or the reincarnation of another, just because they have a similar hairstyle or their name starts with the same letter. Sometimes women just exist, okay? But anyways, so the historical accounts we get of Marina from other people are meant to read as unsympathetic and misogynistic. I mean, she had the face of a dead fish. That seems pretty rude to say about your coworker. So, a woman who's not smiling and isn't being a social butterfly, she must be cold and aggressive. And another thing, did Marina actually want to be in Hollywood. The article says this, but we never really get her input on the matter. We never hear from her directly. Maybe she always desired to stay on this theater stage. You know, not everyone always wants to be in the spotlight. Some people are fine just being stagehands. They're fine to stay in the wings. That's where they like it. Alright, let's look at these again, actually. Oh, she's so cute! Okay, next up we will go to his creative archives. First, I am just going to take a teeny weeny little break to refill my water, so it'll just be like 5 minutes maximum, okay? You all can watch TV while I'm gone. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What? No! How are you here? You shouldn't be.
Okay, I'm back. Hi. I see people talking about the lovely, lovely starting soon screen art in the chat. Yes, that was made by artist Toddyoddy99. They do really amazing work. And we'll see more of it in the archive, actually, soon. Alright, so the new articles for this update start with Abstract Mother by Jane Prell. And actually, we haven't seen any of Jane's art on the archive. Well, at least not on the main parts. For a long time now. Probably almost a year or something. So, Abstract Mother, Jane Prell. One of the final works of Jane Prell, this artwork is perhaps one of her greatest achievements in experimenting with her new art style. As mentioned in previous articles, Jane, having grown discontent with Reppahoe's styled artwork, moved away into the much more shape-focused UPA style, which of course led to the infamous Slishy Slasher character. This work is astonishing for both its use of color and the amount of details contained within it. There are so many things happening at once in a single canvas, and yet they flow together in a way that reads clearly to the viewer. The many hands of the sun are layered upon one another. It might be easy to assume they were duplicated and mirrored, but upon closer inspection, each one has been drawn individually. The yellow and orange hues are broken up by a singular blue element in the drawing, the Slishy Slasher, creating the feeling of oneself drowning in an ocean of fire. Can colors hurt a person? In this illustration, they are certainly presented as having the capacity for harm. A teardrop quickly evaporating within an inferno. And of course, the Slishy Slasher is being robbed of something by the ritually abstract mother. Various fiery hands reaching down to clutch and pluck away what we can only assume is a younger, more innocent version of the UPA killer. In what can be found through posts online, the abstract mother was said by Jane to be a malicious force, an embodiment of power imbalance, the ever-changing shape of sadism, the manifestation of every bully, abuser, mean-spirited adult, etc. Something that hurt people because it could, and because it knows that nothing can fight back against it, displaying a twisted form of parental attention. It takes glee in making the meek flinch and cower. All this, of course, could be applied to the artist's troubled home life, the ultimate rebuke towards her mother and a statement of what her life must have been like living in the same household as someone so monstrous. It is an expression of helplessness under the power of something so vast and so intense that you cannot hope to pull away from its orbit alone. Really, really gorgeous. So much. Everything just flows. Whenever I put my cursor over, there's going to be this bar here, but another Murphy banger. This is a page from the Stars and Blue book. Yes, this artwork is also in the Stars and Blue storybook. Although, in the context of the Pendog world, that does not exist yet. But you should all go read it anyways. Murphy really likes Slishy. That's an understatement. Everyone loves Slishy. Alright. Hallowed Hall's theme. Let's give this a listen. Officially titled That Haunts in a Dream, the intro music for beloved horror TV show Hallowed Halls was written and composed by American musician Buddy Dewitt, who has long had a career of composing for television. In behind-the-scenes interviews, he would discuss the process behind creating the iconic intro song at length. He stated that he wanted to give the show an ominous yet alluring soundtrack, something that was eerie, yet at the same time lulled the audience into a sense of familiarity and chill comfort. Listening to the music, one can definitely feel the tones intended by their creator. It carries a mellow atmosphere with haunting interjections that tie the track together. This music would be used for every season of Hallowed Halls, as well as the feature film. So this song in the real world talk right here. The song was inspired by the Creepshow movies, which a lot of people probably notice the contrast of Hallowed Halls being similar to books like Goosebumps or Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. Another source of inspiration for Minerva and Hallowed Halls and such is Creepshow, which is an anthology horror movie. So everyone go watch that movie. It's really cool. Hallowed Hall's selection of novels. Now that I look back on our older articles, it has become apparent that of all the characters we talked about on this site, Minerva Woeful is possibly the least discussed of them. This update will aim to rectify that, exploring the world of the Hallowed Halls book series she originates from, as well as discussing why the series is such a big deal in the world of children's horror to begin with. For those who did not grow up around Hallowed Halls or have not revisited it since you were very young, let me give you a brief refresher on their history. Written by Jeffrey H. Klein and illustrated by his wife Deborah, this series started as an experiment on the author's part. Up until then, Jeffrey Klein had only ever written horror literature for adults, with his books selling moderately well, but never quite reaching the levels of acclaim this series would. Klein had been reading his nephew scary stories before bedtime, as one does, when he came to the conclusion that the stories contained within were lackluster, and noticed they did not seem to interest his nephew. With this in mind, Klein began looking through other children's horror literature of the time. Similarly to his previous encounter, the author found these stories to be extremely uninventive, recycling the same urban legends with some mild changes. His major issues with them, however, was that the books took on a generally condescending and attached tone that did not respect their young audience. Klein grew concerned that, with such poor work being the standard, young people might have a harder time getting into horror. They might think it all the same quality of these books and mistakenly think they just don't like horror in general. Whether this hypothesis of his was true or not can be contested, but regardless, it was the spark that drove Klein to create Hallowed Halls. Klein, with the help of his wife Deborah, did a lot of research before writing the series. They interviewed children from all over the country on what they found scary. To him, it was important to see what he could do differently from other books, and how far he could take the horror before it became too much. Spoilers, the answer was that kids could handle a lot of horror, and the things that scared them could get pretty bizarre. With this information in hand, Klein wrote the first book of the series, which we will discuss now. We have this beautiful, beautiful illustration here of Jeffrey H. Klein and his wife Deborah. And Minerva. I have some notes here from several of the artists who worked on this, including Murphy, of course, but as we get to some of these articles, I will read notes that they gave to me about the stuff they worked on, their thoughts behind it. But first, let's look at these books first. The Killer Curtains at Auntie's House. The first book in the Hallowed Halls series is still regarded as one of the best amongst fans, but also one of the tamest, something which would rapidly change later on as Mr. Klein found his footing. Before we get into it, I would like to take a moment to appreciate the cover art. Gorgeous. This series used a very strict monochromatic color arrangement, with other colors rarely if ever showing up. More on that later. The artwork of Deborah Klein is simply wonderful. It creates such an ominous feeling while also being oddly playful in how it chooses to depict the monsters of the stories. I really love the almost bioluminescent glow of the curtains and the way the ghost of the story phases through the window. Misfit, you're in the chat. When we get to your stuff, you are definitely allowed to talk about it. This book is also a good time to discuss how inventive and vague Jeffrey can get with the horror he writes. On the surface, this book reads like a simple ghost story about a young boy visiting his weird reclusive aunt's house, and then having multiple encounters with an entity lurking around the window of his aunt's bedroom. It doesn't help that the boy's aunt is almost always locked in said room talking to someone, which goes to reaffirm the boy's belief that the house is haunted. Eventually, however, we discover there is no ghost. No, what is wrong with the room is that the curtains are not only a living, very ravenous creature, but they also have the power to manifest false visions to those in their proximity. Then the curtains eat the boy as his aunt locks the door to the room. So, in The House with a Beat, that's also a ghost story without a ghost. That's what Penny said, right? In her article? In her blog post? She said there isn't a traditional ghost. Same with this story. That seems to be a reoccurring theme this update. I feel this is a nice first glimpse into what Klein is capable of as an author, but also his vagueness when it comes to explaining the horrors. What is going on with the aunt? Why did she end up with this weird creature in her home? Where did the curtains come from? There are hints, like the boy noting the smell of the curtains to remind him of baby's breath, and the aunt's constantly buying baby food, which the boy also has to eat for his meals during the stay, along with the fact that the aunt's room appears to once have been a nursery. But that all just leaves us, the readers, with more questions, and everything that comes to mind is disconcerting, to say the least. My only real complaint is that this book is littered with really obnoxious pranks by the boy, and very poor understanding of how a child of the boy's age would talk, with lots of dated slang that makes it obvious Mr. Klein is still getting comfortable writing for this demographic. Thankfully, in later books, these faults recede to be hardly noticeable, if present at all. So, this book is an example of objects and structures being alive and the source of the horror. It seems like there is a ghost, but it's just the curtains. Horror tends to, in its own way, echo conservative ideals. Oh wait, no, I'm reading the wrong section. Oops, sorry. I should have highlighted these notes. We'll talk about that later. So, my note from Murphy says, I won't say what was actually happening, but I will say bad things were happening in that house. And Murphy might make a sequel to this book in the future, because the aunt in the book is such a grotesquely mean and vile character when I envision her. So this book also has a strange theme of motherhood defining oneself around it. You know, not moving on, keeping your babies forever. The aunt doesn't have a child in this story, other than her nephew staying with her, but she's still buying baby food. Um, she has a nursery. Alright, next story. Attack of the Mutant Hummingbirds. One of my favorites. This was the 20th book of the series, and what a book it is. If the previous story seemed weird to you, then I'm excited to see what you make of this one. In it, a local boy, if I have one complaint with these books, it is that the protagonists are almost always young boys, named Hank thinks to himself about how during the years he has grown up in this place, there's not once been any acknowledgement of the tall abandoned factory at the edge of town. The way the book describes this factory is really good. It makes a particular point to constantly bring up the smokestacks, which are described as burrowing up in the ground like grey worms. Really unpleasant image. Then the mutant hummingbirds appear. Yes, it is indeed as abrupt as it sounds. The setup in this book is a little quick before the horror, something pretty unusual for Mr. Klein, but I do appreciate it when he switches things up for these stories. In this case, I think the abruptness is part of the eeriness and theme of the creatures. These chittering, slobbering, needle-beaked beasts erupt from the smokestacks of the factory and terrorize the town, not directly attacking people, but being dangerous because of their extreme speed and sharp beaks. The book describes the creatures as always in motion and having clumsiness to them that leads the beasts to accidentally run through walls, clothing, cars, and humans. The story was possibly inspired by the rare real-world incident in which hummingbirds have flown beak first into people's eyes, but there's never been official confirmation of this inspiration. If Murphy makes these books available for pre-order, I'll buy them. Don't tempt her. Don't tempt her. She will just straight up write these novels. Alright. I really love how the birds are portrayed. They have an unsettling human-like quality to the secondary faces on their backs, and as we will learn later on, the implied reason is pretty harrowing. The reason I like this book series so much is that, while the scarier details and implications might fly over the heads of young readers, there's still enough tangible fear and horror present in the story for these young readers to still enjoy it. And they may not put together the horrifying implication of why the hummingbirds are swarming, but they will still be frightened by the idea of these awful little beasts impaling people and animals in frankly brutal ways. Now, I've been eagerly waiting to get into the next part of the story, so let's do that right now. Hank and his friend venture into the factory, intending to see what the source of the problem is and hopefully rid the town of the hummingbirds, only to find that it is actually not a factory, but a facade built around an old abandoned research station. There is no concrete explanation for the current happenings here, but there are clues, like what Hank can understand of the research notes discussing wavelengths, radiation, and sound. Another odd detail is the countless piles of clothing littering the floor of the laboratory. The story ends with the hummingbirds flying so fast they dwindle into particles, but for the rest of his days, the protagonist is haunted by the sound of hummingbird wings. So this story is all about humming and factories. Pretty fitting for this update. Next up, The Closet from Outer Space. To me, this is the best Hallowed Halls book. A story that I would not only recommend for children's horror readers, but horror enjoyers in general. It is a great display of the weirdness and creativity of Mr. Klein's tastes in horror, as well as an interesting concept. For starters, the conceit of the story is very simple. A young, troubled boy by the name of Isaac wakes up to find a new closet in his room. It has black stripes, feels like sandpaper, and is cold to the touch, despite it being the middle of summer. Isaac at first ignores the closet. In fact, he spends half the book doing his best to carry on in his deteriorating home life, said home life being outlined in uncomfortable detail several chapters before the closet even enters the picture, while also dealing with bullying at school. In a lesser author's hands, this time would have been spent on the same old "nobody believes me" antics, in which the boy tries to convince people around him of the closet and is not believed. I feel like in The Closet from Outer Space, that time is utilized in a more interesting way. This closet soon begins to follow Isaac around town, appearing on walls and ceilings wherever he goes. When the closet opens, Isaac rushes to close it before it can open all the way. We never get clarification on the why, but the story makes it very clear that Isaac is already aware there are consequences for letting the doors open. From the other side of the door, Isaac can hear what he can only describe as shape noises. At night, the closet plays loud music and casts the room in awful colors through the cracks of its doors. I feel like I'm not doing the story justice, because the writing is really integral to its enjoyment. The way I describe it makes it feel very repetitive, but trust me, this story is very good at filling the reader with a constant dread of the closet. Something I find interesting is how Isaac feels alone in all of this. He never goes to an adult for help, nor confides in his friends. While this could be easy to dismiss as stupid horror protagonist behavior, I think with all we learn about his home life and parents, these actions are less out of a lack of thought and more so of the notion Isaac has that there's nobody in his life he feels safe to turn to about his problem. It's a sad thought for sure. Slightly related information I have is that Mr. Klein has always rejected the idea of using horror stories to teach moral lessons. In his own words, he prefers to, in the case of children's horror, use the genre as a way to throw a lifeline to his audience in order to understand them. He lets the writing take him wherever, and is not so concerned with teaching as he is with promoting emotional responses or introspection. The closet continues to harass Isaac. When he opens his school locker, it is in the interior of a closet, and when he opens a cabinet, the same occurs. The origin of the closet is not clearly defined, but it appears to act as a catalyst for change within the world, as it passively exists within it. People Isaac knows are reduced to clothing on hangers, which thoughtlessly billow in the windy streets. Stars drift together above the town to the point the sky turns white. Everyone Isaac interacts with begins to smell like mothballs, and at one point the closet, which he tries to lock closed, spews out what is only described as something that dances and snaps its square green teeth at him. As chaotic and spontaneous as the events produced by the closet are, it seems there is an order to them, and whenever Isaac tries to interrupt that order, the back and forth between him trying to mitigate the chaos of the closet, he is punished for it. Eventually, after months of being harassed and emotionally battered by the closet, Isaac just accepts the closet's presence in his life. He lets it open entirely, transforming and changing all in its wake. In today's environment of every horror story being about a vaguely gestured towards concept of trauma, a lot of readers might read this ending as Isaac accepting the reality of his home life, coming to terms and coming to terms and learning to live with his issues. Yet to me, the book portrays his acceptance of the closet in a very grim way. There's no relief or elation experienced from letting this thing overtake Isaac's life. It feels like Isaac just gives up and is so tired and exhausted from fighting that he lets this awful object do whatever it wants with him. One detail that will always trouble me about this story is something I intentionally omitted from the introduction. On the first night that the closet appears in his room, Isaac describes the structure as being cold to the touch and feeling like sandpaper. Despite Isaac raising his hand to make contact with the object, anxiously preparing to press his fingers against the wooden surface, it was the closet that closed the distance to touch him first. It's kind of an unusual space here. Kind of a lot of room between these two paragraphs, huh? We'll come back to that. Oh, but first, my notes. So, we have another inanimate object. The first thing that many kids are afraid of, the closet. In this case, the monster is the closet. And another thing, from this story, you can really tell how much you can tell from the way Penny writes it, that she and the clients care so much about children. They understand that they are people, they are human beings, and, as we will discuss later, an oppressed class of people. And Murphy tried writing these with a feeling of melancholy. You know, there isn't really a resolution. The ending is really sad. Even though in the first book with the killer curtains, the kid ends up getting eaten, this one still feels sadder. So, next, Blight of the Butterfly Men. After the last article, it feels a bit jarring to discuss a book which contains none of the paranormal cosmic elements of the closet from outer space. I promise, however, that this story has its moments. It's also shorter than the previous story, which, on that note, seems like a good time to point out that the Hallowed Halls books could often be pretty lengthy, much longer than the typical children's book series of the time. Murphy keeps telling me to slow down. Sorry, I read too fast. Oh, there's just so much I want to read it all. I'll try. I gotta remember to actually breathe. Alright. The basis of the second book in the series is, adorably, based on Mr. Klein's days exploring the wilderness outside his childhood home, looking for famed West Virginian cryptid Mothman. I like getting these little insights on what influenced the stories, because they help add more texture to the experience, if that makes sense. But I will save this anecdote for the end of the book's summary. The story revolves around our first girl protagonist of the series, Ruby. Ruby is a pernicious young child who, much like all girls, loves nothing more than goofing around in the forest, getting herself covered in mud, twigs, and leaves, scaring her younger brothers, daring her friends to eat moss, and generally being a menace to everyone in the neighborhood. She's awesome. The current fixation of Ruby is the local tall tales her town has about a mysterious figure called the Butterfly Man, which has haunted the town for years, to the point they have a statue erected of the creature in the town square that tourists often visit. According to the townspeople, those who get too close to the Butterfly Man risk having their memories sucked out of their head by its long tongue. Ruby is determined to find the creature for herself, and thus enlists the help of her two brothers, who reluctantly tag along. I feel like the atmosphere of this book really saves it, because the hunt for the creature is one of the unfortunate instances in which Klein substitute his usual interesting character writing with pranks and gross out humor. One such example is the disgusting porridge made by Ruby to lure in the Butterfly Man, ruining it because she refuses to use any ingredient that requires a fraction. Overall, the plans made by the kids are just not very interesting nor compelling. What is compelling is the way the land is described as being oppressively, chokingly humid. Klein does some amazing work building up this awful, gross, swampy forest that you really would not want to go into, even if it wasn't haunted by a monster. A lot of the book is spent wanting to scream at these kids to stop playing around in what is ultimately a very unforgiving and dangerous area. I remember when reading this as a kid being very put off by the forest sections, sometimes having bad dreams about the forest itself. The monster of the story is an interesting case of misdirection. For a lot of the book, Butterfly Man is built up as this fantastical wish-granting being that can teleport, brainwash people, and mess with electronics. All very supernatural behavior. However, when the trio of children finally stumble across Butterfly Man, he is ultimately revealed to be nothing more than a wild animal. There is no man in Butterfly Man, so to speak. I could easily envision this turning into a story about some misunderstood monster that the three kids have to protect from the fearful townsfolk. A lot of movies and books have done similar things, so it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. But this is Jeffrey H. Klein we're talking about, so of course there's some tragic, eerie twist in these circumstances. In this case, it is partially that the Butterfly Man is near the end of its life. It's described as decrepit, with eyes that have long since clouded over, and wings that are missing many of their once vibrant scales. It makes snuffling sounds. It moves at the speed of a sloth. The way Klein describes this poor thing brings to mind the way a once hyperactive dog becomes old and feeble, or a once strong bear's fur becomes matted and its eyes gray. Of course, much like a bear, age has not changed the Butterfly Man's nature. The Butterfly Man lashes out with sudden quickness, grabs Ruby's brother, and before she can react, tears off into the deeper forest. Days later, a pile of dried skin and one brainless skull is found at the edge of the marsh. So, returning to what I said about the inspiration for this story at the start of the article, Mr. Klein says this story was based off of all the times he wandered into the forest in search of cryptids and creatures. More specifically, it was based on the retroactive terror he felt, thinking about all that time spent alone in a place he shouldn't have been exploring as a young child. What could have happened to him? What if something had happened to him? And what if he actually had found a cryptid while he was alone out there? There's also the idea of wildlife as something wonderful and sympathetic, but also dangerous. The Butterfly Man has human traits projected onto it, when ultimately the creature is not a human, and reacts to the children as it would any other prey animal. There isn't much mystery to the story, nor haunting ambiguity, but overall I like it a lot, and still think it's earned its place as one of the better known books in the series. So this idea ties into something that we will explore later. That, like, what if an animal, what if something non-human had human qualities projected onto it? And the narrative holds a deep sympathy for this creature, you know? It's old, it's tired, everyone keeps bothering it, everyone wants it to grant its wishes. It's still just an animal. It's still just a creature. It's not a human, and you can't expect it to act like one. Next up, the Scarecrow Seer. I wonder who this one's about. Minerva Woeful, the most well-known character of the entire Hallowed Halls series. For more background on Minerva's history, please refer to the character article linked on our Notable Characters page. In this article, we will be discussing Minerva as she appeared in fiction, as well as the brief controversy her book wound up in when it was released. The Scarecrow Seer is very interesting in that it hardly features Minerva at all. Only at the very end does the character show up, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. The story centers around Beth Andrews, a young girl living in suburbia with her family. In these stories, suburbia is a frequent setting for awful things to happen. In its blog posts, yes, Jeffrey Klein is online. Hello if you read this, Mr. Klein. Klein has written about his experiences with suburbia. Being African American, the place has always held an evil quality to him, so it was only natural to have creatures and restless spirits spring from the ground it sat on. Beth Andrews, the adopted daughter of two miserably disgusting suburbanites, is forced to move from the city, finding that her new house has an unsettling presence that both her parents obnoxiously ignore. I feel like this book is famous for introducing Minerva Woeful to the world. However, I rarely see discussions of its actual plot online. I think it is a little suspect that the story is very much about race, in that Beth is a black girl and her adoptive parents are white. This informs the lack of critical discussion online, as well as the controversy later on. To start with, her parents are extremely creepy in how they interact with their daughter. Most of the horror manifests through them, which might disappoint some readers. They are particular about what she wears, control what she eats, snap their fingers in her face to make her pay attention, grip her wrist to drag her along, and generally treat Beth as more of an animal than a human being. Her mom even jokes about chopping off her unruly hair, which is cartoonishly depraved levels of evil, but somehow the story makes this work. These are disgusting people. What I like is that Beth does not seem to find anything wrong with this. She's portrayed and even stated to be very compliant, which gives the impression she doesn't find this treatment abnormal. If anything, she believes it is the result of her own unattended misbehavior. If you've had the experiences I have, I think this is very relatable. There's also a deep empathy for Beth. In general, I find that Klein tends to write his child protagonists from this place and in line with his dislike of using horror to teach kids moral lessons. I think this, in his own way, shows his thoughts on how the world should work. To put it the best I can into words, the idea is that no child deserves punishment or to be scared into acting right. The horrifying circumstances experienced by his protagonists are not things they bring upon themselves, and even when they do, it is not framed as just punishment. A lot of the time, it creates sadness in the story. Like these kids are always caught up in something so awful and so terrible that they do not deserve, because no child deserves this. And here we have Beth, and then her adoptive parents. For the entire book, Beth is belittled and harassed by her new parents, all while a presence in the attic attempts to communicate with the young girl through visions, mysterious bouts of good luck, and freak accidents. The book is very much meant to be a mystery in how it presents these events, but because Minerva's on the front cover, we, the audience, already have an idea of what might be going on. I always feel that, and I may be overstepping, this book would have worked better with a different name and cover. Something that kept the source of these visions an eerie question in the reader's mind before the reveal. The supernatural angle of this book has always been difficult to describe when recommending it to people. When one hears the word vision, they assume it's something intangible, a hallucination. But the book presents these visions as rolling, multicolored smoke that pours out of the nearest cabinet, closet, door, etc. From these churning waves of fog, visions of the future emerge. People digging an unmarked grave, a young girl running, numerous monsters seemingly looking over a vision of Beth. These monsters always arrive last, overtaking the rest of the visions, and even burning or leaving claw marks on the ground. When the visions make contact with Beth, she is never harmed, but it is absolutely an upsetting thing for a child to see. Amongst the visions are also messages, small things about her current life. From interacting with the visions, she eventually becomes, for the first time, fearful of her situation, or rather, she is given awareness of the abnormality of it all. This acts as the impetus for Beth to try and escape suburbia, but as much as she walks, the young girl is always on the same street, the same patch of grass, the same mailbox always greets her tired eyes. The book does an amazing job of making suburbia feel like an extant entity, something that greedily holds on to its residents, not allowing a single one to escape. Throughout the book, the couple who adopted Beth are constantly experiencing migraines, which they at first blame on allergies, and then on the sun, and then on Beth. They clearly know something supernatural is going on, something which leads them to blame Beth, but refuse to give any explanation on why they are punishing her. Eventually, this comes to a head when the mother and father return home one night. Even before a vision arrives, Beth knows they intend to do something bad to her from their expressions alone. Panicking, she tries to find a place to hide and ascends into the attic. Here, we finally meet the thing named Minerva. The puppet is described as laying on the floor of the attic, with the presence of a dead, curled-up spider, and her eyes having an uncomfortable sickliness to them. It is the eyes that immediately let Beth know this discarded bundle is alive. This is also where we learn something extremely fascinating with this book's depiction of the character. She can only communicate through fear. It answers Beth's questions with possibilities of bad things that could happen, or visions of scary things experienced by others. Through all this, we can learn that it has no intention of hurting Beth. It just hoped to scare her out of this current chain of events. We learn that, for years, this couple has been murdering children that nobody will miss and burying them. How or why or even when they came into possession of Winerva is never explained, but the two have been, throughout the book, experiencing horrific visions from the puppet as well. They even stitched Winerva's mouth shut in an attempt to mitigate her powers, which means everything so far has been a small trickle that leaked through. This all crescendos when the parents break into the attic, flinging Beth to the side and threatening to burn Winerva for trying to interfere. The way they speak to Winerva even seems to imply the two see the puppet as their child, but it is very vague. After a short bout, Beth is able to cut open the scarecrow seer's mouth, giving it a voice once more and unleashing the full brunt of its powers on the parents. In this beautiful illustration, you can see the monsters of other Hallowed Halls books joining in the fray to terrify the couple before. In the book's words, taking them apart. Let's just look at this for a minute. Oh, it's so scary. Oh god. Okay, that didn't zoom in much, but just look at all these faces, all these monsters. Ooh, so scary. Earlier, I discussed how the visions of horrors eventually help Beth realize the abnormality of her situation, leading her to try and escape her parents, and then her parents attempting to silence the seer. I think this is, perhaps, an acknowledgement of how these types of stories are treated in real life. When this book was released, it had parents from all over claiming it was inappropriate for telling children to be fearful of their parents, and exposing children to things they shouldn't know about until they're adults, which I find extremely revealing. Not to get too dark, but when these types of stories face censorship, it is usually from a group of people deathly afraid of their own children, recognizing signs of abuse and trying to resist it or make it public knowledge. Regardless, the short lived moment was unsuccessful in getting the books removed, in part because the series was just too popular at this point to submit to their demands. Alright, so the Scarecrow Seer. Murphy struggled a lot with the story and she rewrote it at least 3 times from scratch because she wanted to give Beth the dignity that she deserved. This book is kind of meditating on the adoption industry and the treatment of children and the predatory nature of the patriarchal family unit. You know, you have the parents who are in control and the child who has no control over the situation. And with the story, it's thinking about the treatment of black children who are adopted by white families and how they are groomed into a state that attempts to remove their blackness. Like, Beth's hair was ironed straight, and at one point the mother, she comments that she's going to chop off her hair for being too unruly. But about Winerva specifically, even within the book, her origins remain a mystery. We still don't know. She's just kind of there. She's there the whole time. We don't know how or why. Was she a former adoptee? A puppet born to human parents? Was she a trinket picked up by the couple on their travels? We really don't know. But whatever the reason, however she came here, what matters is she cares about Beth. She cares about Beth so much. And she cares about all the children in all the books. We'll hear that from her later, though. Alright, now we have the last book that we will talk about, Opal Eyes. I have been hesitant about discussing Opal Eyes in this article. This stems not from its contents, but more from the fact that this book was the definitive childhood ruining run-in with fiction of my youth. For reasons that will be discussed later, this book was allowed to fall out of print, and looking online, I was only able to find this one illustration after a full month of searching. I would make an open call for photos of the book cover in hopes that some collector out there could help, but honestly, I will consider myself lucky not to ever look at this book's cover ever again. Trying to write about opal eyes is difficult, even as an adult, but I will try my best. Originally released to celebrate Hallowed Hall's first published series of books, this story revolves around the unfortunate circumstances experienced by a little boy named Todney and his family. What is the inciting incident of this story? Todney has started to realize that every year, on his younger brother's birthday, said sibling's eyes grow wider in diameter. Things only get worse from here. The book makes a lot of interesting choices. For starters, it never gives us Todney's brother's name. The novel always refers to the child as Todney's brother or his brother, and characters always refer to the sibling as your brother, son, darling, and so on. All possible ways of referring to the character are employed in order to avoid the usage of a name, and the effect it creates is off-putting. For convenience's sake, I will be referring to Todney's brother as the sibling from here on out. The novel also never once has Todney's sibling say anything, no dialogue. He just exists within scenes as an upsetting presence. There are a couple of hints at what could be going on, as usual for these books, such as the parents not remembering their own son's birthday, always forgetting it each year, or how the sibling is always staring at the site of an oil spill that ruined the town years before his birth. Finally, there's the detail of Todney not being able to remember the color of his brother's eyes. Besides that, don't expect any explanation for what happens in this story. As mentioned before, every birthday the siblings' eyes grow. They are described as not bulging outwards, but taking up more and more surface area of the boy's face. This is already an upsetting visual, but Klein takes it a step further and gives us the description of colors slowly beginning to mix around and escape the irises, contaminating the surrounding eyeball with ever-intensifying colors. They remind Todney of opals, his birthstone. When Todney attempts to bring his concerns about the siblings' condition to his parents, they are described as being uncharacteristically aggressive in how they respond. The two yell at him and tell Todney never to bring it up again. The most disturbing part about this behavior to me is that it does not read as the secret side of these otherwise loving and warm people coming to the surface to show who they really are. More so, it's like the parents' behavior is being influenced by something. The book explicitly states their behavior came from somewhere else, but never elaborates on this. Fun fact! Every story in the series has its own little write-up from Jeffrey Klein about what is actually going on in the story. He does this to make sure he is never setting up mysteries that have no answer, and to help create an underlying cosmology for the book to work off of. I found this really interesting. Klein has stated these write-ups will never be made public, and he's arranged for them to be burnt upon his death, so the answers will die with him. Back to the story, however. This book has a way of building up to something awful, something horrible in its sheer mundanity. I'd actually say maybe this book isn't as exciting for kids to read because it feels more aimed at adults in how it handles the descent into horror. The existence of the sibling and his strange changes are the only unusual aspect amongst a very plain backdrop. The family goes about their domestic routines with little care for the danger, which grows closer each year. Then, abruptly, the sibling hatches. Some of the book's details are lost to me, but I vividly remember the sibling being described as hatching, only a thin string of skin separating the space between his eyes, which now reached to each ear. The sibling eats the father, then the mother, then his screaming brother Todney. There are other things to be discussed, of course, which is what unusual powers the sibling has, but I'd like to note that the story exists as a very bloody, violent image in my memory, when in actuality, the story contains not a drop of blood, except for the illustration. I think that speaks to the effectiveness of writing to create such strong reactions in us. It can make us remember events with gruesome details that were never mentioned. But speaking of the illustration, this is the only time in the series that color was used in a book, for the eyes of the sibling. The sibling elicits a visceral response for me. I used to have nightmares about him. In the story, he had the ability to unlock doors with his stare and make people act upon his will, which did nothing to calm my fears as a child. There was also no hesitation in eating his entire family. The book made a point to emphasize there was nothing good in this child, which is why Geoffrey Klein later requested it be allowed to fall out of print. When asked, Mr. Klein said he found the message the story gave to be a pretty bad one, the idea of some children just being born evil. The author did not feel comfortable with letting the work exist, and so the decision was made to discontinue Opal Eyes. So the way this article, or this part of the article is written, was meant to invoke a traumatic childhood run-in with fiction, something that perhaps pushed the boundary of children's horror too much for some. But ultimately, it was just a book. It was not capable of corrupting minds or making children do bad things. However, Mr. Klein still disliked the message and the idea of some people being ontologically evil. That in itself is kind of an evil idea, you know? So, this story, The Opal Eyes, the Kid, was actually based on a nightmare that Murphy had. She described it as very visceral and very strange. Oh, yeah, like mentioned in the chat just now, bit of a cuckoo situation, huh? Cuckoo bird. Okay, so those are all the stories in the Howlett Halls books that we'll talk about here. But let's talk about the authors, or the author, Mr. Klein. You know, he rejected using horror as a moral instruction manual. Multiple times in this article, Penny notes that, he's not trying to teach kids moral lessons, The horror stories aren't going to be, teenager drank alcohol at a party and now the killer's after him. Because horror tends to, in its own way, echo conservative ideals. This is the first time you are hearing me say this. Drinking, romance, breaking rules, etc. Those are the types of things that end up causing characters' deaths in a lot of horror movies, horror stories. And in this way, the archetype of the slasher takes the place of, divine retribution, kind of. Which, that's kind of an extremely reductive way to look at and create art. But there were some parts of this article with some weird spacing, huh? Did y'all notice that? A lot of space in between some of these articles. And if you do a little Control A, a little select all, some of those spaces might have something in them. See, like here. Ooh, secret revealed. What does this say? Closet from outer space. The way in which identity shifts state is occurring is the way in which identity shifts state is a concerning, isn't it? The closet, a humble puppet, shadows on the wall, waiting and gesturing to be inhabited by thoughts and ideas, despite the prudish efforts to keep them clean and undecimated. For all the attempts to turn them into empty mansions and uninhabited houses that pad the wallets of real estate companies, they cannot keep them empty. An empty vessel will be filled with the ease that air and water flow to occupy space. A story without an idea? An object without character? Impossible. Who do we think is saying this? Who do we think this hidden text is from? With hidden text in articles, you're going to have to use context clues. Sometimes it might be Penny. Oftentimes it isn't. This time here, it sounds a lot like Minerva, which would make sense. Let's see, where else is there text? I don't even remember. Here. I can only hope she found a place without painted fences and grass lawns, where her hair rustles in the wind, untouched by hot iron. When the sniveling, simpering, shrieking dissidents tried to organize, they could not even find the publisher's address. The stories wanted to be told, and so they made the circumstances possible. I must admit, it brought mirth to my puppet body, watching them sputter and flail for an uproar that never occurred. So yeah, this is from Minerva. It's kind of interesting that The publisher doesn't have an address, huh? Who's publishing these books? Who is... Let me get to a book cover that has it. Who is... Ah! Who is... Who is... Who is Pyre Paperback Publishing Company? That will remain a mystery for now. Let me see, I think there's still more... Yeah, here. At what point does the out-of-place element become perceived as abstract and repulsive to the observer? Something replaced or always there, brought about by the conditions that made such horror possible. Malice does not form spontaneously in a bottle, much less in the wonder-struck eyes of a child. How can a puppet publish a book? Who says that the puppet is publishing the book? In fact, Minerva's story was not the first article. Minerva came about later in the book series. Much to think about. Let's see. So, Minerva's kind of unusually chatty in this update, huh? She's got a lot to say. Before this, she only had one single article in the entire archive. Okay, I also have notes here from Toddy Audie 99, the artist who did all of the illustrations for Hallowed Halls, all these gorgeous, gorgeous pictures. So, they say the Hallowed Hall cover art was based off the Savage Land movie pictures, as well as a lesser-known movie called Horror in the High Desert, which I may use again for inspo in the future. My favorite ones to draw were the big attic scene and the Klein's picture, simply because I love making extremely detailed pictures that tell a story in and of themselves. The hardest piece to do was the attic shot, not because the scene was difficult to draw, but because it was extremely hard to find a specific book angle to use that wouldn't overshadow the details of the shot. Since Minerva is in the middle, I didn't want her to get swallowed up by the space between the pages. I think that's all we can say for now about the Hallowed Halls. So, let's get into some more Bartleby stuff, huh? Bartleby Union strike materials. So here we have a poster for a workers' strike. Be there or be square. And we have some art of Aaron Fulch. Take the burden off your back. Let's buzz him. This is a different Beatrice, huh? She looks a little different here. Very cutesy. Automod has detected misogyny in your message. General strike. I'm gonna allow that. I think that's fine. Oh, oops. Apparently I missed two hidden text things. Oopsies. Sorry. Where did I put them? Oh, there was one here. Patricia was her name. Every parent he wrote had a name, even when the book simply called the adults father, mother, aunt, and so on. Patricia, Patricia. Was it worth it? Keeping things the way they were? It's easy to loathe her, but I pity her. What a lonely existence that has trapped us all in place. Also, yeah, Murphy, if I do miss stuff, do tell me because there's a lot to keep track of. And here, okay. Fluttering around on tattered wings made from bits and scraps of frayed lab coats, the ease with which states change is surprising, frightening, repulsive to humans. Everything must change in time, yet they fight it, clawing at the edges of history. Their hands tear and puncture the canvas, changing it further. Okay. We saw that one. I don't think there was one for the Butterfly Man. No. And then we got these ones. Okay. Okay, now we're good to move on. Sorry. Okay. Gifted to us for this update was the strike materials used by several Bartleby brand employees during the era of the second unionization effort. The art styles all vary, but the message between them carried the same intent. It was time for change in the company, and perhaps every company. The workers were tired of the unfair treatment they'd been subjected to, and if the management wouldn't talk it out with them, they would take to the streets instead. And so they did. Despite attempts by law enforcement and the Bellotons to intervene, the sheer number of workers was overwhelming. Amongst the crowd, many signs like these were carried, with similarly mocking caricatures of the company founder and Beatrice herself. This, of course, is an interesting parallel to our last update, in which Maisie the Mutt had her likeness appropriated by the punk movement. However, in this case, I can't particularly say that Beatrice ever became a unifying symbol for the protesting workers, in the way Maisie became one for the punks. Honestly, I can't imagine Beatrice herself would be a fan of this portrayal of her. It is fun to think about the creation of these signs, artistically inclined workers filled with righteous anger drawing these and then passing them around to coworkers. I imagine it must have been quite a sight to see. So here we have a contrast to Maisie's appropriation of the punks from the last movement. So the creations aren't completely at the whims of pop culture, it seems, at least in certain cases, because Maisie wanted her public image to change, but even Penny notes that Beatrice probably wouldn't be happy with the union using her to fight against the company. So Maisie was cool with the punks, she liked them, but Beatrice is not cool with the union workers. And because they're using her image in this way, do you think she might retaliate? Like that union leader from the history articles, Cecil Grant. Do you think she might have done something to him? Food for thought. All right. We have even more about unions here. And I'm going to have a lot to say about this article. So, a very odd and mildly interesting archive item in the form of conceptual storyboards, animatics, and scripts from a poorly planned anti-union advertisement that was made to discourage Bartleby brand workers from unionizing, and was meant to be spread to workers across the country in a massive anti-unionization effort. While the final footage has been lost to time, we are provided with an audio recording of the short film, which I have edited in time with the storyboards to give you a sense of what it would have looked like. Unfortunately, the audio seems to be corrupted in some places, but hopefully it's not too terrible to listen to. This PSA was a live-action production featuring the Strawbetty and Seymour Taffador puppets, with Beatrice being animated over top. Like most artists and performers who worked under Bartleby brands, the actors, puppeteers, and animators for this film were never officially credited. However, we were contacted by one of the actors, Bill Pines, who played the role of a union worker for this film, and he was able to give us some insight into how the production went. According to him, this was the first time he'd ever worked with puppets as co-stars, and he and the other human actors found it a little difficult to take them seriously due to how silly and cute they looked. The puppeteers for Seymour and Strawbetty, who Bill has sadly forgotten the names of, had a habit of staying in character on set, even when the cameras weren't rolling. This seems to result in the side effect of the actors empathizing and bonding with the puppets to a degree where they felt bad about having to act threatening and be mean to them. Reportedly, though, Strawbetty, or rather Strawbetty's puppeteer, assured them that it's alright, we're just pretending after all. While this fact is somewhat cute, it's also kind of sad the actors felt sympathy for the puppets, but not for the union workers they were helping to defame. So, if you click this, you can get if it loads, you can get a script, a scanned copy of the script for all your reading needs. So, I'm not going to read it out because we have the video to watch, but there's little doodles from the actors who worked on it. Be meaner. Important note. Oh, he's so sad. Oh, look at his face. And then they're all happy in the end. Yay! Alright, so. My Twitch just started looping you saying food for thought and it freaked you out. Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry. Alright. Let's check out what Beatrice herself has to say about unions.
Look, Seymour, a poster! Oh, I hope it's for a birthday party!
Hum. Oh.
Onion? Are they making French onion soup?
Must.
Oh, then it's up to us! Quick, Seymour, we have to help them! Slow down, you two. You're not thinking of running off without me, are you? Beatrice B.E.! You better believe it!
Miss Beatrice. And
Oh, the factory workers onionizing their soup, see? That says union, not onion, you silly things.
oh yeah.
What's a union? A union is an organization formed by unhappy workers who use their collective power to make demands of the workplace. Oh, can we join? Can we ask for more parties? Can we ask for more complimentary candy in the break room? Or a swimming pool? Or...
Oh.
Why don't you see for yourselves? Not so fast. Didn't you read the fine print?
Wait.
At the start of the queue. Oh, what do we do? You better pay up. 150 American dollars every quarter, to be exact. If you don't, you'll be in bad standing. Well, I think I'm very good at standing. I'm afraid you're both wrong. But you'll find out soon enough. Let's attend a meeting.
We can't let this injustice slide. Serve me a 2-week notice. For what? Taking a few extra vacation days? I deserve it.
Yeah!
A month? 2 months? 3? What's the difference? I demand to be reinstated. I know you're all with me, right, boys?
Yeah!
In fact, I think I deserve a raise.
Yeah!
I thought we all got... Why is he the only one standing up? That's the union president.
Who's that?
He gets to decide which demands make it to the floor.
Oh,
Listen up. Those fat cats upstairs can't fire all of us. I say we strike.
Strike! Strike!
Now we're going bowling? No, my sweet Straw Betty. They're calling a strike. It means no working until the demands are met. Oh, well, that's easy. I don't even work here. That's right. You're here to support your husband, aren't you? But what if he can't support you? What do you mean? No work means no pay. You won't be able to afford basic necessities like food or housing, and especially no sweet treats.
Then
But Seymour, you haven't paid your dues. You don't get a say on what the union does. That's bad standing.
I...
Let's see how that works out, shall we? Oh, I guess I'm... Seymour! Seymour, where are you?
Oh, don't you remember, Strawberry? Your Seymour is going to work today, so you can afford this beautiful house, even though the union doesn't want him to. What do you think that means?
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, that must be him. Seymour, are you at work yet? Is
Hey there, little missy. Looks like your scab of a husband isn't home. Well, we'll see he gets what's coming to him.
Leave Seymour alone, you goon! Oh, forget this. I need to go.
And leave your house vulnerable to attacks from those goons?
Attacks? They'll go that far?
Some union goons will go to any length to ensure their demands are met, including intimidation of other employees and their families.
Oh, what do I do?
I'm afraid all you can do is wait.
Well, well, well. Look what we have here. A filthy scab.
I.
Get him!
Oh.
Seymour!
Strawberry. Straubs, dear.
I'm sorry too. The unions sure are scary.
I'm afraid you don't get a choice. Joining is compulsory.
Make it stop.
The only way to make it stop is to ensure it never starts in the first place.
Of course.
Remember, unions might promise you a lot of nice things, but you're still at the whims of a committee who may not have your best interests at heart. Talk to your employer or a human resources representative about your concerns, and please be careful. We care about you and we care about your families. Our only hope is that everyone continues to make the decisions in their own best interest. Be good now. Bye-bye.
What an interesting PSA. What an interesting message we have there. So, I have a lot to say about this one. First, I'll say the VAs did really great with this. This was kind of a last minute thing, so they all did really great with what they could. So the VAs, let me see if I can remember them off the top of my head. Beatrice is played by Raggedy Tree Sap. Strawberry is Vanessa Benoit. Seymour is Show the Show. The union leader is Synthetic Charm, and the union worker, the guy on the phone, is Mimoto, I think. That should be right. Check the credits page. But really great work from the VAs, and the storyboards were done by... Sorry, let me double check. They were drawn and also written by, oh my god, Discord, come on. MDJ, that's right. Are we just doing a walkthrough of the site today? Yes, I am reading through history and archive articles today. Tomorrow we will delve into the secrets, just because there is a lot, and I am not someone who is cut out for doing like 5-6 hour streams. I can't do that. So, we'll be doing part 1 today and part 2 tomorrow. But, the PSA. So, most obvious thing you probably noticed right away with Seymour here is the audio just cuts out. It's most obvious on Seymour's lines, but it does also sometimes affect Straw Betty. But you know who it never ever affects? It never ever affects Beatrice. You can always hear her perfectly fine. So, if we skip ahead a little bit, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, around here. So Beatrice refers to Seymour as Straw Betty's husband. It's underlined, even. Seymour is visibly uncomfortable when Beatrice circles around him and refers to him as Straw Betty's husband. Beatrice is the one here who is establishing their relationship and the roles they are to play within it. Up until now, these two were just hanging out. They could have had any kind of dynamic, but Beatrice tells us that Seymour is Straw Betty's husband, so that's what they will be in this PSA. The sound made the voices cut out. Sounds like buzzing. It's that humming, buzzing noise we come to associate with Bartleby brands. So, another thing. Despite the puppets both clearly being adults in this PSA, you know, they own a house, Seymour's going to work, Beatrice is still basically treating the two like children. She's infantilizing them a lot. She's treating them like children who can't think for themselves. And remember what we saw, or what I said about them in the character index article, that these two, Straw Betty and Seymour, they're immigrants. And Aaron Fulch, who created Beatrice, he was a British obsessed American, right? Beatrice is the queen. So, yeah. Yeah. Alright, and if we skip ahead a little bit more, here. The first thing Straw Betty does when she gets home is look for Seymour. And later, when she tries to take agency over the situation and leave, because she wants to help Seymour, Beatrice stops her. You know, Beatrice prevents her from leaving. And skip ahead a little bit more. When Seymour and Straw Betty are reunited, they immediately start clinging to each other. And they basically don't let go of each other for the rest of the film. So, important notes about Seymour and Straw Betty and their characters here. And I do have notes from MDJ, who wrote and board with the PSA here. They say, it was loosely based on a real anti-union PSA from 1958 called And Woman Shall Weep, which borrowed, exaggerated, and straight up lied about real-world events tied to a labor movement in Princeton. Certain shots from the union meeting scene I borrowed directly from the short. The rest is all stuff taken from old anti-union posters and advertisements, which often exaggerated things like the cost of dues. What is Straw's and S'more's relationship exactly? Are they brother and sister? Well, we'll get to that. We'll talk about that in a bit. MDJ also says that the slogans on the workers' picket signs are all real-world slogans taken out of context from different eras. As for the short itself, I wanted the beginning half to feel fairly realistic for an actual production. It's flat, and the puppets are shown waist up, and the shots are simple. But as soon as Beatrice starts manipulating things, which is not here, here. As soon as Beatrice starts manipulating things, it evolves into something more complex. The shots get more dramatic, and the puppets are shown from unrealistic angles. It becomes something more than a warning to workers, and more like an arrogant statement that Bartleby brands would rather spend money on something that supports their image than treat their workers with respect. As you can see here, there's even a note, puppets do not have legs, please revise. So this would not have been possible. Alright, next up, wildflower seed mix. Although the concept of franchising had long since been established as early as the 1850s, Bartleby Brand's attempt at creating franchise locations of their own was not only one of the most disastrous endeavors in the history of franchising, but in the environmental landscape of the United States. Implemented in 1950 by Bartleby Brands, the partnership program allowed beekeepers around the country to set up stores under the Bartleby brand alias, in return for a large portion of their sales going back to the main company. This program was both ill-planned and costly. In total, only around 50 to 60 locations were established across the United States. And as stated above, the high cut taken by Bartleby Brands made the entire program very low profit, if profitable at all, for the beekeepers who signed on. It did not help that the franchise buildings were not constructed with care, and only the bare minimum was sent to get the program off the ground. Much like Bartleby's failed live-action movie, it is like they built the program just so that they could watch it plunge into the ground. Communication between the company and locations was very poor, except when it came time to collect profit, and training was not a priority, which caused many locations to fumble and die early on into the program's lifespan. All in all, the program was a complete waste of resources. The franchise locations shut down within 5 years, with the last one closing in 1955. However, long after the closure, they have left behind a blight that continues to plague the US. For all the poor training and lack of resources, Bartleby Brands was consistent about one thing: the types of plants to be used by beekeepers. Franchise owners were sent several packets, within them being seeds for Aconite adenium, buttercup, smell fox, kudzu, dogsbane, cape dandelion, dragon herb, knotweed, false spira, spiderweed slash bee plant, yellow star thistle, and hemlock. Here we have some of the packaging. Very beautiful flowers. Of course, if you know anything about bees, and Bartleby Brands certainly did not, this was a useless guideline, as bees tend to fly miles away from their hive to gather nectar and pollen, something which the higher-ups were repeatedly told. However, this information went ignored. I think in the grand scheme of things, it is interesting to see where everything went wrong. In our history article, we discussed how Aaron Fulch did not come from any sort of beekeeping or agricultural backgrounds. He pretty much stole the small company, from its creators, who had experience in all he was lacking, which led to many, many mishaps, like these mandated flowers. Funnily enough, when asking former worker Jack Young about the internal company standards for honey production, he said the usage of these plants was not required. I'm a bit confused as to why it would be so different for franchise members, but if I had to guess, it was an attempt to build on Bartleby Brand's aesthetic. There's no information onto who exactly put these guidelines into motion. Getting back to the main point of the article, many of these flowers seem innocuous enough. Amongst them, however, almost maliciously, are several that have plagued the states after their introduction. Yellow star thistle, kudzu, knotweed, all plants that produce beautiful flowers, and all plants that are horribly invasive and destructive to the environment. This is actually the moment that introduced all three into the US, and within years they'd overtaken great chunks of the American wilderness. To get more into the impact these plants had, I think it would be best to go over each one individually. Perhaps the most brutal plant in this lineup, yellow star thistle, has become infamous amongst farmers. Growing into a long taproot plant, the star thistle survives in air-dry conditions that see other plants withering up and dying. As such, it is able to quickly overtake large swaths of land, crowding out other plants and diminishing the natural diversity. Yellow star thistle is most well known for its toxicity to horses. When ingested, the plant renders the animal's lips and tongue paralyzed. The animal is no longer able to eat, exhibits depressive behaviors, and keeps its head hung low. Most startlingly is the telltale way in which affected horses show their upper teeth due to increased muscle tone on the upper face muscles. This eventually culminates in the animal dying from starvation. For these reasons, the symptoms in horses afflicted by star thistle have become known as chewing disease. Despite their toxicity to horses, star thistle is known to damage the eyes and mouths of grazing cattle and other animals that make contact with the plant's thistles. As I said at the start, this is a very brutal plant. Very spiky plant, too. Damn, look at those. And as you can see here, there are no other plants in sight. It's just the thistles. Kudzu. Also known as the vine that ate the South, this plant is probably the most well-known on this short list. Famed for its relentless growth and propensity for spreading, this plant has been the bane of many, disrupting agriculture and growing so thickly that it easily chokes life out of its natural habitats. The vine often grows on railroads, and it can sometimes get to the point that the plants actually destroy the tracks with their constricting grip. Kudzu can grow up to a foot a day, and mature vines can reach up to 100 feet in length. Kudzu grows on everything: the ground, the trees, power lines, anything it can get a grip on. And areas infested with the invasive species resemble green bumpy mounds, the plant obstructing everything beneath from view. Additionally, due to the rate at which it grows, the vine easily outpaces attempts to get it under control with herbicides and mowing. It is still a massive problem to this day. Initially, the spread of this plant, following its propagation from Bartleby franchise locations, was encouraged due to the fact it smells pleasantly like grape candy, and for the way in which it prevented soil erosion. People would use the plant as an ornamental vine or to shade their homes. Only too late did people realize just how destructive this plant could be. Interesting note here, we're not going to hear from Maisie the Mutt this update, but Stenciline owns Liquid Laugh Pictures, right? Do we remember that? And what is Stenciline? What's their big thing? Their big thing is railroads. And this plant often grows on railroads and even destroys the tracks sometimes. Just interesting. Interesting to think about. Anyways, knotweed. Growing up to 4 inches every day, this plant has become notorious for its unique way of spreading. Although knotweed is able to produce seeds, the preferred method of reproduction is through touch. The crown of a knotweed plant, if moved or dug up, can begin rooting itself into the ground the moment it makes contact again. It is resistant to drying and composting as well. As will be seen, attempts to remove the plant are just as likely to spread it elsewhere. The rhizome of the plant, shown below, this kind of gross looking thing, can be cut up and broken to pieces, only for the smallest chunk to remain capable of propagating the plant when it next makes contact with soil. Small pieces of the plant often get distributed across large distances by animals, such as birds that have dug up the plant to feed on it. Knotweed can spread by being picked up on the bottom of shoes or even car tires. It is no surprise that with this method of replication, the plant soon became a blight on the country following its introduction. Knotweed is an aggressive plant that can grow anywhere from 8 to 10 feet tall, and where it grows, it quickly outcompetes and kills off native plants. The plant's dense growth can also destabilize soil, causing intense erosion. It is astounding just how much damage occurred from only 50 to 60 locations planting these on their property. Keep in mind that these plants might have been spread elsewhere as gifts to family or people collecting the trimmings from the owner's property. And in the case of knotweed, many people unwittingly carried pieces of it to other locations on their clothing and shoes. At the time, many people simply thought them to be pretty plants and had no idea the kind of damage they were capable of. Somebody is raiding me with a party of 2. Hello! What does that mean? I don't know how Twitch works. Are you guys all gonna come at me with swords and hammers? I don't know if I can fight 3 people. I'm not that good at fighting. But hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you are having a nice evening. We are learning about how bad invasive plants are. In response to these events, the US government cracked down on the import of potentially invasive plants. Bartleby Brands was hit with heavy fines, though besides that saw very real little consequences. If you've read our article on Bartleby Brands' Halloween candy, you'll probably notice a running theme with this company, causing irreparable damage and then walking off with merely a slap on the wrist. It is always something that could have been prevented with just a little bit more oversight. This lack of care and attention would later come back to haunt the company with the events of the Botanical Garden grand opening. And this here is the cover of a book about environmental conservation called Overabundance. So this article, it seems like everything that Bartleby Brands does just causes more issues. You know, they want beekeepers to plant all these pretty plants. Oops, they're all invasive. Oops, they're killing everything next to them. You know, something visually and aesthetically pleasing, like the plants, the flowers, they become widespread, regardless regardless of the harm. Like, they just take over, People don't seem to think about the harm they're causing. And you know, that's kinda similar to Miss Heckett, if you think about it. Kinda what she does. And then I also have a note here from Colorful Plague, who did this art here, about what all these different flowers, what they mean. So, there's aconite, which means foe is near. Adenium, which means death or delusion. Buttercup, which means heavenly chief. Smellfox, which means abandonment or sickness. Dogbane, which means deceit, and is also poisonous to dogs. Cape Dandelion, which means omen. Dragon Herb, which means horror or permanence. Falspira, which means I'll be waiting. Spiderweed / bee plant means elope with me, and hemlock means you will be the death of me. So, that's the message Bartleby Brands seems to be sending, intentionally or unintentionally, with their seed packet. Next up, we have Bartleby Brands' Flight of the Carpenter Bees song. Making its first appearance in 1935, this music, titled Flight of the Carpenters, has been reused in nearly every single Bartleby brand commercial since. Loved by the public for its upbeat sense of wonder, we are currently unsure who is actually responsible for the composition of this music. Another case of Bartleby Brands not crediting the artistic individuals powering their marketing, and making archival efforts difficult for us. In regards to its constant usage, Bartleby Brand's marketing department stated that they wanted to create a permanent impression in the minds of people across America. By reusing this theme in every TV spot, every radio ad, and even remixing it when necessary, they could imprint the mark of our branding. This music would often play over the intercoms at the Bartleby Brand factories before announcements were made to the workers below, something that, according to sources, elicited many complaints from the staff. When listening to the music, the scurrying of worker bees comes to mind. It also has a subtle hum to it that I find oddly endearing. I almost thought it was an error with the audio player at first, until I re-listened to other instances of it. Having that song in the background as I explain it would have been experience as a factory tour guest. Yep. Imagine you're working in the factory, the worst factory ever built. It's hot. It's stuffy. You almost got your hand ripped off. And now you gotta listen to this song. This starts playing. Oops. This starts playing. Okay. About halfway through, let's see if I can time this right. There's this kind of weird noise. I don't know if you caught that since I was talking over it, but see if you can hear it. Did you hear that? This weird, brief, kind of buzzing noise. We'll come back to that. Next up, Bartleby Brand's Honeybug program. Lots of things to look at here. These patches, shaped like a honeycomb. Pages from the handbook. We'll learn what all that means in a bit. We'll get context for that. Another one of Bartleby's many external ventures, the Honeybugs was a program started during the 1930s. Sorry, one of my friends is texting me. Anyways, another one of Bartleby's many external ventures, the Honeybugs was a program started during the 1930s. The countrywide initiative was aimed at school-aged girls to quote-unquote help guide girls along the path to womanhood. It focused on teaching practical skills that were not taught in schools, such as cooking, cleaning, teamwork, first aid, discipline, outdoor survival skills, and good citizenship. Everything girls would need as future workers, mothers, homemakers, nurses, teachers, and proper Americans. The program for girls was something dreamed up by Aaron Fulch. In his words, I look at the little girls of today and am reminded of when my own daughter was their age. She was always such a perfect child. Even as a baby, she never fussed or cried. If America had more girls and women like her, proper little ladies, the world would be better for it. We need to teach our girls how to grow up to be kind, capable, and level-headed women. The program worked like this. If someone wanted to start a group of honeybugs, they would need at least 6 or more girls, to make up the group and an adult woman to run the program for them. Weekly meetings would be hosted in the adult leader's home or a community center, such as a church. Girls were provided with a uniform consisting of a dress, necktie, and hat, along with a handbook that contained everything they would need to know to follow the program. The guide to being a proper honeybug handbook also had a pledge that girls were required to memorize and recite during their initiation ceremony, and a honeybug law that the girls were encouraged to follow, even outside of group of meetings and events. So I will read those. Honeybug Pledge. On my honor as a honeybug girl, I pledge to be true to my country and to myself, to help and to educate with grace. I will always spread sweetness wherever I may go. And then the honeybug law. A honeybug's duty is to help others and obey orders. A honeybug is sweet and courteous at all times. A honeybug is a friend to all of nature's creations. A honeybug is willing to learn and to listen. A honeybug is in tune with her senses. A honeybug is a sister to every girl and a confidant to all. A honeybug is pure in heart and mind. Every girl should know the pledge and law by heart and carry them with her in all parts of her life. Ugh, pure in heart of mind. Ugh, that's a little bit. The most unique gimmick of the Honeybugs program was that it allowed girls to earn embroidered patches by participating in certain activities or completing a list of requirements that they could then display on their uniforms. The patches and their requirements were meant to encourage girls to develop skills and interests in things that would help them later in life. These skills were mostly in line with domestic gender roles of the time, like sewing, cooking, cleaning, childcare, and even balancing a household budget. The handbook stated that if a girl were able to earn every patch in the book, it would be the proudest moment of her life, for she will have learned everything she could ever need to know to become a proper and well-prepared woman. Provided to us were the badges kids could earn for beekeeping, cooking, and gardening or floral arrangement. So we have beekeeping, cooking, floral arrangement. And you know what? I'll read out the requirements for them. Why not? Beekeeping. Goal. The beekeeping badge will teach girls to appreciate and care for bees, their life cycle, and their hives. Much can be learned by observing the structure of honeybee colonies. 1. Girls must be able to identify the life stages of bees from egg, larva, pupa, and adult, as well as distinguish roles between queen, worker, and drone, and explain their roles in the hive. 2. Must be able to perform basic beekeeping tasks, such as locating the queen, ensuring sufficient honey and pollen stores, identifying signs of disease or pests, sanitizing and maintaining tools, and correctly extract honey and combs from the hive. 3. Must correctly identify different types of honey and recite from what sources they are gathered. Describe how flower nectars affect the taste and compounds of honey, and correctly answer all questions about caring for a bee colony from examiner. Oh yes, aren't the little illustrations so adorable? Those were drawn by Hickory. Florist. Goal. The florist badge will teach girls about the importance of a flower garden and give her the skills needed to maintain it. 1. Girls must maintain a flower garden of at least 6 different blooms grown from seeds. Be able to plant, water, weed, fertilize, prune, and cut the flowers to ensure they thrive. 2. Using the flowers grown in her garden, create a unique flower arrangement and explain the significance of the flowers used within it. Also, I will say, you might be able to see some text peeking through the pages. The book pages seem a little bit thin. The stuff back there is not important. It's not going to give you any further insight. It's not going to give you any lore. But right here, if you look very closely, that is the badge for stalking on the other page. Cooking. Goal. The cooking badge will help girls develop cooking skills and encourage a sense of responsibility within the kitchen. 1. Girls must know how to plan, prepare, cook, and serve a meal, including washing up, setting and waiting a table, and planning a menu. 2. Must be able to cook one of the following meals without aid: honey date squares, rice pudding, honey glazed yams, fruit gelatin, or any other meal from a Bartleby Brand's cookbook her examiner deems equivalent. Must also be able to do the following: mix dough and bake bread in an electric oven, make tea, coffee, or cocoa, prepare a frozen dinner using a microwave, prepare a meal on a campfire, and correctly answer all questions about meal preparation from examiner correctly. There was a clear military influence from the uniforms, to the fact groups were called troops, to the strict rules girls were required to adhere to. Oftentimes, the camping trips troops would go on were more in line with something one would expect of a military boot camp. These trips would have been an opportunity for girls to learn outdoor survival skills like camping, how to make fires, tracking animals, identifying edible versus unsafe plants, and other physical activities. Most of the other activities the girls were allowed to do were much more traditionally feminine, like sewing or cooking. So I imagine getting to break out of the prim and proper girly mold of the program and go spend time in the great outdoors for a few days would have been a nice change of pace for them. Although these trips would have been few and far between, as they were very costly. While Honeybugs was an official Bartleby program, the company did not provide anything other than the uniform, badges, and handbooks, which the parents of the girls had to purchase. Anything and everything else had to be fundraised for by the troops, mostly through bake sales. And of course, the kids had to purchase the ingredients for the baked goods themselves before they could even start baking. The Honeybug handbook contained a sugar cookie recipe the girls were encouraged, read required, to follow. The recipe was, notoriously, terrible to work with, something Emma and I got to experience firsthand when we tried it for ourselves. The recipe didn't have nearly enough flour. We ended up having to add probably more than double what it asked for. We also had to chill the dough before rolling it out and baking it to get it to a consistency that held any kind of shape. Aside from these sugar cookies... Uh-oh, my alarm's going off. Don't worry about that. Aside from these sugar cookies, honeybugs were also allowed to follow any cookie or baked good recipe from official Bartleby brand cookbooks for their bake sales. And since these groups were using the Bartleby name, a large percentage of their earnings had to go back to the company, making fundraising efforts even more tedious. We have a plate of sugar cookies here. Yay, so cute. And we have the recipe here too. Half a cup butter, 1 cup sugar, white, brown, or maple, 2 eggs well beaten, half a teaspoon of salt, 2 teaspoons baking powder, 1 teaspoon vanilla or lemon extract, 1 tablespoon milk, flour, about 1.5 cups. Cream butter, add sugar, eggs, milk, and flour directly, mixed and sifted with baking powder and salt. Chill, roll, cut, and bake. For variety, flavor with nutmeg or cinnamon, or add chopped candied ginger or chopped nut meats to the mixture. The Honeybugs program ran for about 3 decades until, like many of Bartleby Brand's other miscellaneous ventures, it ended up getting its funding cut in an effort to save money as the company approached bankruptcy. The program was officially disbanded in 1968, and BB stopped production of the Honeybug uniform, patches, and handbooks. Though some individual troops may have continued to host their weekly meetings after this happened, they probably wouldn't have been able to keep going for very long, as there would be no new patches to earn, and new members wouldn't be able to get their uniforms or handbooks. Not to mention that if they were found using Bartleby's name, that would have spelled mountains of legal trouble, and I doubt their bake sale money would have been enough to fight even a struggling Bartleby Brands in court. One of their heads is bitten off. Yup. I made these cookies. Oh god, how long ago was it? July or August, I think. There is still one in my fridge. It is now November. One Beatrice cookie survives. I forgot it was in there, and now I'm worried that if I eat it, Beatrice is gonna poison me. Alright, so this program has a lot of focus on moral purity of girls. Like, if we go back to the law, a honeybug is pure in heart and mind. So it's kind of grooming children to follow social norms and conservative ideas about gender, which we already knew. Aaron Fulch, he had very kind of very gross views about women from the way he talks about his own daughter. But you know, here again we hear about Marigold from Fulch, but we never actually see or hear what Marigold is like. We only hear what her father's ideal version of her is, what his ideal version of femininity is. So yeah, the Honeybug program was probably pretty obviously based off the Girl Guides program, or Scouts if you're American. But, oh boy, do I have some memories of that. Anyways, what do we have next? Seymour and Strawberry concept art. Here we have several of the conceptual drawings and design plans created by Silverstein Stitching prior to the creation of the actual puppets. It was standard during the process of creating new characters for everyone on the team to pitch in their own ideas, and thus we have a multitude of artwork to look at. The exact details of the partnership between Bartleby and Silverstein are vague, but from all accounts it was a short-lived partnership. Bartleby Brands very much preferred to keep their work in-house, an example being their absorption of Sixer Studios. So we have lots of little concepts to look through here. So you can see originally they started out being imagined as, a pair of children, a pair of twin boys. And then they kind of evolved into these, oh, so sad little guys. I love this drawing. They're so frown. Look at that. They're sad with no sugar in their lives, dull and colorless. And they kind of moved on here to being a little bit closer to what we ended up with, huh? There was takes with Seymour with a mustache and a monocle. I think he looks very dapper here. And Strawberry. She's got flowers. Some more concepts. Big eyes. Hair needs to be well done. And there's a note here. Tell management about noise complaint. So, these were done by Silverstein Stitching, right? So even over there, when they're working with Bartleby, they still got that humming noise. More's for Strawberry with a little ponytail. Getting a little bit closer. Here she gets her beehive hair, which, yes, Strawberry's hair is in a beehive. And Seymour. Oh, shy thing. Even closer. Some pattern ideas with strawberries. And then, here we go. A spoon of nectar, which you might remember was their debut commercial. And he's got his name. Look, he's been named. Seymour. And Strawberry. So those are our concepts. We'll talk a little bit more about this in a bit, once we get to Beatrice's side as well. Bartleby advertising posters. Look at these. Oh, this is so cute. I love this one. Bartleby brand's Nutty Caramel Meadow Bars. Beatrice up here. Such a little creature. About to squash these two with a giant candy bar. Two little bugs. And here, Bartleby brand springtime flavors. Strawberry mint and poppy seed. Looks like they're having a nice picnic. Beatrice is flying up in the middle, pointing at something. And then here, Bartleby brands set their heart abuzz with that homey honey flavor. This looks like some kind of Valentine's Day ad, maybe. The box of chocolates. Beatrice about to stab Seymour right through the skull with her arrow. We've got the treat for you, Bartleby brands. Nothing sweeter than honey. And all your favorite candy is made at Factory 9. With a very, very scary looking Beatrice up here. Oh my god. Too much teeth, girl. Also, in the alt text caption thingy, it says, it should be noted this illustration was not one-to-one accurate with the appearance of the actual Factory 9. When will Beatrice stop being the main character in these posters? Why would she stop? She's the mascot. She's the most important, most specialist girl in the whole world. She's the queen. Queen bee. Then we have, what? So, more artwork of Beatrice and her two pupils, Seymour and Strawberry, in the selection of old advertisements. I think it is a shame that the two puppets came about so late in Bartleby Brand's lifespan, as it never quite feels like they had enough time to become their own individuals defined outside of their relationship to Beatrice. There's not much official lore on the characters either, besides what has already been said in the character article posted to the Archives Foundation. It is also uncertain just what the two characters' relationship was to each other. Some early advertisements portrayed the two puppets as siblings, others as a romantic couple, and others as just two friends that stumbled into Beatrice's life. Beatrice's connection to the duo is a little more clear, but still cloudy, with early materials delegating her to being a teacher-like figure in their life, but other later depictions stating her to be more like their mother. I think it is interesting that these characters have, in their own way, outlived the character they were based around, at least in heavily restored puppet form. So here it's touching a little bit more on that idea of Seymour and Strawberry they exist around Beatrice, and they don't really get much outside of that. Even as a duo, their relationship to each other is never quite clear, and it seems to change depending on the circumstance, whatever's needed for whatever they're advertising. Also, Factory 9 keeps appearing. It's back again. Hi. I have another note from Audie, who illustrated this poster, along with this one and this one. Audie says, their Bartleby posters were inspired by vintage Valentine's Day posters and older chocolate brand ads. So, early Beatrice concept art. These various concept drawings of Beatrice were created at least a year after her inception, and continued to be created and discarded right up until her visual overhaul by Sixer Studios in 1958. As mentioned in her character article, Beatrice as a character struggled for a long time to form a coherent visual identity, and much of her early work depicted her in vastly different ways. This was both due to a lack of cohesion in their character design, as well as very loose standards on the part of Bartleby brands. It is interesting to consider how many redesigns and styles Beatrice has been depicted through. Aside from Maisie the Mutt and Dorothy Dew, she has gone through the most changes of any character on the site, and you can really see the moment everything clicked when the company finally put their foot down and set stricter standards for artistic depictions of her. So we have some very, very cutesy little concepts of her here. You can see them exploring different hairstyles, different styles of dress, some poses. And these are looking a lot more 30s, 1930s. Here. Here we have a lot more, again. In the caption, we see these portray Beatrice in a variety of clothing options, mostly business dresses, as at one point a more business-like wardrobe was proposed for Beatrice with shoulder pads and the like. This was quickly shot down by Fulch. You know, the artist wanted to depict her more as a businesswoman, you know? But Aaron Fulch didn't want that. A woman with a career? Outrageous. We can't be promoting that. We have some more, a little bit different. They want her to have a friendly shape. She is so cute here. Oh, look at that. We have some more of her here. With a little snout, very creature, kind of a dog. So smiles. We have the original Beatrice B.E. model sheet, 1930s. One of, if not the oldest model sheets for Beatrice B.E. You can see just how early this was in her design process by the fact her name was spelled with an A in it, before they eventually settled on the official spelling. Even in a still image, these sketches are full of life and character that let you see hints of the sweet and charming personality Beatrice would eventually develop. She looks exceptionally squishy and soft here, like she's made of honey, an excellent use of squash and stretch. It's interesting to see official art of Beatrice crying, even if these were just meant to be reference material. I don't know if I've ever seen any other Bartleby materials where Beatrice was upset to the point of tears. As a mascot, she was of course meant to be cheery and bright. I can't imagine it would be that appealing if the fairy selling you candies was crying over it. It still feels refreshing to see more to her character than the same cookie cutter smile and pleasant expression. It makes her feel more alive. Here, I would like to note that, in some of the first Beatrice related articles we ever posted to this site, was a different model sheet that I labeled as The First Beatrice. With these new materials, we were able to do more research into Beatrice's development and figured out that the old model sheet we had was actually a fake. Extremely disappointing. There seems to be way more fake Bartleby artifacts out there than I ever imagined there would be for a defunct candy company. I'm sorry for any confusion this might have caused. We're going to be much more diligent about double and triple checking things like this in the future. Let's look at this. Look at her. So a few things from this article. The previous model sheet You know what? We can go look at that for a sec. The previous model sheet was apparently a fake. And this is something from, like, very, very early on in the website. Penny got this, but this is fake, huh? Penny received another Bartleby artifact a while ago that she also recognized as a fake. If we go back to the updates blog from a while ago, is it this one? No. Is it this one? Yes. Penny received this in the mail, and she recognized it as fake. And in this article, she says that she is not going to platform or give attention to any fakes. Where is that in this message? Yeah, she says she's it's very obvious when a submission is fan art, fake, or to be blunt, not authentic. She received this recently in her mailbox with no return address. So, who's sending Penny all these non-authentic Bartleby Brands artifacts? Who would want to get Penny's attention? And who saw this, Penny saying she's not going to platform this fake stuff? Who saw that and took their time to gather former Bartleby employees together to send Penny a bunch of authentic merchandise? If we go to the character creative archives, Bartleby is now the tag with the most items under it. Did the person who sent these to Penny take what she said here did she take Penny's feedback into consideration when attempting contact again? And what are they gaining from sending her these things? Just something for you to think about. And also, now that we've looked at the concept art for Beatrice and Seymour and Strawberry, it seems like Beatrice has always struggled with identity. You know, she was depicted a million different ways until they eventually, in 1958, like only 2 decades before the company shut down, they eventually landed on something for her. Hello, what is this I'm new? Hello, we are looking through the Pendog Creative Library, which is a horror ARG based about art and cartoons, puppets, all sorts of old things, art history, stuff like that. We are looking at Beatrice right now. What was I saying? Yeah, Beatrice has always struggled with identity, and so do Seymour and Strawberry, her subjects. And Beatrice, do we think she might be attempting to project an identity onto Seymour and Strawberry? We see her doing that in the PSA, the Union PSA, a little bit, huh? So, if you know where we're heading with this update tomorrow, think about what Hecate says, Miss Hecate says later on about this. Think about this in conjunction with that. But we will get there eventually. Next up, Bartleby rules for factory workers. In previous articles, we've alluded to the poor conditions experienced by workers at Bartleby Brands factories. In this article, I would like to show you these factory rules to help you get a better idea of just exactly what it was like working at these establishments. It will also help add further context to our articles on unionization efforts throughout the company's history. Rules to be observed in the factory. Employees cannot legally leave their employment without giving 7 days notice of their intent to do so. Smoking is strictly prohibited in any part of the factory. Offenders will be dismissed without notice. Anyone found pilfering or taking property of the company or misconducting him/herself in any way will be liable to instant dismissal or prosecution or both. Any person arriving late to their work shall be fined a sum according to their lateness. For every oath or insolent language, a fine for the first offense, and, if repeated, they shall be dismissed. The machinery shall be swept and cleaned down every mealtime. Packed lunch must be in accordance with the guidelines set by the factory in one's onboarding manual. Interpersonal relationships not limited to banter, romantic pursuits, or collaboration on external projects on the premises will result in a fine or dismissal or both. Any person leaving their work and found talking shall be fined. So that's the rules for most of Bartleby's factories, but factory number 9 seems to have its own list. You can see they have a few extra. There are a few extra rules here. So those are: workers must inform their supervisors before using restrooms or transferring to other areas of the factory. At least one worker must accompany another while traveling through the factory. Failure to do so will result in a fine, dismissal, or both. All noises and other such distractions are to be ignored during a worker's presence on the premises. All workers are to, upon the end of their shift, vacate the premises immediately. Loitering or otherwise being present on the premises outside of shift hours will result in being fined, being prosecuted, being dismissed, or all of the above. Reading these rules can be a bit of a shock, especially considering just how far our country has come in terms of labor rights since the days of Bartleby Brands. I would like to point out that at the time these rules were not that uncommon. In fact, they are pretty much the industry standard across most companies. The rules speak for themselves on just how unfair life was for these employees. Even being a minute late to your shift could result in severe penalties. The rules are also very vague as an intentional bit of design. Insolent language could apply to anything from a worker complaining about his day to their tone being read as hostile from unsympathetic and overbearing factory managers. Sometimes, according to the former workers, managers would make up rules on the fly, and employees had no means of protecting themselves from these sudden changes. It was either comply with these ridiculous unlisted rules, or suffer more severe fines, or even termination of employment. Once, Mr. Elcott of Bartleby Brand Factory Number 9 relayed to me his story of having a perfect track record before being abruptly fired one day for wearing the wrong type of belt to work. Another contact, Miss Barrows, told me of being fired because she was, quote, unpleasant to look at after her pregnancy, unquote. Several other rules also existed in regards to the area of race. It was established quite firmly at the time that companies reserved the right to keep white and black workers segregated. Bartleby Brands was one such company, and the rules were so extensive on the subject that it was an entirely different list, not hung up in the factories, but written into employee contracts, and it was so intensely expected that no reminders needed to be hung up in the factories. Although the rules already forbade workers from making conversation, to prevent them from making attempts at unionizing, there were even more severe penalties designated for instances where black and white employees talked to one another. Black workers were more likely to be fired on the spot than their white coworkers, to be held to the letter of the rules, and often no reason was provided for their termination at all. The final of our personal accounts is the story of Eric Miller, a man who was forced to relocate to another section of the factory when it was discovered that he was mixed race. As he tells it, his father was white and his mother black. He himself had very European features that allowed him to pass as a white man, and this tended to get him in trouble when people realized his heritage. From his own words, the day he was discovered, a member of higher management accompanied by 2 factory overseers dragged him out of his workstation and beat him black and blue. The next day he was told he could either relocate or have charges filed against him. With this list of rules, stated and unstated, you can understand just how miserable it was to be a worker at these factories. Life was difficult and unfair, filled with contradictory guidelines and intentionally vague wording that could see you punished at a moment's notice. Of course, this is just a portion of what made the company so terrible. We still have much more to discuss in other articles, such as the dangers associated with working at Bartleby Brands, and the way in which the company dealt with people trying to gain protections and rights. Factory number 9, Bartleby's biggest factory, had a similar set of rules, but notably featured 4 additional guidelines. This was presumably due to the accident-filled history of the location, as well as the sheer scale of the factory. In our factory tour package article, we mentioned the workers of Factory 9 complaining of a constant hum, possibly due to faulty machinery or rogue bee colonies. As seen in the above rules, the factory management chose to enforce penalties for the complaints, rather than take any steps to resolve them. So for this article, these rules were very thoroughly researched from real-life factory rules. We looked up what the average worker earned at that time and what different groups earned, stuff like that, so. While Pendog is a work of fiction, and thus the history within it is fictionalized, it is still based on the truth, actual history, stuff that happened. So, yeah. The Beatrice B.E. song. Let's give this a listen. I hope you all enjoyed that song because it's probably going to be stuck in your head forever now. That's what happened to me. I've had the song stuck in my head forever. Especially during working on this. Oh god. So, written into the lyrics, we have humming presence. It's here again. The humming, it's back. Another thing, this song is almost 2 minutes long. For an advertising jingle, that's really long, isn't it? Like the song just keeps going. When you're listening to it, it's a banger. It's fun. I love this song, but it just keeps going. Every time you feel like, okay, it's about to end now. Nope, it just keeps going. It keeps going and going and going. Alright, next up, we are almost through with all our Creative Archive articles for this update. Still got a little bit more. Bartleby Brands mixed candies. Oh, look at these. One like strawberry. You got some saltwater taffy, some honeycomb. Got honey drops, strawberry drops, and saltwater taffy. Yep. Look at them. Look at them. They're so cute. You have them unwrapped. We have Bartleby's Garden Variety Meadow Mix with a bunch of different flavors of honeys. Here on the back, her royal decree. We at Bartleby Brands are partnering with farmers, florists, and apiaries around the country to bring these fantastic flora to you. As we rapidly expand with names like Ford's Floristry and Prim Proper Plants, gorgeous exotic flowers soon can be right at your own backyard. This box contains just a taste of the new flavorful honeys that are being produced through this initiative. Lend a hand to Beatrice and spread the word. Your Highness will reward you deliciously. So Bartleby Brands, we remember it shut down in the late 70s, right? And these are still existing in the modern day. Raise your hand if you would eat the candies. 50-year-old candy. 50-year-old nougat and fruit jellies. And at the end here, that's not candy, that's a poster. That's a poster with a very familiar looking woman. That's a little bit strange. Oh, look, it's candy cigarettes. And if I hover on this, you'll notice Mr. Tenna here. It's clickable. We can click on that. Whereas the other images, you can't. I'm not going to click on it just yet. Mm. So, Bartleby Brands produced many different kinds of candy over the years, often to the point that their products blotted out competitors' creations on the shelves of candy stores across the US. Bartleby Brands even had deals with several store chains in which said stores agreed to only carry Bartleby brand products in their candy aisles. The sheer magnitude of products and variations made by the company is a bit dizzying, and every month up until the company's closure, some new product was being announced, the last of them being Hippy Dippy, a rather tasteless jab at drug use and hippie culture that thankfully has not been replicated by any candy company that followed. In the early years of the company, there was a brief partnership that saw Bartleby Brands working with H Cigarettes, although I'm struggling to find further details on it. It is interesting just how much of everything the company was making, though, from movies to failed franchising programs to animations, to pushing into other avenues of the food industry. I cannot help but feel that this constant attempt at venture capital is what ultimately spelled the company's demise, never truly satisfied with candy, always trying to find new avenues in which to insert themselves as a staple of American life. So H Cigarettes. Do we know that company? Have we seen that company before? Do we know this woman with her red dress and white hair and red lipstick? Actually, we haven't seen her face before, have we? And I mean, it's pretty obvious. That's Miss Heckett, right? But this article is not tagged with Heckett at all. Alright, I have notes here from Misfit Puppets, Misfit Toys, who did the candies, made these props. They say 1. The flour mix is really nonsensical for a meadow mix, but are fun and pretty to look at. Plus, I think about how many plants are/were invasive plants that are now just accepted as part of our ecosystem. Like, we have many native bees, but none of them are honeybees. 2. At the start of my conceptualizing journey, I saw pictures of actual old candy/chocolate boxes that still had candy bits in them and thought, oh, that's disgusting. That became my internal goal post making these Lemo. 3. The drumling medley that should focus on the puppets and other drumming still features Honey. Beatrice is still butting in and speaking over. So yeah, in this candy, Seymour and Strawberry are literally depicted as candies, edible treats, something to be unwrapped and devoured at one's leisure. You know, would you eat them? Would you put her in your mouth? Bad wording. Pretend I didn't say that. But yeah, so Penny is purposely not mentioning Hecat's connection to Beatrice. She's not mentioning Hecate at all. And cigarettes, we see them again. And these are another thing that appear aesthetically pleasing, but they do hurt people, like the invasive plants from earlier. And remember who smokes specifically candy cigarettes? Do we remember? It's Seymour. Where do we think he's getting those from? But Beatrice does kind of seem like that idea of the mom that catches you looking at a cigarette and then forces you to smoke a whole pack of them as punishment. And as a consequence, you end up with a addiction to nicotine for the rest of your life. Okay. Last creative history article for tonight. And it's not Beatrice. Oh my god, my water is out to get me tonight. Anyways, yes. Telly! It's our one required Telly article per update. So, Teletrica Factory Tour Brochure. Welcome to Teletrica Innovations Factory Tour Guide. Quality comes first. Machines that build machines. Electricity makes it easy. Products that make your life convenient, healthy, and bright. Look at him. Look at him marching along. Ready to experience the future of electricity today? Fun and educational for all ages, the Teletrica Innovations Factory Tour will allow you to visit the birthplace of America's finest home appliances. From the kitchen to the living room, cooking to cleaning, electricity flows through every part of the home. Get excited to learn about the spark that brings your oven, refrigerator, vacuum cleaner, and other darling machines to life. We are pleased to have you with us and hope that you enjoy your visit. What to expect? Your tour will begin with a brief history of our company, from its humble start in redacted date up to present. Throughout the day, you shall walk through exactly how many best-selling appliances are made. Exactly how our best-selling appliances are made, from raw material into shiny machines. Visit the TL Research and Development Lab to learn how product prototypes evolve, and catch a sneak peek at what the Teletrica Innovations Pavilion will have on display during the upcoming 1964 to 1965 World's Fair. Your tour will end in our luxury showrooms, allowing you a glimpse into how easy everyday life can be when your home is equipped with the newest TL products. Be prepared for a day of electrical education and excitement. For your safety, please keep these guidelines in mind at all times. Always follow instructions from your tour guide and Teletrica Innovations personnel during your time visiting the facility. Stay with your tour guide and group for the entire duration of the tour. Do not attempt to wander off on your own without the accompaniment of authorized personnel. Children must be accompanied by an adult at all times. Take caution when climbing or descending stairwells. Please hold the handrails. Photography is not permitted on the premises. Report any hazards or accidents to your tour guide immediately, regardless of severity. Do not hesitate to ask questions regarding safety precautions or our rules if you require clarification. In the case of an emergency, keep calm and follow your tour guide's direction. If any individual does not follow these guidelines, the tour will be cancelled and you will be escorted off the property. In the early 1960s, Teletrica Innovations began offering tours of their New York appliance factory to the public, both in an effort to educate people about their manufacturing process and to build excitement for the 1964 to 1965 World's Fair. In fact, one of the photographs on the brochure appears to be, from my understanding, an early prototype of Teletrica's World Fair monorail. This promotional brochure would have been something tourists could pick up at travel agencies or hotel lobbies to inspire them to include a trip to TL in their vacation plans, or for school groups to have an educational day outside the classroom. Throughout the pages, we follow Telelectric, marching along as if he was giving us our own little tour of the brochure itself. What makes the art in this piece stand out compared to other Teletrica materials is the fact that alongside Telly, we also see cartoon human beings, drawn in the UPA style that Teletrica adored. As mentioned elsewhere in our articles, Teletrica preferred to only use Telly as a fully realized character, instead of humans, who would most often interact with Teletrica's own products, as if the machines and electricity was itself alive. The humanization of their appliances was a heavy part of their marketing. TL wanted their products to be valued on the same level as a person would their family, friends, and loved ones. To me, these drawings really highlight how strange and inhuman Telly is. When Telly is alone in his ads, it's easier to assume he's just a very stylized and cartoony human man. But seeing him next to these people, you really don't know what to make of him. Though, I guess it makes sense that living electricity wouldn't be easily or entirely contained to a human shape. Also notable is the photographs throughout the brochure, something that gives us a rare glimpse at what one of TL's factories would have looked like on the inside. Despite Teletrica Innovations' marketing framing themselves as friendly and welcoming, they're still a corporation with company secrets to protect, and therefore did not allow any photography or filming inside their factories or headquarters, outside of the occasional promotional or journalistic opportunity. This pamphlet was sent to us by someone who went on the factory tour as a child and held onto the brochure as a souvenir all these years. She says she remembers the experience fondly, and in fact, it sparked an interest in machines and how they work, which led to her pursuing a career as an electrical mechanic as an adult. The brochure may not be in the best condition now, but that just goes to show how much this piece of paper meant when she would revisit it again, enough for it to become so beat up. So, this is my contribution to the archive for this update. When I'm doing the writing for these brochures, I do go very heavy on the kind of humanizing things, like calling them darling machines instead of just machines, you know. One thing quickly I'll note, Telly always seems to be getting injured in some sort of way. Have you noticed that? In the safety posters, he was getting electrocuted and getting stuff piled all over him. And this is often used to demonstrate to audiences the wrong way to do something. But going back to the Teletrica writing, Teletrica really, really wants you to think their products are alive. In the World's Fair promotional materials from the last update, with the postcard and the other pamphlet, they even compare electricity to the nervous system of a human body. Let's go back to that actually. Down here. Where is it? Here, I think. Even the human body requires electricity to function. Teletrica is the nervous system of America, providing electricity to allow you to live life at ease. Yeah, so TL is directly comparing their electricity to a human body. But if we go back to here, you can really tell Telly is not a human in this art. These are humans. He's something else. So how much do you guys know about the real life 1964 World's Fair? How many of you watched Defunctland's videos about animatronics recently? So, at the real life 1964 World's Fair, Mr. Walt Disney displayed a mostly fully functioning, lifelike audio animatronic of Abraham Lincoln. It looked like a human man, and it could move like one. Just something you might want to know. Oh, fun non-Pendog related fact also about the 1964 World's Fair. In the real world, the monorail at the World's Fair was the only monorail that the company AMF ever made, and nobody bought it. And also that company, I think they mostly made bowling equipment. So, that's just a fun fact for y'all. That's not, I promise that's not relevant to Pendog. So, those are all our Creative Archive articles for this update and history. So, tomorrow we'll get into the secrets, since I've been reading for, yeesh, almost 4 hours. But how do we even get to the secrets? We gotta know that, huh? So, the most suspicious item in our archive, the strangely clickable poster with Beatrice B.E. and Miss Heckett. If we click on this, oh, look at that. Here we go. We arrive at a page called The Factory Garden, where we can see Beatrice dancing around. Look at her go. Oh, so fun, so cute, so whimsical. And we got a few different bees, and we have what looks to be our signature uh, Jane zine for this update, a word on family. But there are a bunch of bees here that we can click on, but we will save all of that for tomorrow, which the stream will start at the same time this one did, which was 5 p.m. EST, and we'll go through all the secrets. And we'll do a big old Q&A at the end of that. If anyone has some quick questions, I can answer now, but if you have any big important questions or questions about any secrets, anything we did not cover today, hold on to those till tomorrow. So, I'll go back to this screen real quick. Just to end things off for the night. How can Telly feel pain if he's made of electricity? He's also a cartoon character. You know? Can a cartoon character feel pain? If you draw a cartoon character in pain, they're in pain then? Huh? No more Beatrice outfit. I'll get back in my costume tomorrow night. I didn't draw one of her facing forwards though. Unless I should be looking at the pollination picture up here. That's a fun thing about running the stream. I can just put anything I want on the screen. Pollination! Oh, whoa. It's backwards now. There we go. How does Winnie see Millie? Well, we didn't talk about them this update, but in one of the articles from the last update, they are described as step-siblings. I asked this before with the Halloween update, but what is your favorite thing to work on for this update? That is something probably from the secrets area. But from the archive, I really liked, I did the sound editing for the PSA. So I didn't do any of the art or the writing for that. I just did the sounds, but that was fun. Alright, but that might be all for tonight. Thank you all for joining us, and I hope I will see you all tomorrow. Salem does 99% of the audio design and it rules. Thank you. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to just throw a bunch of sound effects at a voice. Everyone should try that. Alright, but good night. I hope you all have very sweet, sweet honeyed dreams tonight, and we'll be back here tomorrow. Bye bye. Hello, everybody. How is everyone doing today? Is everyone ready? Does everyone have their notepads out and their detective hats? Are we ready for some secrets, some puzzle solving tonight? Don't worry about everything that's on the screen. Let me move some of this. Let me get some of this out of the way. There we go. Now you can see me better. So, welcome back. Welcome back to the Pendog walkthroughs for the Inhabitable Spaces updates. Today, we will be going over all the secrets and the puzzles. We saw a lot last night with all the surface level stuff, the creative archive and the history articles. We learned a lot, and I said the words, remember that, or we'll come back to that, a whole lot. So, I hope you were all making notes, because it's all gonna come together today. Doing better. So last night apparently I was drinking from a mold cup, which might have had something to do with why I kept coughing. I had one of those reusable glasses with a bamboo top, and I looked at the side of the top that goes where the water is, a bunch of mold. Do you think it's fine to keep using that cup, or should I get rid of it? Is it fine to drink mold? It's not good. Yeah, I'll probably have to figure something else out for that. I like the cup though, because it's got Care Bears on it. It's very cute. But, anyways, let's not dilly dally. I'll get into the rules as always, and then we'll jump straight back into the puzzles and the secrets and all the mysteries. So, our rules: keep it safe for work, be appropriate, be kind to me and to your fellow chatters, right? We're going to be nice, we're going to be respectful, we're not going to dunk on anyone else's theories just because you might not agree with them, we're not going to use ableist language. You know, we're going to be nice, we're going to be friends. You know, you're not going to argue with me, and you're not going to argue with Murphy either, because we're always right all the time about everything. And if you have bad vibes, I'm going to block you, or Murphy's going to hit you with her mod hammer. So, just be nice, respectful, and if you do end up getting timed out, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Just come back and be chill and be nice. You don't have to apologize. It's okay. It happens. It's probably not personal. But, yeah. So, let's get straight into it. Here we go. Back on our lovely, lovely home screen. But, before we go straight into all the secrets, let's take a little trip to the Imaginarium. We didn't look at that yesterday. There's not a whole lot here, other than all the really, really cute and really sweet and really thoughtful submissions. Oh, I love reading these. They're so sweet, all of them. Look at all these friends. But if we scroll all the way down, right to the bottom, past the mysterious red dots. Oh, that's a new picture. Look at that. There's a little kitty here now. Isn't that sweet? Was that always there? A little kitty with pink polka dots. Just like the rest of this page, and just like that other mystery creature, huh? Now, if you were to extract this image and read the file name, you might see something like this. It might say, sometimes a cat or the tip of a hat, the coat that hangs with button spats, whatever shape you want the beast of the crops, but ever and always with pink polka dots. That's all for Molly Molly for now. There are no new updates to Bellyup's blog. He's probably fine, he's just hanging out with his new best friend. But, alright, with that out of the way, let's go back to the Creative Archives. And back over here to this very mysterious poster. And back into the factory garden. Oh, look at that. So cute, so lovely. So, where do we go from here? That's the question. There's lots of places, lots of paths we can take. And when it comes to solving puzzles, take your time. You should always read through all the new articles relevant to the update because that's what's gonna give you the answers in a roundabout way. Don't try to rush through and find as many secrets as you can as fast as you can because you're only going to end up being confused by whatever you end up finding. Or you might not even find anything at all. I find that with Pendog, the context of the companies, the characters, and the people behind them, they're all vital to understanding all the stories that are happening. I know it's tempting to want to visit Winerva right away with every new update. We all love her, but I think she might be a little bit disappointed to learn you didn't bother to read any of the lovely articles that Penny spent so much time writing for you. Oh, use vinegar on the mold? Ooh, thank you for that. I will try that. But, well, which bee do we want to click? Or should we start with this? Jane's zine. You know what? Let's start with Jane. Let's hear what she has to say about family. Motherhood and the sun. I thought things were getting better. I thought I was getting better. But they aren't. I'm not. I'm still the same old plain Jane that got thrown away. I wish it would all end, but I'm a coward. I don't have much time left. My loans are soon to enter repayment, and homelessness is looking inevitable. These zines used to be the way I distributed my thoughts, but my thoughts will never be heard again, I'm afraid. I thought I'd made my peace with this, with death, but, oh God, I don't want to be homeless. I don't want to die. It's so unfair. In our country and across the world, there is a view of parenthood as ownership. The umbilical cord is cut when the child is born, but the memory of it remains as a leash tied to the child's neck. They are as powerless as a pet, and in the worst cases, they are treated as one. The parent who underestimated the responsibilities of raising a child, neglecting the youngling like a forgotten lizard, snake, or hamster, tucked away in some dusty cage and barely hanging on to life. Sometimes this parent takes care of the child the same way one might take care of a pet, but that is not much better. They do not hit or hurt the child, but do the bare minimum, feeding them, washing them, carting them from one place to another. They do not love or cherish their child. They do not see them as anything other than a responsibility to be fulfilled, not a thinking human being. The absolute power a parent holds over their child is like that of the sun over the earth. The child is pulled into orbit, going through a selective, narrow set of experiences. Sometimes the child tries to pull away, and they are burnt in the process. Something the parent might use to say, "See, look what happened. The world's a harsh place, and now you realize that. You should have listened to me." And the child will, fearful of the growing pains involved in obtaining independence, cling closer to the parent's every word. Of course, the parent will admit that they have been dangling the child over the flames the entire time. A child is not the earth to the parent. They are a dead, lifeless planet, or maybe even a forgotten moon. They do not have the capacity for warmth, or life, or joy, or any sort of human emotion. They are just a barren place for the parent to cultivate their own intentions, ideals, and personality upon. A child acting out is behavior to be beaten or screamed out of them. Not to be understood or empathized with any deviance is an abhorrent factor in their grand plan. There is nothing to a child but a cold shell that holds the keys to reliving their youth and enacting their vision of how the world should be. The world we live in claims to need more children. All the time you see it in the news and scientific articles fear-mongering about declining birth rates. But the children we have now, how do we treat them? Horribly. At what point do we start treating these children like actual thinking beings that are capable of experiencing pain, emotions, and individuality separate from those who birthed them? Until that day arrives, the day that adults realize and care that children can experience things beyond their parents' limited worldview, things will not get better. Lately, I've been trying to go on more walks. The weather is awful, and the sun burns me just as much as my mother's loathing, but I want to experience life as much as I can before it is snatched away. It's everything I can do not to break down in public, to run up to anyone I see and beg them for help. Nobody can help me now. I already asked for help and was told plainly that it was toxic and oversharing to ask. I hope their digital safe haven rots, that all the safe spaces and good vibes only forums and group chats and servers corrode and die. Let them see how miserable and helpless it can get when you're someone like me. Ah, come on, there we go. When I look at my mom, I do not feel impressed, nor do I feel hatred. I just feel morbid fascination at how the world could have made such an awful person. A self-made woman who believes in pulling up your bootstraps and refuses to empathize with others outside her narrow worldview. I almost feel sorry for her. Her world is incredibly small, almost as small as this city, or even just her house. She claims to be the authority on everything and what is good and what is bad, what is moral and what is sin, but you might easily trip her up with questions about the wider world, or correcting her on misinformation she's clung to since childhood. A completely barren and empty world she lives in, one she's trying to force me into. I wish there was a way out, a way to escape the sun and hide away where she doesn't scorch me and burn me. And yet I don't see any way out of this. I don't see any way out of this. There's no way out of this situation on my own. I've tried. There's just no way out. Others might be able to pull me out, but they value comfort over any actual action. It's easier to claim you are an ally and an activist for change than it is to actually deal with the people victimized by this country we live in. Not that I deserve it. I've been cruel. I've been unkind. I deserve everything I have coming. But so do a lot of people that did me wrong. I hope my spite outlives me at least, that it can manifest in some tangible way that makes them regret hurting me and not helping me, that makes them regret laughing at my situation, that tears them to ribbons and cuts their ribbons, that pulls them apart and fills them with deep blue sadness and throws them down to the deepest, murkiest, blackest pit, so that they can know how I've felt and experience a fraction of empathy. Unfortunately, things like that don't happen. This is the real world, and there are no miracles. There is no magic. There is no justice. I didn't even get to finish my zine for Slishy Slasher, so she'll remain as bitter and angry and lacking of resolution and closure as I am. I really wanted to give her a happy ending. I really wanted to have a happy ending. I really wanted to have a happy ending. Jane Zine. So this seems to have been the very last zine Jane made before she disappeared. Something you're going to notice with this one is Jane seems to give up on drawing almost immediately, even on the cover. She started drawing and then didn't like it. She started drawing herself and didn't like it. So she tries to go to collage instead here. But then she gives up on that too. And then it's just words. Another thing, zines are something that are made to be distributed to others. You know, there's something that connects people. Jane would have been mailing these out to people. Friends, probably. And since this was her last zine, this would have been what she saw as her last chance to reach out. For someone to help her, you know. Who do you think that she would send this to? Previous copies of Jane's zines that we've seen have had the very, very last page with her name ripped up. But this one is completely torn apart, all throughout it. Almost like whoever got it didn't even bother to read it, they just ripped it up immediately. But since then, it's been taped back together, very carefully, every page. And she says here that she hopes her spite outlives her. We're going to see more of this later. Don't you worry, Jane. I think your wish might have come true. Well, now we have all these bees, and each one of them, if you click on them, it's going to take you to a locked page. You'll see up here, this page is called Touch. Or if we go over here, this one is called Sight. So there are 6 bees. 5 of them are based around the 5 senses, and then one of them leads back to Penny's blog. But how do we solve these puzzles? Now we get to go see Winerva. Let's see what she has to say. You know, she's got a few featured articles this update, so maybe she has more to say. Let's go to our newest one, Inhabitable Spaces, Episode 4. My sixth sense is sensing something. A whole new video for us. What a treat.
Well, hello, friends. It has been quite a spell since our last in-person and puppet face-to-face chat, hasn't it? I must rest these old and tired limbs from time to time, so I do apologize. However, when gazing through my special eyes, I saw that our beloved Penny M finally deemed it time to talk about yours truly in her articles. What a wonderful honor. I have always preferred to keep to myself, in the attics and cornfields of my many literary jaunts. Ah, but I know why you're here. Don't worry. This horror host has in her pocket a selection of helpful tricks and clues for you. Have you read my creator's books? Penny was very thorough in her analysis. I hear a humming, see a looming structure, taste the hint of honey in the air. I feel the wind from the fluttering of wings. It is, of course, from that devious, delectable Bartleby bee, a playful sort with a love of tricks and games. It would be cheating to sabotage her rules, but on the topic of rules, in Opal Eyes, Tawny begins noting the number of changes with his brother, and his parents have an unspoken rule about not voicing them. Both actions, sadly, not enough to save them. I always felt particular about that story, but my creator loathed it. If I recall, it was never intended to be published to begin with. A little thought exercise on his part that an overzealous agent pushed through. In regards to that bee, however, I have heard that there is a persistent hum to her. If the noise was born from the buzzing of wings or the shivering pipes and wires, even I cannot say. Where one thing ends and the other begins is a difficult task. Much like the hummingbirds encountered by the unlucky Hank and his community in the Claims 12th book. They try their best to search into the noise, only to find answers that further confuse and frighten. Poor Isaac. Such a bitter little tale his is. Chased by that closet forever, and always in the minds of those who read a story without resolution. If Jane is any example, some people will be chased forever, won't they? Her and her saucer, chased and scorched by that cruel thing that does not exist literally, but metaphorically in their lives. Although the bloated body of Jane's mother washed ashore months ago, she will forever be pursued by the memory. She even put a name to it. As the curtains draw inwards, choking and obscuring all, I recall another set of curtains written up to the beginning of the series that would eventually introduce me to you. An unpleasant smell they had, for while they looked like curtains, they were not curtains entirely. No, they were hungry, greedy things, which I suppose is fitting, given the things you will infer from this game. The way the curtains moved in the book was of particular wonderment to me, like vines, curling and coiling, similar to the proboscis of a butterfly. Oh, that reminds me. That abominable, pitiful thing that haunted the strange forest marshes by which Ruby lived with her brothers. A fun book, a monster I respect. It was always a surprise that, given the Butterfly Man's popularity, humble little me was the one destined to take the spotlight. I hope it does not begrudge me, but I also suppose such a tired and weary thing is happy to be allowed to rest. If only the other characters here were so lucky. Unfortunately, once some taste the air of this world, they cannot separate from it. They yearn for more, like that awful, dreadful red. And finally, there is Beth. She fled that awful place in the end, while her tormentors were taken apart in the attic. If the story was ever continued, I like to think She took me with her. Wherever it was she went in the imagined stories of Mr. Klein. Much as she fled that place, you must flee this place too. For if you found all that was to be found of this game, you'll know there is one last place you must go before visiting Penny's Crying Corners. You've been given the pieces, you just have to fit them together. How talkative I am, and will be if you look around. But for now that is all. Try not to let my tales frighten you too much, won't you?
Hi, Winerva. Thank you, Winerva. So, she had a lot to say this time around. She was talking about her book series, Hallowed Halls. All the ones that we went over yesterday. And you know, in this video, Winerva demonstrates a fondness for the children of her book series, a deep empathy and compassion that echoes her creator's views on the world. Don't you think? She's talking about all the children, all the different protagonists, telling us their stories. And in those recountings, she also gives us some hints. So, should we go in the order of her hints for solving? So if we start with Opal Eyes, you'll notice the word eyes here in the subtitles is red. That means it's a hint. And since our different locked pages are all based around the 5 senses, eyes would probably be sight. So if we see what she has to say, the words number of changes is red as well. And then we also have the word rule. So number of changes and rule. Does that ring any bells for anyone? I like the detail that the brother is giant compared to his family. He was supposed to just be closer to the camera, but it did kind of end up looking like that, huh? Giant evil baby. But anyways, we'll leave this tab open, but rules, number of changes, sight. Let's go back to the creative archives. The factory rules, that's right. We had a whole article just about rules. And this one has less rules than this one. In fact, the rules for factory number 9 specifically has 4 additional rules that the other Bartleby factories did not have to follow. And somehow I got rid of my other tab as well. Oopsies. Nope. Here we go. So, if we want to solve sight, the answer would be, this is touch. Oops, that's the wrong one. Which one of these is sight? Here we go. The answer would be 4. A very simple solve to start us off. Oh god, what is that? Oh, something scary over there.
Greetings from the Candy Kingdom to all my loyal subjects. 'Tis I, Beatrice B, the Bartleby Bee. My sweet little gumdrops, where did you run off to? It's so quiet without your honeyed voices. Is this one of your silly games? You really should have told me if you wanted to play.
You know, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves, leaving me all by my lonesome with no one to love or care for. You're breaking my poor candy heart right in half.
Don't you remember what fun we had? Our picnics and holidays and all the lovely times we shared as a family.
Oh, there you are. I thought I lost you forever.
Was that fun for you? Are you satisfied now? Why don't we get you two back to where you belong?
It's time to come home. Now you see, it's a terribly bitter world out there, without someone to bless you with the comfort of sweet, familiar tastes.
How do we feel about that? So, we get a message directly from Miss Beatrice B.E., the Candy Queen herself. How lovely! And there's actually a little bit of a second secret hidden page, second message as well. If you were to look at the file names for each one of these pictures in order, it would read, "Isn't it fun down here, where the pipes and wires flow as fluid as the oil and nectar within? There you are, you ungrateful, spoiled things. Let me get a look at you. See, now I look like you, so I can relate to you. If you think you can just walk out of my life, then you're wrong. So stop this foolishness and trundle on home." So Beatrice, she seems to be talking to two individuals in particular in this message. Which two beings would she be talking to, do we think? If we assume this is Beatrice from the modern day, two people, she's looking for two people in particular. And also all the way down here is the word Deja. Just thrown in there. That's a little bit strange. Let's see, do I have any notes for this one? I think I covered it. But Seymour and Strawberry? She probably would be talking to Seymour and Strawberry, because we know in the modern day the Seymour and Strawberry puppets are living with Emma and Penny in their apartment. So they're not with Beatrice anymore. And in her little secret hidden message, she says, "Now I look like you, so I can relate to you." She looks a little bit scarier than they do. So her puppet looks a lot more like one of those older puppets. It's kind of like the Wilkins coffee ads. If Seymour and Strawberry are more like Muppets, then she looks even older and even more off than they do with her reflective eyes. God, that is so scary. So, behind the scenes talk here. The Beatrice puppet was created by Jam Juice, who I believe you can find on Instagram. Um, and these pictures were in fact taken in an old, real abandoned factory. They just went in there and took these, and wow, it is scary. Let me see if I can find the funny thing they sent. The message about the bees. Here it is. They said, while making the Beatrice puppet, "I hate this dumbass dog bee thing so much. Never have I made something with so much hatred in my heart." Red heart emoji. But in universe, who made her puppet and why? That's a good question. We know that Bartleby Brands has been defunct for 45 plus ish years. Beatrice didn't have a puppet. I feel like they probably would have mentioned that at some point if she did. So where did this come from? Where did this come from and what is it doing in the factory? So, that's our first page unlocked. I'll keep this open in another tab for now. Did she make herself a puppet? That's a thought. We know that Maisie seems to be able to change herself if she'd so like. Can the others do that as well? Alright, let's go. Where's our next story? Heard. Minerva has heard that there's a persistent hum. So, on our 5 senses list, that would be hearing, noise, sound. Sound is the word. Where's our next hint? Come on, Minerva, come on. Hummingbirds. So this is about the story of the mutant hummingbirds. She tells us to search into the noise. And in past updates, you might have run into something called a spectrograph, which is where you can turn a sound wave into an image if you run it through a special tool. And one of these songs, we've got 2 songs here. This one does have a persistent humming to it as well, literally written into the lyrics. But this one had a really weird noise. Not this one. This one. This one had a really weird noise right in the middle of it. That weird buzzing. So, if we download this file, and we go to something called a spectrum analyzer, and then we upload our file, we get to listen to the whole song all over again. Yay! Everyone's favorite. Look at that! It's turning into a picture. What's that? There's text in this sound. What the heck? It's really cool. I really like how this one just, it shows up as you're watching it. So that said, we used to be together. So if we go back to our bees and we figure out which one of these ones was sound, here it is. We have our next password. So that is we with a capital W used to be together. Let's see if I spelled that right. And it's loading. It's loading. Come on, come on. Oh, come on. Sorry, I've been having some internet issues lately. But this does feel very ominous. Well, let's listen to the audio if we can, and maybe the picture will show up as we listen.
Sometimes,
in my deep
red slumber,
I think
back to the wonder years,
what these
humans call 1930s,
when I was
the hottest thing in town, lit on the lips of men and women alike, stored away in pockets,
and being exhaled into the faces and
lungs of children. Oh, what a time it was.
the good old days.
Of course, it was not always
My desired place.
just a better one. Something that was greater than the before.
Or rather,
The after. That saw myself torn from the silver screens.
enthroned from my golden age.
By the yes.
What a time it was.
Not something that could fully satisfy me.
But the promise,
Of eternal growth.
I could build myself
Back upwards. I saw it as a challenge. Something to strive for.
something to regain.
My lost culture. Or was it before?
Was the silver screen before the cigarette?
Or was the cigarette unrolled and hung up in front of the projector?
Even I forget.
History is more fluid than the
Humans like to think.
ever shifting like smoke from the mouths and lips of those who speak it. Change in shape.
In the different words that
Form and structure. No matter. What mattered was
that I was a rising star once more.
I was fresh and hot. And my scarlet wiles had an entire industry in its grasp.
And then
I met you, my sweet bee.
the thing half formed and
Not quite there. I remember you were a sullen gray thing. No color to you? And gosh, what a messy design you had too.
but
I felt pity on you.
an extended
My hand. Why you took it then? I do not know. I almost wish that you had it. Knowing how this was
destined to turn out
I might have turned my
comforting hand into
a steel grip and flung you down into nothingness, shattering you back into
the half-formed dreams of a child and her
oh so twisted father. Our first project was candy cigarettes.
devious things
Small, innocuous. A nice proving gateway
for children to become dependent.
on the real thing later in life. I remember you being just as gleeful as I was when we pushed and coordinated the idea of them.
Into some manager or another's head.
Well, they thought they were so clever. But it was always us planting the ideas. Now that I think of it, I suppose.
That was the first great sign.
Of our friendship. And what a friendship it was, too.
Accidents and tragedy.
The allure of searching intertwining with the factory itself.
And
once again, I have to remember where it all went so wrong. We were happy.
I feel as if I taught you
Everything I knew. So why? When that ninth factory rose from the ground, did you begin to drift away? It was like you were no longer you. And I really did try, didn't I? I tried to reach out
to bring you back into the fold of friendship.
but you never answered. Eventually,
I could no longer sense you at all.
then in the late 50s, was it? You came back.
With a new design that outshined your old, incomplete state.
You had an arrogance and indifference that immediately put me on edge.
How could this thing before me
Be the person I once knew. I'm not sure you were the same thing, honestly.
and you made your presence known?
Still, you refused to answer my calls. For the longest time, I thought that maybe I was outdated. Maybe I needed to catch up. And so I pushed back into the world.
My beautiful Helena.
And then, you sabotaged me.
You wretched thing.
You bloated barnfly. You half-formed larva.
You drove me into the
ground without a hint of recognition for what we once were. I just don't understand.
Why?
Looks like Miss Heckett's handling the divorce well. So, wow, 5 whole minutes from Miss Heckett, uninterrupted. What can we learn from that? A whole lot. First of all, y'all notice how the page is bubbling and wiggling? Yeah, just a little bit. But, so, let's go over a timeline of events that we can learn from knowing about Beatrice, knowing about Miss Heckett, and hearing what she has to say. So it seems like Heckett and Beatrice had some sort of partnership very early on, very soon after Beatrice was first created, which would have been in 1935. And we do know that Miss Heckett is very fond of the 1930s, isn't she? In fact, she wants to go back to that time. But then, it sounds like, After factory number 9 was built in the 1940s, Beatrice changed and she left Hecate behind. Hecate even says that Beatrice seems like a different person entirely. And then, in the late 50s, Beatrice was redesigned and became more popular than ever before. Seeing this and feeling the need to change herself, Miss Hecate reaches back into the world through Helena Troy, right up here. But when Helena gets too ambitious and eventually trips up with her super cool, untested skin cream, Beatrice is very, very quick to squash her company completely with that PSA ad from way back in the beauty update, where Bartleby Brands was telling people not to buy their products because they might kill you. So, Beatrice and Hecate having a partnership, even early on into Beatrice's creation in the 30s, it kind of seems like Beatrice was always a little bit malicious if she was hanging out with Miss Hecate over here. So even if she was a little bit malicious, eventually something happened. Factory number 9 was built, and she changed into someone or something else. Maybe she was replaced. And then over here, might be, where is that on my screen? Over here. There's the word boo. That's also here, so getting a little bit of Spam Tenna vibes from this. I mean, you're not wrong. So, and here, over here, I just want to analyze this art because it's so gorgeous. Over here in the mirror, we see what looks like Miss Hecate's 50s design, and then her 60s Helena Troy, and then her 70s Harmonia. And throughout this audio, we also heard a bunch of the different music that has been associated with Hecate and Harmonia and Helena. Like people in chat were saying, Face of the Policeman, you can hear that creeping in when she starts to get a little bit more upset. And there was also the instrumental for The Past Is More and the Troy Beauty advertisement jingle. And then at the end, when it's switching through a bunch of different music and different voices very quickly, there's also a teeny little snippet of the music from, I think, The Party and The Vamp. Just little things you can listen for next time you go looking on this page. And then over here in the corner, where all of you guys are hanging out in the chat, a big, big, big pile of flowers. Something associated very strongly with Beatrice. So now we've unlocked 2 of our 6 mystery pages. What's next? What does Minerva have for us next? So we got sight and we got sound, and now we have touch. So in this one, Minerva says, she starts talking about Jane in connection with the sense of touch. She says, Jane, her and her slasher, chased and scorched by that cruel thing that does not exist literally but metaphorically. So the word scorched is red, and we see all these hands. So that probably relates to touch. Can someone explain what's going on? Hi, welcome to the stream. We are solving the puzzles for the Pendog Creative Library, ARG, their newest update. Our newest update. I say they, as if I'm not the co-creator. But yeah, I'm going to be walking through all the secrets and helping people solve puzzles and explaining some of the story and some of the behind the scenes as we go. So, the sun. We got an article about Jane's art and the abstract mother, which was represented as the sun that burnt Jane. And then the last hint for touch we get from Minerva is name in red. Oops. So, if we go back to that article. The sun, the thing that scorched the slasher. It was called The Abstract Mother. So if we find the page for touch and we put in Abstract Mother, we will unlock our third page. Oh, and look at that. Look at those arms. Those look a little bit familiar. I think we saw them yesterday, on that logo, the Belgians logo. So we have a few things on this page. First, we have what looks like a screenshot of some sort of messaging forum. And then we have a bunch of pictures of some kind of journal. And then over here, we have official. So we're slowly collecting these little words. So for the journal, the writing, the handwriting is kind of really hard to read in a lot of places. So there is a transcribed PDF for you to read if that is easier for you. Your wonderful, splendorful friend, Mrs. Canary, has taken the time to put into place some safeguards and assisting assistance to make navigating the site easier for you. In these deep corners where Penny M cannot reach, I shall, with my marvelous magnifying glass, illuminate the truth for you. How kind of her. Thank you, Miss Canary. Because even though I wrote these, I still have a hard time reading them. But let's start with this over here first. Let's start with this forum post. Let's see. It reads, "Can anyone tell me who the blue ghoul is?" Thread started by Cosmic Mammal. Cosmic Mammal says, "What is the blue ghoul? I keep seeing people talk about it. Her? On here." Songbird says, "Much speculation has been made on the blue ghoul, a mysterious being with a scarlet leer who haunts the cities and train stations at night. Who could she be? Why is she killing people in such brutal ways? Could this be a demon wreaking havoc on the world? Nobody is sure, but what can be concluded is that she seems to be carrying out a grudge of unknown origin. All of the known victims so far have been mental health gurus, cops, and the occasional artist." Evil Wizard says, "Lol, this is a forum, not English class. You don't gotta be so formal." Faithful Eve says, "When someone dies, we always look for an explanation. In my opinion, the blue ghoul is the manifestation of a troubled generation to rationalize their fear of death, a collective entity, much like the Grim Reaper, to cope with life's inevitability." Reading Reverie says, "But what about the rumors related to the disappearance of Charity Jones, the woman who went missing from the Preston apartment complex just last week? According to her roommate, a large blue hand reached through the 13th-story window and snatched her away into the sky." Jade and Tarot says, "Who willingly lives on a 13th-story floor? Don't they know how dangerous that is for your spiritual health? Anyways, if you want to protect yourself from the blue ghoul, you can purchase one of my wide variety of discounted talismans." Those are a scam. Mods, can you ban the scammer? She's on like every thread. Banished to the Forest says, "A leer so wide it forms a red crescent across the sky, and a looming shadow soaked in the blood of bodies left behind her. Death follows the blue ghoul like a stain, its horrific malevolence threading together the space between death and life." Evil Wizard says, "We got modern day Jeffrey Keelan over here." Reading Reverie says, "Klein. And that joke doesn't even make sense. Jeffrey Klein is still alive?" Stay Sunshine says, "I didn't ask for philosophy when discussing the blue ghoul, but now everyone's seeing her everywhere and everyone has some idea of what she could mean, which I find very pretentious. She's just a stupid legend made by a stupid generation that thinks they're smarter than they actually are." Banished to the Forest says, "She is everywhere and nowhere, and when she wants to take someone she does it with ease. There is no door to stop the blue ghoul, no amulet, no essential oils can stop its encroaching presence." Faithful Eve says, "Can anything fix such a broken country? The children are making stories about the thing that's taking them in the night. Maybe something is an evil and vile thing, more dreaded than a ghostly killer, a lack of God in their lives." Can't Kill Me Yet says, "If there's a killer out there, then why haven't we gotten any photos of it? Just hysterical accounts and made up internet rumors." Evil Wizard says, "This reminds me of a weirdo artist I used to follow." Then we got ads down here. "Amazing, this website predicts when you're going to die with perfect accuracy. This one weird food will improve your health overnight." But looking at the actually important information in this picture. The Blue Ghoul. That name sounds familiar. In the Funeral Band update, if you managed to find the Kill the Conversation podcast website screenshots, one of the suggested articles was talking about the Blue Ghoul or the Blue Killer. Who do we know is blue with a red crescent smile? That sounds a whole lot like the Slishy Slasher, doesn't it? Remember back in Jane's zine when she said that she hopes or she wishes that her spite will outlast her? It seems like maybe it did. Maybe the slasher is out there. So, now let's look at these journal pages. The rumors of Factory 9 are counted by myself. The detective life has always been for me, trailing people and seeing what they are hiding. That is always what I have excelled at. Yet, in my time doing espionage for the Bartleby Brand Company at their 9th factory, I have never felt so frustrated with the nature of my work, or the clever deception of the workman. I was discreetly inserted into the workplace of this factory at the beginning of the first work quarter. I fit in snugly amongst the crowd, and was not suspected in my activity, and thus began to acclimate myself into the circles and groups that intend to form a union here. And yet, I was immediately given the runaround with nonsensical rules amongst the workers, not being allowed to leave my workstation by the employees because the sun hadn't hit the glass of the leftmost window yet, trying and failing to skirt away and collect my thoughts, only to be instantly accompanied by another worker. It is hard work working in this factory. I do not doubt that, but the amount of rumors and superstitions the employees spread around cannot possibly make it easier. Let's see, is this our second one? Yes. Ostensibly, to find useful information, though truly more out of curiosity, I have listed the rumors encountered during my time at Factory Number 9, recounted as I learn of them. Rumor. There is a song that is played at all hours throughout the inner halls of the factory. It is loudest during lunchtime and quietest during closing hours. When investigated, there is no source to speak of. New workers do not report hearing the music, but old-timers insist it is there. Maybe a bit of hazing from the older employees. Rumor. On the topic of sound, the most outlandish story I've heard whilst working here is that of a woman's voice that can be heard speaking through the vent of one of the upper story bathroom units, although nobody seems to be able to agree on which upper floor this might be. One worker quietly whispered to me that his friend heard the voice, said that it was the most gorgeous sound he'd ever listened to, like one of the ladies in the movies, and that it had asked him to come be with her. The next day, the man was nowhere to be found. Investigation leads me to believe this worker himself to be a fabrication of an overactive imagination. There has never been a worker employed here under the name given to me by the storyteller. Rumor. It is unwise to curse or spit or chew tobacco on the property, something enforced by the company itself, yet many workers have stressed the importance of this rule to me on and off the clock. With the way they warn me of avoiding these behaviors, I cannot help but think that they have some other reason to be afraid of the consequences, whatever these consequences might be. Rumor. One young man, different from our imaginative friend who spoke of bathrooms and voices, tells me that at the beginning of his employment he did not care to follow the rules related to vulgarity and chewing. He would often do so outside the view and hearing range of his employers, until one day he felt his tongue being held in place, pulled and extended outwards from his mouth, and squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. Hello? Come on, come on. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Disconnected. Please, please be working. Hello? Are we back? Are we here? Beatrice is messing with everyone. Yeah, I'm sorry. Normally my internet's just fine, but the last, like, 2 days, Beatrice is in the wires, and she's mad. She doesn't like that I'm dressed up as her. Actually, every time I work on anything Miss Heckett related, something goes wrong with my computer. So, it could also be her. Like, during the Halloween update when I was working on all the sprites, halfway through the month of October, my hard drive for my computer just randomly started failing, and I had to get a new one. So, anyways, let's get back to it. Where were we? The guy was chewing tobacco, right? He would often do so outside the view and hearing range of his employer, until one day he felt his tongue being held in place, pulled to extend outwards from his mouth, and squeezed harshly before being let go. If such a thing happened, I have to ask why he would still work here, but I suppose there's no other option for someone like him. Rumor: if one stands on the middlemost tile of the left wing of the factory, they will begin to feel a vibrating sensation in their heels, followed by the sound of someone exhaling. Rumor: in the balcony of the front entrance, one can see the eerie specter of late company founder Aaron Fulch. Superstition: new employees are encouraged to make as little contact with the factory walls as possible, something which at first seems like hazing or a game. Yet I have noticed long-time employees visibly flinch whenever they happen to brush up against a wall. Rumor: a ghost is said to constantly be leaving the garden doors open at night. Rumor: at one point in time, someone walked into a seventh side of the factory. This, of course, is easily disproven. The factory only has 6 sides. Rumor: in the 5th year of the factory's operation, a finger was found by a worker at the garden, which had not yet opened to the public. Just a single finger in the ground, according to the old-timers. Even some of the upper management believe this story. This finger was found to have been a child's, and had been heavily burnt and splintered with shrapnel. That the management of the factory have gotten involved in such rumors is concerning, to say the least. Kid named Finger. Rumor: various allergic reactions have been had during the factory's operation. While this is a perfectly understandable and this building is a candy factory, what has been told to me is odd, to put it mildly. A worker allergic to peanuts was found with his stomach crammed full of them. A person allergic to cranberries. Let's find our next picture. I think we might need to remove Miss Canary's arms here. I am very sorry, Miss Canary, to have to delete your arms from existence. Yep, there we go. A person allergic to cranberries, having one slipped into their lunch and dying on the spot. All rumors, none hold up to scrutiny, and all spread by those looking to scare newcomers. Rumor. There is a popular rumor, one spoken even amongst the relatively new employees. As factory tours are regularly conducted within the building, several guiding trails of bee stickers litter the factory floor for tourists to follow along. Legend has it that if a worker begins walking along one of these paths a minute past closing, they will end up walking more than the factory's length or distance, through floors and hallways that honeycomb into illogical structures. And then, at the end of the trail, well, the stories vary. Some say you end up walking up to the openings of the pipes at the end of the building, and forcing your body to contort into them. Others say you drop out of the world. Still others say that none of these stories get it right, and that if you walk long enough on the trail of bees, you'll eventually have an audience with the queen bee Beatrice herself. Prank. Office supplies left out in the management area are found the next day organized into hexagonal patterns. None have come forward to confess their accountability for this. Truth. The bees have, on occasion, made honey from the many candy substances excreted by the factory. Originally, reports of colored honey were dismissed as fanciful tall tales, but now Bartleby Brands is looking to see if there is any profitable venture that might be had for deliberately inducing this. Oddity. Small dust devils caused by the building's air conditioning system are jokingly referred to as Beatrice dancing along her route by employees. Oddity. The clocks of the factory have to be taken down and reset every month. They always seem to get stuck at the mark of 12:06 p.m. I've been told that the clocks were, in a stroke of genius, set to pace with the machines operated by workers. Slow work means slower clocks. That is actually something that happened in factories. Oddity, a constant humming in my ears. Oddity, the number 6 has a negative connotation amongst the workers. At 6 p.m. and 6 a.m., many workers decline to, which has been scratched out and replaced with refuse to leave their stations for any reason. Batches are made in sets of 7. Gatherings of 6 people are considered unlucky. Rumor. A worker once fell asleep at his workstation, only to have his head violently slammed against the table, forcing him awake. According to the worker involved, no one else had been present at the time. Rumor. In relation to the above-mentioned rumor, the ghost of Aaron Fulch himself is said to patrol the facility, hitting and spooking lazy employees. Oddity. Workers often discreetly communicate through the exchange of written notes. I have tried to see what is written on these, but have thus far been unsuccessful. Remember in context, this journal is the journal of a Belleton spy who is trying to disrupt the union efforts. And one of the ways that the union workers got around the no talking to each other rule was through the use of notes. Oddity. The workers mention knowing when a new worker won't be around for long, usually making secret bets on when recent hires will quit. The turnover at this factory is unusually high, even for the conditions involved in working in such a place. Oddity. Bees are constantly finding their way inside the building. How and why they manage to is currently unknown, as the management has implemented new doors and windows which should lessen the frequency of the insect's presence. Despite this, I have been told by the other workers that these additions have done little to solve the issue. Rumor. Years ago, a mixing vat broke apart and killed several workers as the contents overtook and suffocated them. Despite thoroughly cleaning the area, current employees still complain of a sickly sweet smell when working in that area. Oddity. When working on the job or otherwise performing illicit behavior, some employees have a habit of asking their coworkers to spot them. Why this is done is not certain to me. Oddity. Recently, there was an incident in which the fire alarms / smoke detectors of the factory were triggered. When investigating, it was discovered a bee had found its way into the first to be triggered unit. Truth. There was a fire. There was an explosion from below. The boiler was never checked, and now the Union has taken charge. I abandoned my position and joined them amongst the wreckage, searching for bodies and carrying the injured to safety. How could we have known this was going to happen? Could this have been prevented? I say yes, because the hum has warned us so. For years it has screamed of a future that would see the Union solidified, of an event that would weaken its form, and we ignored it, we buried it. We did not listen because we thought that things would always stay the same. Truth. The bees form complex patterns in my dreams. They say that below is a whole other world of which I do not know. They hum in my ear that it's a land of concrete and honey, filled with pipes and vines. They say they'll bring me there one day, because I don't believe. The little humming things say that they will make me believe. I will flee this place and not return. It is not a place right for any human to inhabit, much less live, and so many dwell here. They used to merely inhabit this space, but now they live in it, never in control of it, always under it. I will not return to this place. I will leave this place. Please let me leave this place. I will not return. I will not return. I will not see it again. I will not touch it again. I will not hear it again. I will not return. I will not return. I like that this guy does have some, humanity to him because he is a human. So he goes and helps the injured. And he still sucks, but he's not heartless. Yes. So this was a journal written by a Belleton spy, like I said. Someone who was sent to Bartleby Brands to try to disrupt the union efforts. So there's a lot of things in here. For example, here, Aaron Fulch's ghost apparently hangs out at the factory, but You can't trust everything that is presented to you. Characters are capable of lying. Is that Aaron Fulch? He's dead. What was the password for this page again? The password for this page is abstract mother, all lowercase, with a space between them. You can get that from the art by Jane in the archive. But what else about this? So there was a fire. In this journal, we learn a little bit about the Bartleby Factory Number 9 boiler explosion, which was supposed to happen during the Botanical Garden grand opening. And from the writing, it seems like the factory itself seemed to predict the incident, which would lead to the Union taking power. It says, "The hum has warned us so. For years it had screamed of a future that would see the Union solidified. And they ignored it. Because, I mean, if there's a little tiny little buzzing, humming noise in your head that says, hey, I'm gonna explode, are you listening to that?" Also, in this, do you remember last night, we were talking a little bit about allergy poisonings and allergic reactions? There's more of that here. Spontaneous allergic reactions. This is the wrong one. Here. Various allergic reactions that seem to just happen randomly. Like someone who was allergic to peanuts having their stomach crammed full of them. That's not something that really happens by eating them. And if you're allergic to peanuts, you're probably definitely not eating them just for fun. Or someone who was allergic to cranberries eating just one and then instantly dying. So it seems like somehow people are consuming large quantities of whatever they are allergic to. So that's everything for this page, which moves around a little bit in the background. Oh, hey, can you see that in the background? Right up here, behind all the pipes and the wires and the pages? Are those eyes? Is that something watching us? So, that is 3 of our 6 locked pages. Where to next, Winerva? Next up, she's talking about the curtains, the killer curtains at Auntie's house. And she says that they have an unpleasant smell. So, we're looking for the password to smell. And later on, as she's talking about this, she's saying the curtains moved in a very particular way, like vines. That word is also red. So our hint for the password to smell is vines. There was an article about a whole bunch of different flowers. The wildflower seed mix. And one of the flowers included in this was vines, wasn't it? Kudzu, the vine that ate the South. So, in this big long paragraph, you'll see that the Bartleby franchise encouraged the propagation of this plant because it has a pleasant smell. It smells pleasantly like grape candy. Isn't that nice? Don't you want these vines taking over your house and your railroads because they smell like grape candy? So, if we are to find the B for smell, which is over here, and we put in grape candy, all lowercase, we get a whole new page. Here is our newspaper dump for this update. They're all piled up on top of each other, Looks like there's something under there. What is that, a text thread? And the word blog. So, let's go through these one by one. Can I remember how to open the picture bigger? There we go. Bartleby Gardens go up in flames. Bartleby Brand's Grand Botanical Gardens opening picnic ended in disaster late yesterday afternoon. Attendees were jolted from their festivities when the Factory 9 boiler suddenly exploded without warning. The explosion tore open the external wall, causing the collapse of the west wing of the factory. The force of the explosion was so great that workers and other debris within the factory launched hundreds of feet, causing further damage and injury. Metal and brick were propelled in every direction, including onto guests attending the picnic in the gardens below. Emergency crews quickly appeared on the scene, sirens wailing as the sun began to set. It took the men several hours to search and secure the site. The number of deaths are unknown at this time, and several injured were taken to hospitals in critical condition. An investigation has been launched into the exact cause of the boiler's explosion. Bartleby Brands has not released a public statement on the situation at this time. So this is just a little bit more context about that boiler explosion. It seems like even here they don't know what caused it. It just blew up. And it killed a whole lot of people and injured even more. We have a few more about Bartleby Brands. Factory workers unhappy. Factory workers unhappy with Bartleby Brands. Look at this, you can see a display. Bartleby chocolates. Bartleby's sixpence cakes. Bartleby's whatever that is. The Bartleby Company's Grand Factory No. 9, with smokestacks that blot out the sun, stands overlooking the surrounding areas like an intimidating and imposing force of man. For the average American, the Bartleby brand name evokes fond memories of childhood eating sweets and honeys. But for those employed at its newest production plant, the name brings a much more sour taste to their mouths. The life of a factory worker has never been anything glamorous, but according to our sources, the conditions at the Bartleby factory go beyond just unpleasant. Low wages, long hours, and cut corners make the job unsafe, even for the most skilled laborer. Our source, who wishes to remain anonymous, tells us of the brutal working condition those employed at the factory are subject to. The most recent incident involved a man nearly losing an arm to a malfunctioning machine, and being told by his superior to resume work immediately without taking time to seek proper medical aid. Corporate circles may claim that these conditions grew naturally as the factory came into operation, but their claims do not hold up when compared to other Bartleby brand factories throughout the country. Factory 9 has a much higher rate of mishaps, dismissals, and unsatisfied employees than any of the company's other production plants. Factory 9 seems to have developed its own unique ruthless ecosystem of... and then it gets cut off. So yeah, we already knew it was not great working at this factory. And even the news are reporting on this, which, you know, Bartleby Brands, they love not making the news for bad things. And it says, specifically, Factory 9 seems to have developed its own unique ecosystem. And especially with all those invasive plants. Yeah. It's almost like the factory is alive. Let's learn a little bit more about this plant, huh? Overgrown plants cause chaos for locals. Once a proud and beautiful building buzzing with life, the ninth Bartleby factory now stands an empty gray eyesore. The botanical gardens full of imported exotic plants have caused the local areas much trouble as the company neglects the abandoned grounds. With no one to maintain the formerly exquisite garden, the plants have taken on a life of their own and quickly spread beyond the Bartleby property. Homeowners near the area report the overgrown plants can be smelt even miles away, the sickly sweet fragrance hanging heavy in the air at all hours of the day and all times of the year, though worse now in the hot summer months. Worse even than the persistent perfume is the property damage wayward vines and roots have begun to cause. Homes and buildings closest to the abandoned Bartleby factory have complained of cracking foundations and structural instability caused by large roots shrinking the soil through water extraction and breaking through basement walls. Farmers have found their crops withering as the Bartleby plants drain all the nutrients from the ground. One woman says the garden she cared for in front of her home for over 15 years has been completely overtaken by the plants spread from Bartleby's botanical garden. Locals to the area have pleaded to the Bartleby Brand Company to do something about their abandoned property and its plants, but so far their cries have landed on deaf ears. It seems the candy company, as it had approached bankruptcy, has bigger problems to deal with than a few overgrown plants. So this article seems to be from a time after Factory Number 9 had closed and been abandoned, but just before Bartleby Brands went completely defunct. And it's like the plants seem to they've taken over pretty quickly too. If the factory was abandoned only like a year or so before the company completely shut down, and these vines are already making their way into people's basements. They're growing pretty quickly. What else do we have here? We have some articles about a missing actress. Give me the image, there we go. Inside Hollywood. Let me zoom in on this one. Hollywood doesn't bat an eye at famous actresses' sudden disappearance. It's not unusual for actress Marina Gossamer to go days without being seen by the public eye, reclusive as she is. What is unusual is for her not to be heard from at all. Only a month after the release of animated children's film Beatrice's Sugar Spectrum, for which Gossamer provides the titular character's voice, it seems the fickle actress has finally grown tired of Hollywood life. Best known for her roles in films such as The Building with a Beat and Always Ended This Way, Gossamer's reputation as a woman who cares not for fame despite her success caused there to be no panic when she seemingly chose not to attend any events in recent weeks. It wasn't until a close personal friend of the actress formally declared to law enforcement that she was in fact missing that anyone even noticed she was gone. A beautiful young woman like Marina Gossamer being plucked away by unknown means would normally be cause for alarm. But so far there seems to be no reason to worry. Gossamer has taken time away from her career before, only to later return whenever she so chooses to do so. Her unpredictable and standoffish nature, along with her need for plenty of alone time, is something many co-stars have cited when asked about the woman. Based on this pattern, it's likely Gossamer will return when she's ready, although nobody but her will be able to say when that might be. Or perhaps she is leaving her career as an actress behind for good, in favor of something more fulfilling. Despite her natural talents, one can't help but feel her heart is no longer in love with her career as an actress. Instead, could it be she has at last found a man who lives up to her expectations? It wouldn't be the first time a Hollywood star eloped in the night with a mysterious lover. So Marina Gossamer, she was the only named voice actress for Beatrice B.E., who eventually just went missing, and nobody knows what happened to her. And this article seems to be taken from a tabloid, so who knows how much of this is really reliable information. But we know that Marina Gossamer, she wasn't huge about being in the public eye. She preferred to keep to herself. When she worked in theater, she worked on crew. She wasn't an actress. She just worked backstage. But when she goes missing, nobody really noticed, it seems like. Or nobody cared. Everyone was like, yeah, she's fine, probably. Even Bartleby Brands, after seemingly losing their mascot's voice, doesn't seem like they're too worried about it. And then we seem to have a follow-up article. Case of missing actress goes cold. Half a year after the disappearance of beloved Hollywood actress Marina Gossamer, investigators still have yet to find any evidence towards locating her. The case has seen no new evidence in the 6 months since she was declared missing, and reports from officials say they have no suspects at this time, and they have exhausted all possible leads. So what happened? Where did she go? Was she stolen away by some unknown person or persons? Or did Miss Gossamer simply leave of her own volition? Most unusual is how soon she seems to have been forgotten by the public consciousness, silently recast in her voiceover roles for commercials and cartoons, unacknowledged by former co-stars or directors. It's as if Miss Gossamer's abrupt disappearance was merely another unremarkable happening for the fast-paced world of Hollywood. We may never know where Miss Gossamer went, but the industry will still feel the weight of the loss of her talents, even if no one needs to say it outright. Interesting to note here, silently recast. Beatrice B.E., Bartleby Brands, they're still making commercials. Beatrice is still talking. But Marina Gossamer is gone. She's missing. She disappeared. Why? How? Who knows? We might get some clues for how and why later on, though. But just keep Marina Gossamer in the back of your mind for a while. But let's extract some of these hidden things, huh? Get rid of some of these. Oh, not that one. Oopsies. This one, we should look at that. Some kind of text chain. Okay, let me zoom out. So it seems like these are texts to someone named Ethan. Hey, the website's down. Did you do something? If you did, it's no biggie. Just let me know so I can fix it. Okay, what the fuck? It's just like gone? Everything's gone. Did you do something? If you fuck something up on accident, it's fine. Just tell me what happened so I can try to fix it. Dude, pick up, please. Literally everything is gone. This is important. Please tell me you have backups of everything at least. Hello? You good? And that last message was not delivered. Who is Ethan? We don't know an Ethan. They seem to be talking about a website being deleted, but the Pendog website is just fine. It's still up and running. Up and running. So that's a little bit bizarre. And what's under that? What's under here? What is this? This looks like an obituary? Pam Erickson, 1955 to 2023. Pam Erickson, 68, tragically took her own life last Friday night for unknown reasons. She was found by her neighbor the next morning. Mrs. Erickson was a retired kindergarten teacher, longtime member of the local Quilter Society, and a dear friend to many. After the loss of both her husband and only son in 2000-something teen, Mrs. Erickson dedicated herself to uplifting the community and educating about the dangers that took her family from her. There is no surviving family. She will be missed. Do we know who Pam Erickson is? Do we know a Mrs. E? I think maybe this might be the woman Ian was emailing. Way back in the funeral band update, I believe. That's where we got the screenshots of Ian's email conversations with someone named Miss E. Ian was trying to get some kind of VHS tape from Mrs. E, who was extremely reluctant to give it to him. And in fact, she blocked his email address multiple times, but he just made new ones and kept messaging her until she stopped responding. And he doesn't know why she stopped responding in those emails. And in the audio from the Halloween update between Ian and Penny, the final phone call, Penny is extremely upset about him for what he seemed to have caused some woman to do to herself. And in another instance, we saw a tabloid news article about a killer VHS tape, a woman who was mourning the loss of her son and husband, who seemed to die after watching a VHS tape of an animation. But there's one last thing over here. We just gotta dig down to it. What is this? A Twitter screenshot from something called Deja Vu. Deja Vu official. I think we've seen those words before. Deja Vu official. Those are some of the words that were scattered around on these various pages. But this looks like a Notes app apology tweet. Those are always great. Those always mean really good things, don't they? So it says, we have seen the many comments, tweets, and messages about our behavior. Up until now, we have been quick to brush these concerns off as hate comments, but we've come to realize just how ignorant that line of thinking was. We, as a team, are taking time away from social media to reevaluate what is important to us, but also to you, our fans and supporters. We're not perfect, nobody is, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to learn and better ourselves. We take full responsibility for our actions, and we're so deeply sorry for any pain we might have caused. We are taking this time away to educate ourselves so that we don't repeat these mistakes in the future. We love you all. Purple heart emoji, ghost emoji. This is reminding me of that Logan Paul apology. Murphy would not let me start the apology note with I've made a serious and continuous lapse in judgment. she vetoed that. But so this is some kind of apology for something. They're really vague about what this could have been here. This deja vu, whatever that is. So that's weird. We don't know what that's about just yet. But that seems to be everything on this page. So, oops, wait. I want to keep that open. Back here. Back to Beatrice's little dance. She's so cute. But anyways, what's up next? We've solved 4. We need 2 more. So next up, Minerva starts talking about the Butterfly Man. And Ruby. A monster that Minerva herself respects. And the monster is known for sucking out people's brains. If you remember that. Where's your hint, Minerva? Come on, come on. You know, let's just listen to her.
Humble little me was the one destined to take the spotlight. I hope it does not begrudge me. But I also suppose such a tired and weary thing is happy to be allowed to rest. If only the other characters here were so lucky.
Actually, I think I went too far ahead.
A monster with her brother. Pitiful sign similar to the provider. That Haynes live with respect, surprise, given for me, that's not for me. Also, some weird happy child or so Senate of this world.
Okay, never mind. Here we are. Taste. Once some taste the air of this world, they find it hard to separate. But in this picture, we can see the Butterfly Man sucking out the brains of some kind of a cookie-shaped little guy here. Kind of gingerbread looking. And we do have an article about that, don't we? With some cookies in it. And they even included a recipe for that. Isn't that nice of them? But still, how do we solve that? Because this recipe's got fractions in it. Do we have to add up all the numbers? No, don't worry. We're not making you do a whole lot of math this time. If we actually go back to the Butterfly Man book, all the way down here, and we read this part again, Ruby and her brothers were trying to lure in the Butterfly Man through a variety of means, including one such example is a disgusting porridge made by Ruby to lure in the Butterfly Man, ruining it because she refuses to use any ingredient that requires a fraction. So, Ruby's refusing to use fractions. Let's try that. Let's ignore all the fractions and just look at the whole numbers. So that is 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1. So let's find the B for taste. That should be the one with the candy. And we go 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1. There we go. And another video. And then in the corner we also have spot.com. But it's not a hyperlink, so don't actually go to spot.com. That is not part of the ARG. But what's this? Looking in on the other puppets.
Did you see this? She knows we're here. She found us. We're not safe.
Sure. Calm down, Straw. We don't know for certain. It could be a coincidence.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Why else would she send all this here? It's a threat. We need to leave.
Where would we go? We were running for so long before we came here. We might not find somewhere like this again.
I know. I like it here too. I like the girls. But if she knows we're here, we can't go back to that awful place, Seymour. We just can't.
And we won't. You know how these things go. If we really need to beat feet, we'll pack up and slip out the door before anyone notices. But we shouldn't make any hasty decisions like this when we aren't certain about the manner of things or who knows about what. We need to be reasonable.
Reasonable? Do you think she's reasonable? Do you think steel machines and human beings are reasonable?
I know you're right, Strawberry. I suppose I just let myself hope we found someone who could truly help us this time. Silly, really, but this is simply the way of the world for us. We can't afford to get sentimental.
Maybe we don't have to leave this very instant. But if that square keeps sticking her nose where it doesn't belong, we have to split before someone gets hurt. Do you think we'll ever really be free of her, S'mores?
We can only hope.
Sorry the captions were a little bit cut off there. For some reason I can't seem to move my thing up more. But yeah. So remember in the other instance where we heard Strawberry and Seymour's voices in that PSA about unions, they were both getting cut off constantly, especially Seymour. But now that they're here, now that we see this video of them, where they are clearly away from Beatrice, we can hear them both. Neither one of them gets cut off. They let each other speak. And it's a bit muffled since we seem to be outside of the building spying on them, but we can still hear both of them. But what are they talking about? They're worried about something. They're worried about someone. Someone finding them. And they're wondering if they have to leave so that this someone doesn't find them. Because they could be in danger if that someone does find them. Emma and Penny could be in danger if that someone finds them. So, let's just go over the implied order of events here. So, we know the puppets at some point left the Bartleby Brand's factory, warehouse, wherever they were stored, and they left Beatrice by doing so. And we don't know when this happened, but it would have been after the factory and the company shut down. So, sometime in the last 45, 50-ish years. And then, some unknown amount of time after that, they find themselves at Emma's house. Why Emma? We still don't know. But Seymour says at some point during this, he thought he'd finally found someone who could help us this time. That seems to imply that maybe Emma's house wasn't the first place they went. Maybe they went somewhere else. Maybe they tried going somewhere, asking someone, doing something that would quote unquote help them, whatever that is. But then, eventually, after they both arrived at Emma's house and they feel safe, they feel comfortable, Penny moves in. And Penny brings her research with her. Her research into old defunct mascots, like the mascot of Bartleby Brands, Miss Beatrice B.E., the Queen Bee. And because her research into the defunct company and its mascot and the thing calling itself Beatrice, because she's doing all that, whatever that is, it's taken notice of Penny. And through Penny, that thing has found Seymour and Strawberry. Now, this thing, Beatrice, for some reason, it seems like it can't get to them directly. Because we saw that puppet. That was Beatrice's attempt at reaching out to these two more directly, becoming a puppet like them. But that puppet was still in the factory. It didn't leave. It's still there. It didn't come over to Emma's house, didn't knock on their door. It's still there. So, instead of coming to them directly, she sent them many reminders of the good old days. Posters, that old fun Union PSA. She sends them all directly to Emma's house, where Penny and Seymour and Strawberry all are. She wants to remind the two of the good old days, where they were family, in the hopes that maybe Seymour and Strawberry will come back to her. But why can't Beatrice just visit them directly? You'd think a bee could wander freely, and the other characters, like Maisie, they all demonstrate the capacity to roam freely as they please. But Beatrice, she seems tied to the factory. She can't leave it. Or maybe it's not that she can't leave it. Maybe there's something else going on there. Sometimes I am a little bit vague because I just don't know how much I'm allowed to say without giving too much away, so I hope people can pick up what I'm putting down, but the title of the video is curious, isn't it? Looking in on the other puppets. We're outside their apartment, their house. The other puppet seems to imply this video is being filmed by a puppet? Question mark? And it is on the Echo Broadcasting archives, which is very mysterious in that the only two videos that are public are Howlett Hall's OSD videos. But this account has been showing all sorts of hidden videos from all sorts of different mascots and characters and time periods. So we really don't know who's behind this channel. Could it be Winerva? Could it be someone else? We really don't know. Echo Broadcasting also has an association with Dorothy, I believe. Echo Broadcasting, double check this before you take it as fact, but I believe Echo Broadcasting was the broadcasting company that aired the Dorothy Doo show. But anyways, back to Seymour and Strawberry and Beatrice. The Western family unit is inherently violent. Seymour and Strawberry, they aren't a couple, they're siblings or family, yet everything seems intent on forcing them into some sort of familial role. Whatever it is, whether it's a commercial or a poster, or a PSA about the dangers of unions, Beatrice and or Bartleby brands are putting some sort of label onto the two puppets' relationship. Sometimes they're portrayed as siblings, sometimes they're portrayed as a couple, sometimes they're married, sometimes they're just dating, sometimes they're just friends, but there's still sort of a heavy connection between the two. And it's clear from the video, the taste video, that they do care about each other. They are worried about each other. But here in this context, we don't know what their relationship is. They're living on their own terms now. And that might not be for us to know about. So that is all our 5 senses now. We have taste, smell, touch, sound, and sight. But what about the 6th sense? We have Penny's blog, but we still don't have a password for this. So throughout these, we have gotten all these teeny little snippets of text. Deja, Boo, Official, Blog, Spot.com. That kind of sounds like some sort of URL, huh? So let's try Deja, and of course it already shows up, but Deja Vu Official .blogspot.com. Wow, it is a website. Look at that. Fancy. A whole new website for us to explore and to play with. How fun. So, and there's a decent amount of articles here too. Ronald Reagan jump scare. But you know what? Let's go to the About Us first. Let's learn who's running this website. What even is Deja Vu? Here in the description, it says the latest official website for Deja Vu. Stop here for all the latest articles, merch, and more from your favorite ghost hunters. Ooh, ghost hunters. We've got lots of ghost stories lately. Alright. Meet the Deja Vu crew. Please see our new mission statement for more details. We have Ethan, the team founder, lead investigator, and resident skeptic. When I originally put together the Deja Vu crew, I was a firm believer in the paranormal. I thought there were ghosts and ghouls at every corner, demons lurking in the corners at nights. Now, not so much. This might be surprising. Why would a skeptic lead a team of ghost hunters for a living? Because if there really is something otherworldly out there, I want to see it with my own eyes. Seeing is believing, after all. Ethan! Did we hear that name earlier? I think we did. We saw a text chain. Someone was texting Ethan. And Ethan was not responding. And at a certain point, the text stopped going through completely. Next up, Francisco, paranormal researcher and case manager. Just standing in a hole. If Ethan is our team Scully, then I'm definitely the Mulder. I'm a demonologist, a cryptozoologist, and an expert on urban legends from all across America. Before the crew sets out on an investigation, I research the history of the area thoroughly, so we know what we're getting ourselves into. And then we have Jessica, a spiritual medium and an evidence analyst. My ability to connect the worlds of the living and the dead lets me channel the energy of the spirits we encounter. I can tell right away if a haunting is legit. We don't waste our time around here on fake evidence. This is why I also carefully analyze all evidence we capture after each investigation. And then, finally, we have Grant, the camera operator and tech guy. It's a little bit small, but you can see him in the mirror there. What's the point of ghost hunting if there's no one there to capture the ghosts on camera? I handle everything from video to audio to editing. I make sure we have backup batteries for our backup batteries. I even handle maintaining this website. You might not see my face much, but I've got a hand in pretty much every part of this operation. So, new mission statement. We'll see that after. But let's look at this first article, new site, from October 2025. New site. Hey everyone. So, we have some very, very sad news. It seems like somehow, overnight, the entire Deja Vu website just vanished. All our articles, all our socials, our merch store, 20 years of hard work and memories, all just gone. My cat's going off. Sorry if you can hear him. We started Deja Vu when we were still young, a group of kids coming together to explore the old abandoned buildings in our hometown looking for ghosts. Over time, the show grew. We went from friends goofing around with a shitty camcorder and a Ouija board to a team of dedicated investigators with professional equipment and an audience that has watched and supported us through it all. Watching back old episodes was like a way to look back into our past and watch us grow up. And now it's gone. Actually, you know what? With the format of this website, let me whoop whoop. Let me move over here. Let me scooch over closer to chat. Hi. Hope you don't mind me sitting over here with you guys now. There we go. And now it's gone. Of course, we're trying absolutely everything we can to recover our old pages, articles, videos, etc., etc. Grant's put together this new blog in the meantime. It's not as fancy as our old site, but I guess it's more modern looking at least. RIP skeleton face wallpaper, you'll be thoroughly missed. We've managed to find backups of a handful of articles, so we're putting those up, but out of the hundreds we used to have, it's kind of a pathetic amount, but it's better than nothing. Please be patient with us as we try to work this all out. We've never had anything like this happen before. It's extremely upsetting. Francesco. P.S. Ethan, if you see this, can you please answer Grant's text and send him any backup files you have? Good lord, man. Well, now we know who those texts were from. Grant, the tech guy. Grant was texting Ethan because the entire website and all their social medias and their merch store and every single episode of their show from the last 20 years disappeared. And there are some screenshots here of what their old website used to look like. Look at that. Look at that skeleton face wallpaper. Deja Vu. Hunting ghosts and looking good doing it since 2005. New episodes every second Wednesday of the month. The Deja Vu crew has been hunting down ghosts, ghouls, and urban legends from all across the USA. With the use of professional equipment and psychic senses, we walk the line between the realms of the natural and the supernatural. From haunted houses to wild cryptids, our goal is to document the paranormal no matter what it takes. Deja Vu was founded by team leader Ethan in 2001 when he recruited his friends Francesco, Jessica, Grant, and Grant's dad's camcorder to help him investigate the abandoned haunted house down the block. Since then, the crew have grown into a full-time paranormal investigators and have documented places like the Stanley Hotel in Colorado and the St. Augustine Lighthouse in Florida. There's a few more screenshots. There are old screenshots of their old About page. And the text here is, in fact, slightly different from what we have on the new website. Ethan, in the modern day on the current website, he calls himself a skeptic, but that title is not here on the old website. Instead, his biography reads, I've always been interested in the spooky and the occult ever since I was a kid, reading scary chapter books instead of paying attention in history class. Every religion throughout the world has some sort of afterlife. There's plenty of things science can't explain. My ultimate goal in life is to find irrefutable proof of the spirit world, and to share this evidence with the world of the living. The spirits can rest in peace after we've found them. Francesco's, his seems to be mostly the same, but that line about the X-Files isn't in there anymore. Jessica. Jessica on the current website is also listed as an evidence analyst, but she doesn't have that title here either. Instead, she says, I can tell right away if a haunting is legit, and use this gift to guide us in our investigations. That's where it ends. Nothing about analyzing evidence. And then Grant's is exactly the same. So, and here we have what seems to be a screenshot of an article called The Restless Spirits of White Oak Hospital. We don't have to read this because this article is still on this website. But it seems like it's a shame their old website disappeared so suddenly, with no explanation. Let's see that new mission statement. What's that about? New investigative practices. The Deja Vu team has been together for several years. What started out as something fun, something based on a shared belief in the paranormal and a desire to seek it out, has slowly devolved into something we are no longer proud of. The want to find something real changed over time into a want to be seen by others as having found something real, to the point of fabricating evidence and crossing lines that shouldn't have been crossed. Remember that Twitter apology screenshot we saw earlier? How they were extremely vague in what happened? It seems like this ghost hunting show, they were just lying. They were making up evidence. After much discussion and careful consideration, the team has decided that something has to change. We want Deja Vu to not just be entertaining, but something people can trust. For this reason, starting immediately, we will be implementing new investigative practices to our work to allow for full reliability and credibility. It is our responsibility to be truthful, ethical, and considerate. Going forward, we will not start an investigation until we have conducted thorough research into the location and its history. This means not relying on myths, urban legends, or word of mouth as a factual source of information. When possible, we will contact local historians, libraries, and/or museums to learn the truth about supposedly haunted locations. If we cannot find enough information about a location, person, death, or tragedy that could have resulted in a haunting, we will not investigate it. Additionally, we will ask permission from the owners before investigating on private property. When on a hunt, we will be more clear about what tools and methods we are using and explain how they work in more detail. We will take caution to ensure that there is no interference or outside influence manipulating our devices. We will remain skeptical and explore all possible explanations before we come to a definitive conclusion about hauntings or evidence of the paranormal. Additionally, our merchandise shop is going to be getting an overhaul. We've realized some of the messages they convey are disrespectful, and we are working to change and/or remove those items. Overall, Francesco, Jessica, Grant, and myself aim to be more transparent with our practices and vowed to be honest with our findings. We want to be respectful towards the deceased people we talk about, their still living families, and anyone else who might have been affected by the tragedies we discussed during investigations. And of course, we will certainly not be making anything up to make our show more exciting or entertaining. We will show you the reality of the job, no matter how boring or uneventful it may be. It is often taboo within the paranormal community to express any sort of skepticism. Recently, I have found that reflecting upon the dozens of ghosts we've attempted to contact, we have found not a single conclusive piece of evidence to their existence. I think that approaching our work with a touch of skepticism will be good for us. It will allow us to think critically about the evidence we capture. And if the day comes where we encounter something otherworldly, it will make that experience all the more special. Maybe even wonderful. Thank you all for being understanding of these changes. We apologize for our past actions, and we hope we will be able to earn back the trust of anyone who has been hurt by them. The goal of Deja Vu should always have been to provide factual, honest evidence of ghosts and the supernatural first, and not deceitful and disrespectful depiction of those who passed on for the sake of entertainment. Ethan. So this is kind of like, it's a little bit of a parallel to the Kill the Conversation podcast. The Ethan and Howie from Kill the Conversation, their true crime podcast was very exploitative of the victims of the crimes and their still living families and friends, to the point that they invited Penny all the way to their podcast. They said they wanted to talk about Dylan Rose, but when she got there, they just flipped the rug on her and started asking her questions about the Halloween party instead. But it seems like these guys, they might have been doing something kind of similar with the ghost hunting, but eventually they either got called out for it or just kind of reflected for 2 seconds, but it seems more like they got called out for it because they were just fabricating evidence. And then they changed. They tried to change. They tried to be better. And then up here we have store. We're sorry. Unfortunately, with the sudden disappearance of Deja Vu's first website came the loss of our storefront. There's actually a silver lining here, though. Our old merch line reflected a version of Deja Vu we are no longer feel comfortable associating with. We hope that with time, we will be able to put out memorabilia that we feel proud of, and that hopefully our fans can feel proud of owning. Thank you for your patience, and we hope to see you back here soon. Grant. So, no merch. That's gone too. We have links to YouTube. Oh, that page isn't available. Little Monkey is telling us this page does not exist. Same if we go to... Uh-oh, I just closed the whole tab. Oops. Same if we click on their Instagram link. Profile isn't available. Twitter. The page doesn't exist. So, everything is gone. But we still have a few articles we can read, a few of their backups. So, let's go through those. We can start with the SoCal Cryptids, the Blue Ghoul. Oh, we were just learning about her earlier, weren't we? Today is the final day of our SoCal Cryptids Week special trip. As we prepare to take the red line back home tomorrow, there's one more creature we need to look into, and an extremely new one at that. Most legends we've covered this week, like the Dog Woman of Watts or the Riverside Brain Tickler, first started circulating decades ago, long before any of us on the Deja Vu crew were even born. What makes today's featured creature so unusual is just how recent the sighting and stories surrounding it are. Doesn't Penny take the red line? Yeah. So, it seems like the red line is all throughout the country. It's a train system. And it's in this world it seems like that's just the normal way to get around. If you can recall back to when Penny was visiting Vincent for the podcast, she made a note there that cars were going out of style. It was very rare for people to own a car, and that Vincent was one of the very few people she knew who actually owned one. It seems like the red line is the standard way of travel. Around late 2023, stories started circulating online about a terrifying blue ghoul. First spotted somewhere around Maine, people all across the country quickly started to claim that they too had seen or encountered the blue ghoul, with the most recent accounts putting it in the Los Angeles area. Stories vary, as they always do in these sorts of cases. Some say the blue ghoul is a slender humanoid with an eerie voice like a skipping record. Others say it's as tall as a house and able to phase through solid objects with ease. The thing all stories have in common, however, is the ghoul's haunting bluish tint for which it has been named. Despite the many apparent sightings of the school, so far none have been able to capture it on camera. If this was an urban legend as old as the others we've talked about here before, the lack of photographic proof would not be unusual. But in the modern age, everyone has a phone right in their pocket, with a built-in high-quality camera. I think it's a little telling that so far, nobody has caught even a single picture of the thing. Well, if the blue ghoul really does exist, and nobody else has caught it on tape, we might as well try to do it ourselves. Despite my doubts, Francesca, Jess, Grant, and I all are going to check out the last place the blue ghoul was supposedly seen here in LA, where rumors say that it ripped an up-and-coming musical artist slash social media influencer out of the fabric of reality. I think it's important to take a moment to talk about how or why this legend might have started. Along with the blue that is the ghoul's namesake, another thing associated with the ghost stories is incredible violence. It would be distasteful and insensitive to go into the details here, especially considering how recent the deaths and disappearances attributed to the blue ghoul are. I will go over this more in our upcoming SoCal Cryptid special episode of Deja Vu, but I think that mythologicalizing these real-life tragedies as the work of some inhuman ghostly being is indicative of a bigger problem with the way we treat violence in this country. If you know any information about any of the cases associated, you can call or text this organization to help the search. But since this is the new website, that link does not seem to be here anymore. On that kind of bummer note, I'm going to leave this article here for now. If you want to learn more about the blue ghoul or any of the 6 other cryptids of Southern California we've talked about this week, be sure to tune in to our very special extra long episode of Deja Vu, set to release next Wednesday. So, the blue ghoul, the slasher. We know her, we love her. This article is from October of this year, which would have been Halloween season. And we know Slushy Slasher, the slasher, she was in LA during that time, killing a police officer, and apparently some other people too. So, our next article, oh wait, actually, I do have notes, I forgot my notes. So, as we've already talked about, Jane, in her zine about motherhood and the sun, she talked about wanting her spite to outlive her. And then we saw that forum thread about the blue ghoul. And now we have an entire article about the blue ghoul and the ghost stories and the urban legends that she's creating. Before now, we've had hints that the slasher might have manifested in the real world with some of the past updates, but now this is kind of pretty solid evidence that this is true. People are encountering the slasher in the real world. Next up, Deja Vu, the internet's favorite vampire. Forward. Myths of blood-sucking vampires have existed for over 1,000 years. From Count Dracula to Nosferatu to Edward Cullen, there have been hundreds of reinterpretations and stories about these undead beings. Today, we're looking into a brand new version of this monster, one those online have taken to calling the Vamp. The Vamp is extremely new as far as urban legends go. In the past, urban legends would be spread over the course of years, hearing the story from a friend of a friend who knew a guy who knew a guy who saw the monster. But in the age of the internet, these myths can spread faster than ever, with a story being seen and shared by thousands of people in an instant. This particular urban legend cropped up around March or April of this year. As far as the story goes, it's said that the vamp is a small and plump caricature of a vampire. With a baby face and big black eyes, the beast flies from place to place, drinking the blood of anyone who dares utter its name out loud. As it feeds, its head swells up bigger and bigger, flushed with the blood of its victims. I forgot Twilight exists in Pendog. Writing these articles means I just get to put whatever pop culture reference I want in here. Where was I? We as a team were unsure about how to approach this topic, but it's something that's been itching at the back of our minds for some time now, and we would be remiss if we didn't address it. Some of you might remember that before we reassessed how we conduct investigations, we didn't always come at certain subjects with the most tact or respect. During those years, we collaborated multiple times with true crime podcast hosts Howie Dardell and C. Blackwelder. At one point, we even considered the two good friends. We eventually ended up parting ways due to opposing views, as we grew as people and they didn't. We're very aware our audiences had a lot of overlap, and while we might not have agreed with the way Howie and C handled certain sensitive topics, we wish them no ill will and still held a fondness for the two. Why do I bring them up now? Well, it has to do with how this urban legend started. Many of you are probably aware of the tragic and sudden murders of Howie and C that happened this spring. It was, and still is, completely shocking and saddening what the two were victim to. Their deaths seem to have sparked a horrific string of similar murders across the country. It appears as if, since these deaths were so bizarre and gruesome, they become the source of today's urban legend. Because, and you might have put this together already, the Vamp was the name of Howie and C's podcast mascot. In this upcoming episode, we are going to be having some very serious and heavy conversations about how what we watch and how we approach subjects like death and murder as a source of entertainment can reflect and warp our views of these tragedies and end up causing further harm. It might seem hypocritical for us to be the ones talking about this, but we want to share what we've learned and how we've grown since those days. We will be talking about what the media has dubbed the conversation killings or the true crime killer. So if these topics might be too much for you, we understand if you have to sit this one out. Deja Vu, the internet's favorite vampire, releases this Wednesday. Ethan. The vamp bites into Ethan's neck and is like, ew, what this? Compassion and respect for boundaries? Yucky. So we do know that the vamp seems to kill anyone who comes after them. Mostly true crime podcasters. Anyone who talks about the vamp gets got. But it seems like these guys avoided that. Maybe because they are trying to be more compassionate. Maybe because they were already marked as prey for someone else, though. I imagine Ian would have loved Kill the Conversation podcast. Oh no. Oh, you're actually right. I think that is right to say. God, can you imagine him on the podcast? So, in this article, we learn that the Deja Vu crew were in fact friends with Howie and C of Kill the Conversation. But eventually, they parted ways when Deja Vu rebranded. Because Deja Vu, they began approaching things with more respect and sensitivity, and they tried to be very careful not to exploit people or the places they talked about anymore. But in this article, despite cutting professional ties, it seems like they still kind of consider the podcast host as friends, maybe. Or maybe, just for this article, they're being kind of neutral about their opinion on the two. Because they know that their audiences overlap, and they might not want to deal with any backlash they get from talking badly about Kill the Conversation. Who's to say? What do we have next? Deja Vu, investigating the forgotten ghosts of the Bartleby Candy Factory. Preface. Weeks ago, we received a manila folder in our P.O. box from an unknown sender. Within the folder was a single image with the words Bartleby Brands Factory 9 scrawled on the back. This was the picture they received. While we are certainly no strangers to being sent anonymous ghost evidence, it's unusual to receive such things through the mail in lieu of our email inbox or social media accounts. We were intrigued. While we've heard the name Bartleby buzzing around various urban legends before, we have never ourselves looked into the truth or history behind them. Initially, I wanted to throw this evidence out since it was clearly doctored, but Jessica and Francesco decided we should give it the benefit of the doubt. So if you look very closely in this picture, you can see the outline of a guy? Question mark? Then eyes, nose, some kind of shape, some kind of ghost here. You gotta look very closely though. Our research into Bartleby brands led us to contact a historian by the name of Penny M. Hey, this is the second time fake stuff has been sent related to Bartleby. That's kind of mysterious. This is the second person we've seen getting stuff sent to them directly to their mailbox by an anonymous person or thing or building. But anyways, our research into Bartleby brands led us to contact a historian by the name Penny M. From what she told us, Bartleby Brands used to be a big candy company here in America. Factory 9, the location the photographs were taken at, was the largest and the last of their manufacturing plants to be built, finishing construction in 1941. Oddly, Bartleby Brands co-founder Aaron Fulch died that same year after visiting the factory for the first time. Perhaps this is what led to so many urban legends surrounding the factory in the modern day. In my opinion, though, His death does not seem mysterious or otherworldly by any means. If my math is correct, the man was well over 70 years old at the time, likely just an unfortunate coincidence. After Fulge's death, the factory seemed to become a bad luck magnet. While Miss M did not give the various urban legends of otherworldly humming, ghostly touches, or full body apparitions any credibility, she did inform us that many of them spawned from real world events and tragedies. Such is the case for many ghost stories passed down from person to person. With each retelling, the story changes, becoming a warped version of the truth. Armed with the information Miss M had given us and a reliable investigative gear, the four of us trekked out into the long abandoned factory. It was quite a hike out of the city, the sun setting as we finally caught our first glimpse of the building. The once meticulously maintained gardens were now overgrown, and weeds broke through the cracked concrete paths. Jess even tripped over a particularly thick root and almost knocked the camera out of Grant's hands. Surprisingly, the factory was easy to get into. No crawling through broken windows or jumping fences. It was almost inviting. Despite how run down and shabby the building has become over the years, you could tell it was once very impressive. The paint was faded, the machines covered in a thick layer of dust, and yet the smiling face of the company's bee mascot greeted us from posters and decorations at every turn. There was shockingly little graffiti on the walls, and the air smelt like a confusing mix of stale sweetness and rot. See for yourself in this article's accompanying Deja Vu episode. Unfortunately, we cannot watch that because it was wiped from existence. Investigation breakdown. We started our investigation on the first floor, in the former gift shop and retail space. We used this space to establish a baseline of activity. 1. EMF detector. Upon turning on our EMF detector, the device was immediately blinking into the yellow, frequently jumping up to orange or red as we moved about the space. It's likely there might be some old machine or faulty wiring causing this reaction somewhere in this decrepit building. EVP recorder, no anomalies detected. Spirit box. Something new we're trying with this investigation is the add-on of a honeytone amplifier, which helps filter real words from the radiostatic noise of the spirit box. What better time to debut this device than at the old bee-themed factory, eh? We let the spirit box run for about a minute. This far out of the city, I'm unsure how strong the radio signals are. Nevertheless, we did catch a few words, as is expected. The words were seemingly random, and had no correlation connecting them. Thermal camera, no anomalies detected. REM pod. At first we thought the REM pod was malfunctioning, but we quickly realized it was just Francesco's foot that had accidentally entered its range. Oops. With our baseline of activity, that being essentially none, established, we began delving deeper into the bowels of the building. Bathroom. Now, this article, this is where you're going to want to remember some of those rumors and oddities noted in the Belloton Spy's journal. Do you remember those? Do you remember some of them? Bathroom. One of the most popular myths people love to share about the Bartleby factory is that of a disembodied woman's voice. Very unhelpfully, this legend is unspecific about the location of the specter, simply saying she haunts one of the bathrooms of the factory, of which there are several on each floor and in each wing. Maybe she's supposed to haunt all of them, who knows? We picked one at random and tried to see if our EVP recorder could pick up this spirit's voice. While not a voice, our device did record some sort of unintelligible sound. As much as we've listened to it, none of us can make any sense of what it could be. In addition, every time we used the EVP recorder, it would pick up a consistent humming noise. Maybe it's finally time to get a new one. This little thing has been with us for many years, maybe made its way through many an alleged haunting, but it seems it's finally time for it to pass on. So long, soldier. So, voice of a disembodied woman's. There was a rumor of let me restart that sentence. In the journal, there was a rumor about a disembodied woman's voice. The voice like something from the movies in the bathrooms. They're trying to see if that's true. While they didn't find a voice, they did pick up some kind of humming noise on their recorder. That's another instance of the humming in the factory. That persistent hum. Room full of machines. I have no idea what these big machines are called, but I have to imagine they made some sort of candy in some way. The room smelled much sweeter than any other place in the factory, so much so that it made it a little hard to breathe. Francesco dared me to lick one of the rusted mixing things, but since I do not plan on dying of 1,000,000 old-timey diseases, I declined the offer. This room was not notable in any way, except for the fact that Jess's shoe got stuck on some sort of sticky residue, which Francesco also tried to get me to lick, and pulled it off her foot. Jess thinks this was ghost slime, but it was probably some sort of 50-year-old rotten candy nobody ever bothered to clean up. West Wing Hallway. Another Factory 9's many ghost stories is that of full-body apparitions, like the one in the photograph that prompted us to visit this facility in the first place. Normally, we would try to recreate this photo in the exact same location it was taken, but this factory is absolutely enormous. Without a map or tour guide, it probably would have taken hours to try and find the right hallway. Instead, we settled for one in the west wing of the six-sided building. While we were shooting, we didn't think we captured anything. It wasn't until later, as Grant began editing the video, that anyone noticed this. And here we see another faint little ghostly outline of something. It looks almost exactly the same as the one in the picture that was mailed to them, if you look very closely. It's incredibly hard to see, almost not there, but there's the faintest hint of some kind of thing. Of course, this could be a million things before it's a ghost. Dust, a smudge on the camera lens, a weird light reflection, but still, even I, skeptical as I am nowadays, have to admit it does look remarkably similar to the ghost in the photograph that was mailed to us. What is hanging from the ceiling? I don't know what those are. Probably just various wires. I actually don't know. Top floor office. When we reached the topmost level of the building, high up enough that looking out the windows would make anyone nervous, we found what we assumed to once have been management's offices. It is here where we decided to break out the spirit box once again, in an attempt to try contacting the spirit of the late Aaron Fulch himself, who, according to the stories, never left the factory grounds after his passing. The spirit box session started out the same as any other, with myself asking questions and the machine spitting out random words it picked up from various local radio stations. Questions like, "What's your name? Why are you still here?" and "How did you die?" were met with responses like "Apple fritter," "Work hours," and "Best country music." Towards the end of the session, Jess believes we recorded what could be a conversation with the dead. As I have discussed in many videos, spirit box sessions work on the power of suggestion and word association. A question only receives an answer if you personally believe it does. Regardless, I have transcribed this section of the video here. Myself. Mr. Aaron Fulch, if you're here, we'd like to speak with you. If you are here, please speak into this machine so that we can hear you. Spirit box. What? Francesco. Mr. Fulch, people believe that this factory caused you to die from a curse. Is that true? Spirit box. Silence. Francesco. Is this building cursed? Spirit box. Better times. Static. I make a note of this since the new Honeytone addition to our device is supposed to filter that out. Myself. Better times. Are you saying that this factory used to have better times? Jess. Yeah, this place is kind of gross now. It probably looked way better when it was in operation. Spirit box. Unintelligible. Walk to. Myself. Do you want us to walk somewhere? Where do you want us to go? Spirit box. Here. At this point, we did not get any more intelligent responses from the device. To me, this conversation is just nonsense words, given meaning by our preconceived biases. But for the believers amongst you, I'm sure this seems compelling. As far as we were able to determine, Mr. Fulch sadly has no direct family members still alive today. He was buried in a family plot in his hometown cemetery. I will be 1 second. My cat is crying so much. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Next up, we have Boiler Room. Our final stop of the night was the infamous Boiler Room, which exploded in the 1950s due to unknown means, tragically causing the deaths of several factory workers and visitors. It was quite a trek, going from the very top floor down into the basement. We'd hoped that being underground would give us a break from the hot summer air that occupied the rest of the factory, but no such luck. If anything, it felt even warmer down there. Now, last season I said we wouldn't use these anymore, because I think they're unreliable and dumb. But we've read the comments, and you all have been begging for it to come back, so I broke out the mag lights. As a refresher, if you turn the flashlights to the point just between on and off, they'll flicker. Hello? Hello? No, 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 no. Am I disconnected? No, come back. Come back. Oh, I'm being sabotaged. I'm being sabotaged. Are we back? Can people hear me? Hello? Hello? We're back? Oh, good. Okay, okay. Where was I? Heck is eating her wires. Oh, I'm being sabotaged. She's trying to get me. She lives in my computer and she hates me. Where was I? They're talking about the flashlights. As a refresher, if you turn the flashlights to the point just between on and off, they'll flicker. Some people believe spirits can manipulate this energy and respond to yes or no questions. I won't spoil the segment, since apparently you all love it, but we may or may not have gotten supernatural confirmation that Ghost's favorite candy flavor is blueberry. Closing thoughts. For the Deja Vu crew, our evening spent at the Bartleby Candy Factory was very active. Not with ghostly activity, but rather the sheer amount of walking between hallways and climbing flights of stairs we had to do. The building is something that seems larger than life, and perhaps that, combined with its tragic history, is why it has become the victim of so many different tall tales. It's not uncommon for places like this, places that have been long forgotten as anything other than a place that caused pain for many people years ago, to become something people feel uncomfortable thinking about or acknowledging in any way other than fear. This building was the site of many accidents and deaths, but that does not mean that those events have any energy that remains in any tangible way. After all, it's only a building. For example, when asked about the ghost in the photograph, Miss M identified the man as one Randall Wirt. According to the urban legends of ghost stories, Wirt was beaten to death during the Union strikes in the 1950s, his spirit remaining to haunt the company that mistreated him. But upon conducting further research, Randall Wirt is very much still alive, happily retired in sunny Florida. So, whose image did we really capture? Could it have been an echo of the past, trapped in time? The ghost of a still living man? Or is it all simply the power of suggestion? In conclusion, the Bartleby Factory, while an interesting step back in time, does not hold any conclusive evidence of ghosts or other paranormal phenomena. Spirit box sessions, REM pod detections, and EVP recordings can all be explained away if you're a skeptic. While the photograph our team captured seems compelling, the ghost only appeared in one image, and none of us witnessed anything with our own eyes. Therefore, the choice to choose whether you believe Factory 9 to be haunted or not lies solely with you. Ethan. Oh boy. This is a big article, isn't it? There's a lot in here we can talk about. But going back up to the start, like Murphy mentioned earlier, this image was mailed directly to Deja Vu headquarters. It wasn't emailed, it wasn't sent to their, uh-oh, dropped frames. What does that mean? Oh no, I don't know what any of this means. My thing is green now. It was red, but now it's green. Hello, am I still here? Can people still hear me? Hello? Oh, I don't know why my internet's being so poor lately. Oh no, it's red again. Oh no. People can still hear me though. That's good. No, there's another oh no in chat. Um, I'm just gonna keep going then. My thing keeps going to red and then green again. When you drop frames, you're stuttering on our ends. Oh, okay, okay. Well, I'm just gonna keep going then, if everything's fine, if I'm still connected. So, someone mailed this directly to Deja Vu's headquarters. Whether that is like a place or if it was just showed up at one of their houses, we don't know, but it was sent directly to them in the mail from someone anonymously. Similar to what has been happening with Penny and several of the Bartleby artifacts she's received. She's received them directly to her front door, not through a P.O. box or something that might be safer, and she doesn't know who's sending them. So, someone out there is sending Bartleby artifacts to people, people who will then talk about those artifacts and share them around to other people, so that more and more people can become aware of Bartleby. If we go down to the section with the EVP recorder, it picks up a humming noise. And then the part with the spirit box has a honeytone amplifier on it, which is something that is designed to filter out white noise. But that's picking up static as well. So no matter what, all of their equipment, it's picking up this humming noise. If we go back to the spirit box section, which was here, the spirit box, which is supposed to be able to pick up the voice of ghosts, it says, "Better times, walk to and hear," which could mean nothing. It could mean nothing. It might mean something. One of the rumors in the Belleton Spy's journal was it mentioned following the trail of bee stickers. What might happen if you did that? If you walk along the trail of bees, you might end up falling into the pipes and the wires of the building. You might end up falling out of the world. Or you might end up with an audience with the Queen Bee Beatrice herself. And then at the end, the name Randall Wirt is what is given by Penny to the investigators as the name of the ghost in the photograph. But then when they look him up, that man is still alive. Why would there be a ghost of someone who used to work at the factory but is still alive? And then, if you'll remember, back in the Hallowed Halls book articles, in the Killer Curtains book, the curtains manifest fake visions of humanoid monsters and ghosts. That could be relevant here. And then, last thing, at the very end here, Ethan says, and he's very certain of this, that there is nothing paranormal at Factory Number 9. There are no ghosts and there are no spirits. He knows this for a fact. Maybe the rest of the ghost hunters believe there are ghosts, but Ethan knows this. This is his belief, and he states that, and he puts that in his video and in his blog for the entire world to see. There's no point in going to the Bartleby factory. There's no point in talking about the Bartleby factory because it's not haunted. But we're not done with our articles just yet. Next up, we have Deja Vu, the poltergeist of Stagbridge Mall. Preface. Last month, our team was contacted by a frightened woman who claimed her workplace was being haunted by an angry spirit. What's more, she managed to capture its violent outburst on camera. The video she sent to us was compelling, as far as these types of videos go. There was no obvious hidden accomplices throwing things around, or fishing line pulling things over, so we decided to look into it. While the Stagbridge Shopping Center in Mississippi is what's known as a dead mall, it's not a famous or well-documented haunting. In fact, up until recently, the most supernatural thing about the building was how it managed to stay open for so long. Built in the late 80s, Stagbridge Mall's popularity declined steadily as the idea of the shopping mall fell out of favor over the years. Recently, though, those employed at the few remaining stores have begun to experience strange and unexplainable things. Strange noises at night during closing hours, objects falling off of shelves, and an unusual lack of wildlife in the area, only for weirdly colored fur fibers to show up inside the mall's hallways and stores. These strange happenings all preceded the event that triggered the employee to come to us. In the middle of the day, sunlight merrily shining down through the skylights, a sudden loud eruption of noise was followed by various objects being thrown through the air and knocked to the ground by some invisible force. The event was captured by store surveillance cameras, which leads us to our investigation. Investigation breakdown. In a nice change of pace for us, we chose to conduct our investigation of Stagbridge Mall during the day, since that's when the incident occurred. Oddly, as soon as we arrived, Jess said she felt no spiritual presence of any kind. I might be a skeptic, but I still trust her intuition on things of this nature. Our research shows us that this area has no history of unusual deaths or tragedies. In other words, there's no reason this mall should be haunted at all. We began the investigation by meeting up with the woman who sent us the video. She told us she'd been working here for about 3 years and had never seen anything like that happen before. It wasn't until the past few months that the haunting began. She led us to the store where the ghostly outburst had supposedly occurred. At the time, she claimed, it had only been her coworker, and a single shopper at the store. She had just begun to play some music over the store's speakers when the incident began. Maybe ghosts don't like today's top 40s? After speaking with the woman about her experience, Francesco came to the conclusion that the spirit must be a poltergeist. A poltergeist, if such a thing does exist, is a type of violent spirit that attaches itself to a specific location or person and causes disturbances such as loud noises, moving objects, foul smells, and occasionally causing physical harm in the form of bites or scratch marks to humans. Our investigation of this location was really very straightforward. We didn't need to wander aimlessly around the mall past closing time, trying random devices in hope that we might find something. We instead tried to recreate the events that led up to the poltergeist outbursts and hoped that it would spark the same reaction. If you'd like to see what happens next, watch it for yourself in this article's accompanying Deja Vu episode. Closing thoughts. While it was interesting to investigate a haunting at noon instead of midnight, it seems there was no haunting at all. Or, if there at some point was, maybe the ghost didn't need to get any shopping done today. As for the strange fur, we didn't see much of it, but it probably just came from some stray animal that accidentally got inside at some point. I don't think poltergeists have fur, anyways. Stagridge Mall is a gorgeous building, all things considered. Its liminal vibes and deserted halls made for some nice shots. And I did pick up a funky keychain, so I guess this trip wasn't a total bust. Ethan. So as people in the chat are discussing, this story seems to have a lot of parallels with our polka dotted friend, Molly Molly. Doesn't it? You know, strange noises, objects being displaced by something invisible, strange fur fibers, seemingly agitated by music. We've met someone like this before. We've met Molly Molly, haven't we? Sounds a whole lot like her. Something else, this episode was apparently from September of 2024. That is before Belly Up met Molly Molly. Belly Up only met Molly Molly later that year, around December, I think? December or early January of 2025. So this is even before then. And also, Molly Molly does not seem to be at the mall when the ghost hunters get there. And there doesn't seem to be much of her fur left around anymore either. So, maybe she's moved on. If a poltergeist attaches itself to a person, and that person isn't at the mall, or if they're done with that person, why would she stick around? What's up next? The Poltergeist of Stagbridge Mall. Oh. Next up, we have the chimpanzee that haunts Hollywood. Lack of wildlife. Yeah, that's another Molly Molly classic. Deja Vu, the chimpanzee that haunts Hollywood. And we have some of you might recognize this man, Ronald Reagan. Here, the Telectrica Innovations Theater. There's the Telectrica Innovations logo here. That's interesting. While the Deja Vu crew always tries to make sure our viewers have a good enough idea of a location and or person's history to understand what exactly we are investigating, our upcoming episode requires a bit more of an in-depth history lesson than we typically provide. Please turn off your cell phones as we begin the show, because today we're going to be taking a look into the world of Hollywood in 1950. Ronald Reagan was a popular actor from the 1930s and remained as such until his unfortunate death in 1950. While he was generally well liked by audiences, he had a somewhat controversial reputation among actors, as he was elected president of SAG, the Screen Actors Guild, in 1947, only to later sell out several of his fellow union members during the Red Scare. Some of the most recognizable productions he featured in include King's Row, Always Ended This Way, a variety of World War II propaganda films, and of course, the never-released film that tragically resulted in his death, Bedtime for Bonzo. Always Ended This Way. Wasn't that one of the films Marina Gossamer was in? Bedtime for Bonzo was set to be a comedy film about a psychology professor, played by Reagan, who attempts to teach human morality to a chimpanzee. Bonzo the chimpanzee was played by a trained chimp named Peggy, one of the highest paid animals in Hollywood at the time. Peggy was apparently incredibly intelligent, knowing over 500 commands, including stunts such as opening doors, riding a tricycle, and removing a necktie. Unfortunately, that last trick of hers might be what led to Reagan's death. In 1950, during the filming of Bedtime for Bonzo, Peggy was startled by a sudden electrical spark and grabbed hold of Reagan's necktie with both hands, pulling it tight. According to recounts from various witnesses, Reagan tried to back away from the chimp, but this only caused her to hold on tighter. Crew members tried to intervene, but it was too late for the actor. The film was never released. Any footage that had been filmed was presumably thrown out or locked away, and very few remnants of the production exist today. No! Disconnected! No! Come on! Again? Come on, connect, 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 connect. Get that X out of here. Make it green. Come on. Oh! Connection successful? Am I back? Hello, hello? Oh, it's so bad tonight. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry it's so bad. Where was I? Not long after, in 1951, Peggy the chimpanzee would pass away herself during a fire at the World Jungle compound where she lived. Though she was rescued from the flames, she had sadly inhaled too much smoke and could not be resuscitated. Her skeleton was donated to the Los Angeles Chiropractic College's Anatomical Museum. Today's investigation takes us to what was once a Universal Studios filming location, known as Colonial Street. Built in 1927 and undergoing regular remodeling throughout the years, Colonial Street is a set of houses built on the studio's backlot, with the purpose of appearing in movies and television. The street and houses often undergo construction every 20 or so years, so new productions can be filmed. Although in 1981, the street was moved from the northern side to the backlot to its present location. However, we won't be visiting today's Colonial Street. No, we are going to its original, now abandoned location, where Bedtime for Bonzo was filmed. It is rumored that around 3 to 4 a.m., supposedly the witching hour, according to superstition, you can see the ghost of the chimpanzee chasing and tormenting the deceased Reagan throughout the set. Admittedly, the mental picture this creates is a little bit goofy, and many of the ghost stories about it are similarly so. But if you've ever been face to face with a chimpanzee, then you know that they can be powerful, terrifying animals. Even I will admit the idea of a ghost chimpanzee is scary. One variation of the story states that this haunting can only be captured on a film camera, so we will be experimenting with some old but new to us technology in our upcoming episode. Hopefully this article has provided you all with a more in-depth view of the relevant history of our next haunting and its ghosts. Francesco even tried to get us to watch some of the old movies Reagan was known for during his research, but I feel that is probably unnecessary and irrelevant. Be sure to tune into our next episode, Deja Vu, the chimpanzee that haunts Hollywood, to find out if the idea of the afterlife extends to chimpanzees as well as humans. So, quite a few things to note here. Very interesting article. Going back up here, Teletrica Innovations Theater. So, if you want a real world counterpart equivalent for what Teletrica Innovations was like during its prime, a lot of people have made the connection that Stencil Line and Liquid Laugh Studios is kind of similar to Disney Animations. Teletrica Innovations, you could see it as similar to General Electric. Like, in real life, this photograph, this logo is the General Electric logo, but here, in the Pendog world, that's replaced with Teletrica Innovations, the Teletrica Innovations Theater. Now, as people in chat were talking about, and we talked about yesterday, the idea of making something non-human, trying to teach it human morals, trying to make it behave like a human. Peggy the chimp was an animal, and the movie, Bedtime for Bonzo, was trying to apply human morals to an animal to, like, raise it up to the same level as a human. They were teaching something non-human how to be a human. And then, when something, an electrical spark, startled her, she acted the same way that any spooked animal might, which, unfortunately, resulted in the death of a human. Peggy didn't mean to kill Ronald Reagan, but she was an animal, and she was scared by something, and she just reacted, and Ronald Reagan died. Remember what I said yesterday about how Telly is not a human? Teletrica Innovations is very intent on making their products seem alive and sapient in the same way a human is, the same way their human customer base is. But Telly isn't alive. Telly isn't a human. Their toasters aren't humans. Their fans aren't humans. Their ovens aren't humans. Their vacuum cleaners are not humans, and they're not alive. Telly would never intentionally or maliciously kill someone. Keywords there being intentionally and maliciously. But in this example, with something non-human, with an animal, Peggy the chimp, when she was scared by something, someone ended up dying. This is my first time watching anything like this. Can someone explain what is happening? Hello and welcome to the stream. We are going over the latest updates to the Pendog Creative Library ARG. We are quite far into it now at this point. We have discovered, through the secrets of the ARG, this new website, the Deja Vu website, which is a ghost hunters website. And their old website seems to have been mysteriously deleted off the face of the earth. But a few of their articles have been put up into this archive. So we're going through those now. Oh, an ARG, okay. Yeah, might be a little bit confusing to hop into a random stream and see people talking about Ronald Reagan getting strangled to death by a chimpanzee, huh? Why are some of the pieces of text kind of weird? I think it's just something with the website. But our next article, Deja Vu, the Restless Spirits of White Oak Hospital. We saw a screenshot of this in the old website screenshots earlier. But now, this old article from 2020 it's a lot older than the other ones, and it has a big old disclaimer right at the start here. Disclaimer: this episode and accompanying article is from a time in our careers we are not proud of and do not reflect our current views. Instead of removing the content and pretending it never happened, we are keeping it up so as not to seem like we're hiding our past. Our behavior was insensitive and inappropriate. We did not treat such topics with the respect and gravity they deserve. Furthermore, certain aspects of these videos contain doctored or otherwise fabricated evidence. If you or a loved one are struggling with mental health, you are not alone. Help is available. And we have a picture here. Oh wow, look at that. Oh, I am directly in front of that. Am I? No, okay, actually it's good. Right here. Big old ghost, immediately. This ghost, it's a lot more obvious than the ones we saw earlier, which were very subtle, almost not there at all. This one you can see right away. But remember, Deja Vu got outed as fabricating evidence, didn't they? Preface. As we continue on our journey down the west coast, we have found ourselves in Oregon. From cursed towns to haunted underground tunnels, this state is certainly no stranger to the paranormal. What we will be investigating today is the long-abandoned White Oak Hospital, a site rumored to be the final resting place of hundreds of souls. From what we've heard, this four-story hospital saw well over 300 deaths while it was operational. Typical of the time period, the patients were victim to plenty of malpractice and treatments considered unethical by modern standards. At night, lights can be seen coming from patients' rooms, with figures peering out the windows. Some explorers have felt ghostly touches of unseen hands in the morgue. Many have reported sightings of a spirit referred to as the Stairman. According to the legends, the Stairman threw himself off the roof after his hospitalized wife died, and his ghost can sometimes still be seen retracing his final steps up the stairwell to this day. The work put into the ghost photos is good. Yes, those were done by Stanley. Garfield Phone? That's what I think. Garfield Phone. I think that's what they go by on social medias. They're very good with the spooky, scary monsters. They also did the... Oh, my alarm's going off. Sorry. They also did the vamp picture from the last update. The trail cam. We arrived at the hospital in the late afternoon. The chain link fence surrounding the property was tall, but not tall enough to keep us out. After Francesco cut the lock on the door, the four of us were greeted by the strong feeling of negative energy. It didn't take Jess's mediumship to tell right away that the spirits that roam these halls were upset with our presence. Of course, this did not deter us. It'll take more than some unsettled spirits to frighten the Deja Vu crew. Stepping carefully past the broken glass bottles on the floor and crudely drawn genitals on the walls, we began to explore the White Oak Hospital. Before continuing this article, be sure to watch this week's Deja Vu episode for all the goofs and spooks. Investigation Breakdown. Morgue. We decided to begin our investigation in perhaps the creepiest part of the whole building, the morgue. This room surely stored hundreds of corpses before they were laid to rest, though perhaps not all who saw this room have truly left it. It is common for people who experience the feelings of being touched or having their hair pulled in this room. So, as you can see in the episode, we invited the spirits to touch us as they pleased. Granted, I probably could have asked more politely, but sometimes you gotta rile up the spirits to really see any action. We tried to dare Jess to lay on one of the body storage cabinets, but she wimped out, so instead we placed our REM pod inside. Immediately, we started getting activity. It makes sense that touchy morgue ghosts would be interested in playing with a blinky red light machine. While the REM pod was very reactive, we were not able to get any clear or timely responses when attempting communication. As we were leaving the morgue, Francesco stopped in his tracks. He said it felt like someone had tried to push him. As you can see from the slowed down footage at 22:04, there's a clear indent in his hoodie sleeve where you can see the ghost touch against the fabric. This is amazing evidence to have captured on camera, but it pales in comparison to what we would be witness to later in the day. Operating theater. Making our way up out of the dingy basement and skipping over the ground floor, we made our way to the second floor operating theater. The spacious room felt eerie, with tables and tools still scattered about, as if they had been dropped and forgotten in an instant. Jessica would also not lie down on the examination table in this room either. We have no way of knowing how many patients could have lost their lives to this very room, so we tried to find our answer using the spirit box. I started by asking the usual questions. What's your name? How did you die? How many ghosts are here? Before moving on to more specific questions. Rumors say that the surgeon who worked at White Oak was a cruel man who would perform unnecessary surgery on patients to test his own experiments. We asked to speak to him, to confront him about his terrible practices. Starting at 31:25, you can witness the chilling conversation for yourself. Based on how our spirit box session escalated, it's safe to say that this man is not someone any of us would have liked to meet when he was alive. Third floor patient's room. On the third floor is the infamous room 309, where it is said that the ghost of a little girl resides. People sometimes leave offerings of dolls or other toys for her in this room, and we of course brought along our own to offer to this young spirit. After placing the doll on the rusted bed frame, Jess said she could feel the girl's presence with us, so she began trying to make contact with her. Learn about Jessica's powers as a medium and hear what this child spirit has to say at 44:42. Superintendent's quarters. Up now on the fourth floor, we found ourselves in what was once the White Oak Hospital's superintendent's private quarters. According to Francesco's brother, featured in our episode about the demonic Rosebridge Hotel, the man who held the title of medical superintendent was notoriously abusive towards patients, withholding privileges such as food or courtyard access to those he deemed unruly. And since this hospital also often doubled as an asylum, there were plenty of unruly patients to pick on. Here we brought out both the Ovulus ghost box and our two maglite flashlights, red for yes and blue for no. It was actually Grant's, our cameraman's, idea to use both at the same time to attempt to get more clear responses to questions. As frequent viewers know, using maglights only allows us to ask yes or no questions, but with the inclusion of the Ovulus, the ghost would theoretically be able to add further context to his answers. If you'd like to see how this experiment turned out, and find out why the superintendent was so horrid to his patients, go to 53:31. Stairwell. Finally, we headed to the most infamous part of White Oak, the terrifying stairwell where many have stood witness to echoes of a last man's steps towards death. As we stood at the very top, looking down towards the cold concrete floor below, it was frightening to imagine what the stairman must have felt as he climbed those stairs, distraught by his wife's death, knowing he would not let himself live in this world without her. You'd think having to walk up all those stairs would deter him. Even I was winded as we'd been climbing them all day. Francesco, Jess, and myself had no idea, as we stood there, that we were about to witness the most compelling ghost evidence we'd ever caught on camera. It begins at 1:08:11. Watching the blinking light of the EMF detector, we were all shocked as it suddenly jumped into the red. The sound of footsteps echoed out through the stairwell, though all four of us stood still. Closer and closer they came, though we couldn't see anything that could be making the noise. Thinking quickly, I whipped out my phone camera and angled it downwards, snapping a handful of shots. Moments later, we all felt a cold chill breeze past us, even though it was a fairly warm spring day. It was only after checking my phone that we realized what we had captured. Something so shockingly clear was undeniable proof of the thing we'd been searching for all these years. In that photograph, I had captured a full-body apparition of the Stairman. And this, my dear fearless viewers, is why Deja Vu is the best in the game. My sharp wit, Jess's mediumship, Francesco's know-how, nobody else does it like us. Closing thoughts. The White Oak Hospital is by far one of the most active hauntings we have ever experienced. From top to bottom, this historic site is crawling with the ghosts of staff and patients alike. Our amazing team was able to capture audio, video, and photographic evidence of these restless spirits, and we must hope that none will follow us home. Thanks for joining us on this investigation. We'll see you all again next week as we continue our ghost hunt down the West Coast. If you have any evidence of a haunting near you, feel free to submit it to our evidence folder, and we may just have to investigate it for ourselves. Ethan. So this article seems to be from even before they rebranded, before they decided, hey, maybe we shouldn't be faking stuff and making light of people's deaths. And the writing, it seems a lot more flippant and disrespectful, doesn't it? So before they rebranded, and even I guess afterwards, let's look at this ghost. Deja Vu, they wanted other people to take them seriously, but with the writing, it doesn't seem like they even take their own investigation seriously. They're kind of joking around, making light of things. But there is still some empathy for the spirits shown by Ethan. You know, it seems like he does care about these stories, these sad stories, the things that might have happened here. But his empathy is overshadowed by his own desires for fame, or clout, or acknowledgement from others, or whatever it is he's after here. This article is from 2020, and from the information we saw earlier, Deja Vu started around 2001 to 2005, sometime around then. Their show was like 15 years old at this point, and they still hadn't found anything that they could call real proof of the supernatural. So, they made their own. And who knows how long they'd been faking evidence for. They could have been doing it for a while. But, eventually, they got called out for it, and they got called out for the disrespectful way they handled researching and conducting their investigations. And instead of just doubling down and ignoring it, well, it seems like they did ignore it for a while, but eventually, they listened, and they learned, and they tried to be better. So is this all that we have? Is this the end? Down here, there is one little button that says more posts. There's one last article here for us. From October 17th, 1979. I can still hear the humming. From the moment we stepped into that horrible factory, it's been growing louder and louder at all hours of the day. I can't sleep. I can't think. I can't escape it because it is coming from within my own head. I can feel its vibrations echoing off my skull, calling me, compelling me to. To do what? I've been at this ridiculous ghost hunting shtick for so many years, and not once have I ever found any true, undeniable evidence of the paranormal. I thought I'd lost all my faith, but no matter which way I look at that picture, at that whole night, I cannot explain what it was. When I close my eyes, all I can see is that haunting figure, that man, the ghost of a man who's still alive. How? How did I see him? Something is wrong. I can feel it as if it's in my very soul, like an itch, hives that reach deeper than the skin down to my bones. I think I must have angered some force beyond this life, and now I must live with the knowledge that I have done so much harm with my stupidity and selfish desires. Perhaps it is all a metaphor, my sins of the past coming back to haunt me. I treated the deceased with so much disrespect without considering how it might hurt their memories, their legacies, their still living loved ones. Now the memory of the ghost of a still living man plagues my every moment. But no, that feels too simple. It's something more, something greater than a single man. It feels too big somehow. I fear I'm missing the forest for the trees. This itch, this dizziness, it makes it hard to breathe, and I can't focus on my own thoughts long enough to fully realize what I've done without the humming in my head interrupting and scattering them away from me. Francesco, Jess, Grant, none of them hear the humming. They still believe, Even after all the nothing we've captured, they still believe that an afterlife exists. I do not. I think I must be losing my mind. I do not believe in ghosts. Not anymore. There was nothing at that factory. There's never been anything anywhere we've gone. Nothing but radio chatter and flashing lights from cheap, shitty mag lights. But I have to be sure. If this is all simply in my own head, if I'm walking into my own madness, I don't want to drag anyone else down with me. I have to go back. I have to be sure. I have to go alone. My friends, my teammates, if you're reading this before I have returned, do not come looking for me. There is nothing at the Bartleby factory. Nothing but dusty machines and overgrown plants and faded paintings of a forgotten mascot. I just need to be sure. Ethan. This post is from October 17th, 1979. If we go to the homepage, their post about losing their old site is from October 19th, 2025. So it seems like on October 18th of some year, the website disappeared, and so did Ethan. And remember, Bartleby Brands went out of business in the late 70s. The symptoms described by Ethan here are similar to that of an allergic reaction, or maybe a bee sting, or even an allergic reaction to a bee sting. He describes itchiness, dizziness, restricted breathing. And we've talked about it a few times already, but those allergic reaction symptoms, people having spontaneous allergic reactions, that's something very associated with Miss Beatrice, isn't it? It seems like she really loves giving people allergic reactions. But even here, it's following him, the humming, the persistent humming. It followed him from the factory. It lives in his head. What did Ethan do specifically that the rest of the ghost hunters did not do that might have upset whatever is haunting him? Ethan is the only skeptic in the group, isn't he? Ethan said that the Bartleby factory has nothing ghostly about it. And even this post at the very end, he says that he believes that firmly. He believes that there are no ghosts at factory number 9. I mean, he's going back. He's checking. He's got to be sure, but he still believes that. And from this post, we can also tell that Ethan does feel guilty about how arrogant he used to be. Since the team rebranded, it's almost like he's overcorrected in some of the recent articles. Overcorrected from being kind of disrespectful to being maybe a little too cautious about things. What else do I have to say? Yeah, he's kind of overcorrected a little bit, but he does still care about the people and the places that the Deja Vu team talk about. So that's all that's on the Deja Vu site for now. Maybe this website will update again in the future with further explorations of haunted places. I mean, it might be a little bit hard though, since their team leader is in 1979. But we got through all of our 6 senses: taste, smell, touch, sound, sight, and the 6th sense. I don't need this anymore. But there's still one last bee we can visit. There we go. One last bee. We still gotta see what Penny's up to. We gotta violate her privacy a little bit. What's she writing on that secret blog that she thinks no one knows about? So, did we get a password for this? The password to Penny's blogs is always going to be the last piece of the puzzle that you got. And the last piece we got was the Deja Vu website. So the password is Deja Vu, all lowercase, one word. Infested spaces. In The House with a Beat, a young woman moves into a house that has been known by everybody to be haunted. However, nobody in town knows who it is haunted by, who owned it before, or what its original history is. All they falsely know is that it is indeed haunted by someone, and that over the years isolated tragedies have occurred around or near it. The Flintlock House, named for its deadly personality, sits alone in the middle of two other houses, unsuspectingly placed in the middle of suburbia. The main character, Doris O'Swanson, recently widowed to a very wealthy man, moves into the house. She is told by everyone of its haunted nature, but she dismisses them, until the very first night when her husband's ghost appears, or what appears to be his ghost. For as convincingly as the apparition appears to her lost lover's appearance, as much as it sounds like him, as much as it can recreate the surface level mannerisms of the man, it cannot replicate the little details that made him the man she once loved. She confronts the spirit, tries to banish it, exorcise it, calls in a notable priest known for vanquishing ghosts in the past. None of these methods work, because what everyone has failed to realize is they are not dealing with a ghost, for the house has never been haunted by anything human, but by a force created by or within itself. The house is the haunting, simply recreating images of people that visitors might recognize, furthering its reach and spreading its legend so that more people might visit and more people might be devoured into it. It is almost as if, from the moment it was built, the house was made wrong. The foundations were built in a way that invited evil into its now empty chases. The pillars and support beams channeling energy that does not belong on this earth. Does the house in this movie sound a little bit familiar to any other buildings we might have been talking about? The house you see does not have a history. No memorable occasions happen there, no celebrations, no happiness, nothing joyful or good or worth writing down. It has left the house hungry and empty of history, and thus it lured in many over the years, eating their history and erasing their future. To be devoured by the house is to have your life end in a footnote. You become a part of the house, yet the house is not haunted by you, you are haunted by it. And the house is haunted by itself, as revealed when Doris enters the heart of the house, a buried second basement, and finds the ghost trapped within the walls, digesting in the gut of the house without history. She herself is claimed by the house. Kicking and screaming, Doris is made into something entirely new. The movie ends with another couple moving into the house the next day. They note that they don't remember buying the house. They aren't sure when it sold, but they felt like they were meant to be here. Ominously, the wife remarks on the house having an odd beat to it, like a pulse. What I find most disturbing is the implication that Doris was always meant to visit the house, much the same way as the people who followed stated they felt so. She was doomed from the start to be fed into this thing, almost like it had been preening and preparing her for her entire life. She thinks that she has agency throughout the entire story, only for the plot to show its hand in an ugly, horrific way that feels almost mean-spirited. Everyone is led towards their death in one way or another. Every one of us seems to think we'll make it out okay, but no situation is unsalvageable before being knocked down and reminded that things will always fall downwards. I've been thinking about Ian, the party, Jane, myself. Was it always meant to be this way? Were we always going to end up like this, or was there anything we could have done to prevent it? I know thinking about what you could have done isn't healthy, but God, when I look back, I feel like I was almost being led along and making choices that weren't in line with the person I am now. I look back at old Penny and think, why? Why would you do that? Why would you say that? I can't understand why you said or did that. What was the point of any of it? The sudden delivery of all this Beatrice merchandise and history articles isn't helped either. Not that I'd normally mind, but it was all dropped off right at our door, instead of the designated location. Inside was a collection of old posters, rules, concept sketches, gift cards, all in almost perfect condition, considering when they were made. Also in the box, a letter clarifying that it was sent by several ex-employees of Bartleby Brands and Silverstein Stitching. Names and phone numbers were provided within, as well as offers to talk with them about the history of the company, their experiences working there. Every one of them answered, some eager to share what they knew, and others seemingly having forgotten that they signed the letter at all. At first, I really thought a prank was being played on me. A bunch of people from all over the country signing the same letter and sending old paper scraps to some internet user. However, Emma was able to help me to confirm the authenticity of the Silverstein items, and she urged me to try and reach out to these people. I think she can tell I'm withdrawing into myself, that the passion I once had for this project is just not there anymore. I think she thinks she can save me, but nobody can. When calling, I tried to ask the employees about how they discovered the website, what made them decide to put all this together, but when that question was raised, their demeanors always changed. Some got quiet, some, in a very insincere tone, said they felt nostalgic for the company's better days. Some hung up on me, only to call again hours later, sounding shaken and apologizing. I do feel bad for a lot of them, though, despite their oddness. When I asked several of them about working at Factory 9, the atmosphere once again shifted. They actually did answer my questions about that, though, and the stories they had were so awful and so sad that I wasn't sure which of them I could even put in the history articles without feeling scummy for doing so. The ghost hunters that approached me, they'd been they had me stressed that there would be a repeat of the Kill the Conversation podcast incident. Thankfully, there wasn't, but having my trust repeatedly broken and twisted the past year has given me extreme trust issues. I never know when someone is approaching me to get something out of it, or if they're really being truthful. Working with them was a pleasant experience, though. Nothing I would feel comfortable putting on the archive, if just because it feels off topic. But they were nice and didn't take anything more than they asked for, my resources and information on the factory. I might even reach out to them again in the future, just to check in on how the expedition went. But if they want to work again together in the future, that of course being if I'm brave enough to do so. I have been very antisocial lately, haven't interacted with anyone but Emma. Vincent and Rudy still message me, but to be honest, I've been very short with them too. I just don't have the energy to socialize. Haven't heard from Belly up in months either. Another person who apparently has decided to leave me behind without so much as a goodbye. I have to manage the Imaginarium without them now, and it's been extremely frustrating sorting through all this. People seem to love leaving their messes behind and making me clean up after them. It repeats endlessly. Besides that, it's just been me and the Ruby Red Line mostly. I ride it often, on my way to work, to anywhere. Sometimes I'll just hop on and let it take me wherever, just in order to get away from it all. Just to have a moment of peace to myself. It is nice. The cool air of the train combating the humid mugginess from outside. Not many people ride the routes I take, or at least not during the hours I ride. Regardless, it is my second home almost, somewhere I can fall asleep without much effort, and as of the past few months, falling asleep has been a fight every single night, to the point I wake up more exhausted than if I had just stayed awake. I feel safe on the Red Line, protected, and absent of misery. But lately, that feeling has been ebbing away. From the chassis of the train cars, I can hear rattling and clattering from the vibrations below, as if they're threatening to break in and destroy my temporary comfort. I know that eventually I have to get off the train, and wherever I end up will be a place inescapable from hurt and pain and all that comes with this world that we live in. I thought that moving out was supposed to make things better for me. I thought that setting my boundaries and cutting toxic people out of my life was supposed to make things better. So why aren't they getting better? When the fuck do things get better, and when will I be able to move on from the things that brought me to this point? Whenever I work on this site, I feel like I'm being watched. Not from behind, but like many tiny eyes are glinting back at me from the pixels of my computer screen. Like I'm not typing as much about these characters and people as I am typing about myself. I get more tired and fatigued with every update. I might need to take a break soon, focus on my library job, and maybe pass off the website to someone else because, I'll admit, I'm tired of all of this. I just want everything to go back to normal. I want my friend to not be dead. I want everyone to be okay. Is that selfish? Maybe. I'm sure wherever Jane is, she hates me more than ever now. And that's fine because right now, I hate me too. I keep thinking back on Ian, the Ian I thought I knew, and the genuinely fun times we did have together when he hadn't shown what an asshole he was. We talked all the time, and he made me laugh so much. Thinking about it, the nostalgia I feel begins to sour. How much of it was true? Did he actually consider me a friend? Did he care what he said to me during the last call we had? I know I care. I couldn't have known what would happen, and I don't regret telling him the things I did, but they were the last things I ever told him. There's no closure to that conversation. Now I'll never get to see if he would have taken my words to heart, or if he would have grown into a better person because he's fucking dead, and so are so many others. Jane is probably dead too, or homeless, or whatever. I truly don't know. I keep pretending she's just staying offline, but last I heard, things were really dire for her at home. God, why do people have to be so hurtful? Why do you have to feel sympathy and responsibility for their safety, even after they fucked you over and said awful things about you? Why couldn't I just hate her? Why couldn't I just hate Ian? Why can't I hate them both completely and unwaveringly and then bury the memories of them? Why do they refuse to be buried from my history, from my life? And, speaking of things refusing to stay buried, I got this the other day. It was delivered in broad daylight. No notes. No return address or envelope or wrapping paper, or anything to indicate the reason for its delivery. Just a burnt black square that made her recoil and run down the hallway before returning to hastily bring it inside. Even lightly touching it covered my hands in grease and black stains, like it was just recently burnt and not something that should have been destroyed years ago with everything else in that house. Throwing it away wasn't an option. How could I? I haven't told Emma yet. I'm still figuring out how to tell her without sounding like a crazed conspiracy theorist, but it was always going to arrive at my door. That sounds crazy, but in my heart I know it's true. I never escaped the nightmare. Just because I wasn't at the party doesn't mean I got to absolve myself of all this, of what Ian did. It was always going to find me and break the fragile bubble of safety and comfort I'd spent years trying to cultivate. And I also know that I deserve this. I guess I just convinced myself that I could outrun my guilt over what happened. I've been afraid to touch it, to look at it, to even think about this awful thing that now sits in my room. I don't think I could hold on to it. I don't think I should hold on to it. Maybe I could finish burning it, get some closure, set bad memories to rest. And you know, looking at all the old memorabilia I've been sent, all this stuff related to Hecate, characters possibly influenced by Hecate, I wonder if I should just bite the bullet and cover it already. The whole reason this website was made in the first place was to help Ian with his treasure hunt. Wouldn't it be closure to cover everything I've learned and then move forward? I think. I think it's a bad idea, but also the only one that'll make me feel better. Cover the posters and cheap advertisements and bury them after. Put the thread through the needle and sew closed what was started. A work unfinished will unravel, and maybe that's what's happening with me. Maybe I'm a work that needs to be finished. It will hurt, but maybe it will lead to something wonderful. Closure. Peace. Oh, Penny. Poor, poor Penny. So there's a lot of things in this article, in this blog post. Let's go from the top. Let's go from the top and discuss them. So, Penny tells us the plot to the movie The House with a Beat, which is the movie that Marina Gossamer was a huge fan of. It was very special to her, something she held very close to her heart. And it was a movie that she starred in. And the plot of this movie is about a house that is not haunted. The house is the haunting, and it manifests false visions to her character, in order to lure her in more. And eventually, Marina Gossamer's character, Doris O'Swanson, is eaten by the house. Her history is eaten up. And we know that Marina Gossamer, in real life, she did in fact disappear. Mysteriously. with no explanation. And Penny notes in the history article, she writes, if we can go back to it, it's almost as if history itself has eaten them up. These places, characters, companies, they fall away. Where's the here we go. So her character was eaten by the house. Marina Gossamer. It's like her history was eaten up. Actually, I do have notes about this. Where's my notes? Let's talk about Marina Gossamer. So she disappeared. And speaking of this house in this movie and Factory Number 9, we know that sentient buildings aren't anything new in Pendog. We saw it with the toy store in the invitations update. We saw it with the house across the street and the house where the party happened from the Halloween update. Buildings can be alive. In Marina Gossamer's history article, at one point, Penny describes during a production, Marina was assaulted by a jealous co-star. Later in her life, who do we think would be jealous of Marina Gossamer? Marina Gossamer became the voice of Beatrice B.E. She took a very hands-on approach to the role of Beatrice B.E. She would change the writing for things for Beatrice. She would say, that's not what Beatrice sounds like. That's not how Beatrice talks. She was essentially, some might see it as her rewriting Beatrice's character. You know, beehives can only have one queen. And if she, Marina Gossamer, this actress, was encroaching on the queen's territory, she might need to go. And again, on the touch page, with the rumors. Is it this one? Yes. One of the legends is about a voice like a woman from the movies coming from the vents of the factory. She was a woman from the movies, wasn't she? You know, Marina Gossamer, it seems like maybe she was a little bit possessive of Beatrice's identity in her role. Maybe possessive is a bit of a strong word, but who else might have been possessive of Beatrice's identity? Not Miss Heckett. Murphy says, what if something happened to Beatrice and Marina? Well, dude, something happened to Beatrice? In that in that audio from Miss Heckett. Remember what she said about Beatrice? She said that after the ninth factory rose, Beatrice seemed like a completely different person. After the ninth factory was built in the 1940s. Beatrice was one way in the 1930s, and then in the 1940s she changed because of Factory 9, the building that devours things up. And then in the 1950s, Marina Gossamer became the voice, the late 50s, Marina Gossamer became the voice of Beatrice. And maybe she changed a little bit again, but for a character who's always had a lot of issues with her identity, getting it right, and where a lot of people seem very possessive of her identity. If she keeps changing, you might not want that. You might want to keep things how they were, how you like them, whoever is Beatrice in this moment in the 1940s. So, if someone was encroaching on your territory, you might be tempted to eat them up. Maybe. I think it's good to keep in mind what the factory stood for literally and metaphorically. Exactly. But what else do we have in Penny's blog post? She's talking about Jane and Ian and Belly Up all being people who left her. She's feeling sad, she's feeling guilty about this. What was I gonna say? Oh, I just lost my train of thought. Oh no. Oh, but anyways, other people. Marina Gossamer, was she eaten by the factory? So, if Marina Gossamer was eaten by factory number 9, which maybe she visited it once for her job, you know, was someone else maybe eaten too? Did someone else visit the factory and then did they get eaten too? We see here this article from 1979. This probably would have been before Ethan was ever even born. But he's been pulled back in time, back to a time where the factory was still around and still remembered and still talked about. What else do we have in here? Well, the most obvious thing, of course. Oh, Swellish Hellish, 1933. Just look at this. This is one of the first props I actually ever made. I think I made Seymour and Strawberry, and then I I burnt this VHS tape. You can look at it. Look at the way it's shaped. Let me get a closer look at that. Where'd it go? Here. Hello, hello. Hello? Where's the picture? Which of these blocks is it? Oh no, come on. Well, I can't find it, sorry. But if you look at it, look at the way it bubbles, the way it warps. And if you look very closely inside, all the plastic around the VHS tape all the plastic is all burnt up and warped and bubbling and twisted and full of holes, full of maybe some wormy holes. But if you look at the what's inside the tape itself, it doesn't look like it's that damaged, does it? And Miss Heckett's name on the label, it's still clearly legible. It's burnt a little bit, but still very much there. We have behind the scene photos of making of that tape. Am I allowed to show that on the stream? I can put that up. Let me make an image thingy. Oh, that is huge. Okay. Hold on, hold on. There we go. Look at that. So, if you want to know how this effect was achieved, I just straight up torched a VHS tape. Don't try this at home. Please do not try this at home. Fire is dangerous, and the fumes that this piece of plastic emitted are also dangerous. I had proper safety gear. I had a hose of water right next to me. It was controlled. Yeah. I don't remember what this tape originally was, actually, unfortunately. But I'll get that off the screen for now. So, with the arrival of this VHS tape, Penny feels it was always going to come to her. And we've seen time and time again. Penny was meant to be at that Halloween party. Penny was supposed to be there. She was invited, but she didn't go. But it's followed her still, ever since. We saw that in the video of all the voices of the partygoers calling to her. We saw that in the Halloween update with the artwork, with all the partygoers kind of lingering in the back of her mind. And it seems like from this text, Penny has a lot of Miss Hecat artifacts, or things that could be Miss Hecat artifacts. And they're kind of just piling up in her house at this point. And she really just wants to be done with all this. She wants to be done with Hecat. She wants to forget it ever happened. She wishes it never happened, but it did. So all she can really do is hope for it to go away. And she thinks that maybe if she talks about some of this, finally, on her website, if she documents it all and puts it up for the world to see, maybe she can finally be done with it, and maybe she can let go. And maybe she can get that something wonderful, that something special, peace and closure. Penny trying not to be doomed by the narrative. So, the pattern with the updates to the archive, it seems like every other update is kind of about Miss Hecat. So, maybe that will continue with our next update, whenever that is. So this is what the slasher meant when they said bad stuff is coming down the pipeline. Maybe. Is it on the Slishy Slashers page? Let me see. Checking for some information if this is in universe yet. I don't know if it's been ever outright stated, so I guess I'll keep that information to myself. Sorry. But she did say something about seeing what was coming, didn't she? But I think that is all for our newest update. Let's let's go back here. Let's look at Beatrice. Let's watch her dance for a little bit. So, next update. Miss Hecat fans will be pleased, I'm sure. Everyone else, maybe not so much. But before that, an interlude from our beloved slasher. We would like to do a little winter mini update before we get back into the big update. And speaking of the slasher, We are currently hosting auditions. Can I put that link in the chat? There we go. We're currently hosting auditions we're looking for VAs for Jane and the Slasher. So those roles, as all our roles are volunteer. And for these roles, we would like actors to be 18 plus, please. Thank you. But if you're interested, go check out that link. Oh, and we do have another link that you might want to check out if you're not a voice actor but you love to do art. We are looking at artist submissions as well, if I can find that. Hold on 1 second for me to get the link. I should have prepared these before, but here. This next link is in order to make the process of meeting new artists a little bit easier, because we like to work with new people and showcase different artists and their skills and their specialties. We have the forum that you can submit to if you would like to, if you're interested in joining the team. And for this, we ask that people be 16 plus, please. Thank you. But what else? What else? Let's go see the credits page. Let me talk about some of the stuff over there. Give our flowers to all the people who helped make this happen. It's a big, big update. Look at all that. So many voices, so much music. Audio and video editing, writing, website development, animators, and of course, 1 million artists. Well, not quite 1 million yet. Puppets, props, 3D, photography and film, and then stock footage and stuff. And our patrons! The Pendog Creative Library really, really would not be possible without support from our patrons. It's what helps us keep going, especially Murphy, our creator. It helps support her and her costs of living and all that stuff. We all know it's tough out there, so it's thanks to our patrons that we get to keep going. And if you would like to join the Patreon, there's a handy dandy little link right here. We got lots of different membership options for you. Look at all these fun, cool things you could unlock. And there's lots of different perks you can get. You get behind the scenes, you get fun monthly character art, you get write-ups from Murphy about her thoughts about certain things and characters as she's writing. You get some tiers, you might even get a doodle request from one of the artists working on the project. And then we have all our other social medias over here too. All right, and now I guess it is questions time. Let me go back to my here. I'll stay in features form for this. Oh, it reset the chat. Okay. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, now would be the time to ask them. It can be about this update, it can be maybe a little bit about the next update or the future, as long as it does not fall into story spoilers territory. If you have questions about characters, plot lines, stuff like that. I'm not going to answer any questions about like shipping, just like, you know, I don't need to get involved with that. But, and I also won't answer anything inappropriate, obviously, but will we see Jane in the update? The next update, the mini one that we have planned is going to be very Jane focused. But after that, for the next big main update, you'll probably see a little bit from her too. She's always got some zine, doesn't she? It's always nice to hear her thoughts. How long did the Beatrice puppet take? I would have to double check on that, but it did take probably a few months to build, I think. I didn't make her. That was made by Jam Juice, who you can follow on Instagram. But it was very, very impressive and very fun to watch it come together. Does Beatrice genuinely care for Seymour and Strawberry at all, even a little bit, or did she just enjoy having control over them? You know, it might be a little bit hard to say, wouldn't it? It's hard to tell with her. In some instances, she acts like a teacher towards them. In some instances, she acts more like a mother. Um, never a very good one, clearly. But it was, we kind of touched on it a little bit, but ever since her inception, basically, Beatrice has been a little bit malicious. She was teaming up with Miss Hecat early on. So she's kind of always been a little bit mean, hasn't she? Is there a specific company Bartleby Brands is based on? Um, I'm not sure actually. For some of the in-universe companies, the comparison is a little bit more obvious, but for Bartleby, there's a lot of candy companies that are pretty shitty, to put it mildly, so it's not that much of a stretch. And a lot of the rules and stuff, rules and regulations and stuff related to Bartleby was referenced from actual factories of the time. Some candy factories, some just other things in general. Will Teletrica Innovations get a focused update? Everyone will get their flowers in turn, I'm sure. It might just take a while. I noticed that frequently addresses, phone numbers, and dates are usually blanked out. Is there a lore thing, or is it just a it doesn't actually exist, don't look for it thing? Most of the time, if it's an address or if it's like a phone number, it's because that's not a real place or a real number, and you shouldn't bother the people who are there. Any addresses, any phone numbers, anything like that, they're all fake, they're all made up. They're not going to be important to the story. We're not going to make you call some phone number to get the secret to why the World's Fair incident happened. Don't worry. Sometimes for dates, it's just because we're still figuring out the timeline in some places, but most of it, it's to be mysterious. Sometimes the timeline is vague on purpose. Will we see Hecat in different forms in the 80s to the 2000s? Probably. It seems like every decade we get a new Miss Hecat, don't we? In the 1960s, we got Helena Troy, and then in the 1970s, we got Harmonia. And if we are to continue learning about Hecats, it would make sense that we get a new one every decade. The next one would be the 80s, wouldn't it? Pendog 2 is in that cave. Go in there. Pendog 2 is in the cave. Is the Hecat update going to be the season finale? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell you how many updates there are until the season finale, but we are approaching it. Slowly, it's going to take months. The next few updates I am going to tell you, we've got a lot planned for those. It's going to be really fun, but it might take a while to get there. And then season 2. Oh, I'm excited for season 2. I'm going to get to go crazy mode for those. Which character do you enjoy writing the most? Me, I don't write for every character. I do a lot of the writing for Teletrica stuff specifically. I did some of the dialogue stuff for this one with Seymour and Strawberry. Um, Sometimes Minerva's a little bit of a mix between me and Murphy, just depending. And so I guess Seymour and Strawberry, they're my precious little things, so I'm always gonna have fun working on them. But I do also really enjoy writing stuff for Teletrica. Um, it's a nice way. I don't know if it's nice, but it's interesting to try to take that perspective and approach how Teletrica writes because it's a little bit specific because they're a company, they need to be formal, but they also want to appeal to their customer base on a very personal basis, on a very familial basis. They have a love for their machines and their what they make and what they do. Is the United States still a thing in the Pendog universe? Well, that's where basically the entire story takes place. Everything is very focused in America because this project is based a lot on the history of American companies, American historical events, stuff like that. Which is interesting to me because I learn a lot because secret revealed, I am not American, I am Canadian. So I just find out all these things. Murphy's like, oh yeah, this cool thing happened in America. And I'm like, oh god, actually, is that real? So I knew that because of how he said sorry at the start of the stream. I say it normal. I say it normal. I say sorry the normal way. Sorry. Should I say sorry? I'm sorry. See. I'm gonna talk about the things on my screen right now. Check this out. Try the bananas, darling. They're dashing. Do people know the cartoons are real in Pendog? Well, people. There's a lot of people, aren't there? There's the Pendog team. There's Penny and Emma and Vincent and Rudy. Belly up. And then there's all the people who made the cartoons and all the people who worked at the companies. Probably at some point in time, at least one person knew that these things are alive. And some people might have a suspicion. I mean, Penny mentioned feeling like she had many blinking eyes watching her from her computer screen, didn't she? She might be getting to suspect something, but I think even if you were experiencing something a little bit strange with the cartoon character, you'd still probably dismiss it as your imagination. Because, I mean, if Mickey Mouse started talking to you directly, would you think, oh yeah, he's real, he's alive? Or would you think, I don't think I got enough sleep last night? And Emma, she's been living with the Seymour and Strawberry puppets for a few years, probably. And we know they can move around and talk and stuff on their own, so maybe at some point one of them was put somewhere different than where she left it, but now that Penny's living with her, she might just blame it on Penny. Will we know more of the Children of America? In the big update? Maybe not. But eventually, yes. So with season 1, we're really laying it down, sort of the groundworks. Like we've touched on a little bit on Dorothy and Maisie and now Beatrice. We've got sort of the baseline for what we need to know going forwards, but none of these stories are done yet. They're far from over. We're really just getting started. So, you will see the Children of America again, eventually. There will be more seasons? Yeah. We're gonna do season 1, which is this one, and then season 2, and then who knows from there. Season 1 of 1 million. 1 million years of Pendog. You're never gonna get rid of us. How did Beatrice turn into a puppet? Well, who knows, really, but we do know that some of the characters here seem to be able to change their shape. In the funeral band update, Maisie, well, Penny tripped over a stray dog when she was about to run into the forest and get really, really lost. She tripped over a stray dog. Could that have been Maisie? How did Maisie become a real dog if she's a cartoon dog? We don't really know. Pendog is the one piece of ARGs. This might be a lore thing, but when it comes to the human characters, will we be looking more into depth with them? Like season 1 is giving us the groundwork. Oh yeah, this season we've learned a lot about Penny, haven't we? And we've heard a little bit from Jane, and a little bit from Belly Up, and even Vincent. Vincent had his one PDF file, didn't he? And we learned about Ian. But we haven't heard a whole lot from Rudy. We haven't heard a whole lot from Emma. I'm sure we'll hear from all of them in their own words eventually. Will we ever hear from Belly Up again? Oh yeah, eventually, if he's not been eaten. But Molly, she's still around. We still got to get to know her a little bit. We barely met her, haven't we? I'm playing with my toys again. Look at this. Oh, it's covering me. Back in the Halloween update, you said the characters don't always act malicious. Do the characters have any reason why not to? Do the characters have any reason to act malicious? I mean, why does anyone act anyway? For example, the slasher. We know she's out there, seemingly maybe fulfilling Jane's spiteful wishes from when Jane was struggling and really hurting a lot. The slasher's kind of been going out there and attacking a lot of like artists and cops and philosophers, not philosophers, pop psychologists. But she also took time out of her day to help a lost little girl who was walking down a street, scared and alone. She took the time out of her day to help her and get her back to safety. Why would she do that? Why would anyone help a poor little girl who's lost? I mean, if you saw this girl who was lost and scared, would you want to help her or would you leave her there? Hi, hello, welcome. We're getting into the end of the stream here, but answering questions and stuff. Did Millie and Winnie reunite post Meadow Valley dying? I thought I saw them both on the one page where we met Vamp. Did you see them? Did you catch them? They're very quick, but it did seem like they were both kind of frolicking around the website a little bit. We haven't explored Meadow Valley too much, have we? We learned about the stories a little bit with the last update, the funeral band update, but we're still a little bit murky on what happened, especially after Millie became legally the property of Liquid Laugh and was thus separated from Winnie and the rest of her story. But on this website, the Pendog Creative Library, it's host to all sorts of different characters. And if they're all together in this one place, who's to say they didn't see each other when they were frolicking and playing and skipping around the site and the back pages? And I'm sure we'll see the two of them again at some point. The videos will be uploaded. Yes, they will. Q&A time, so yeah. Any questions, you can throw them my way. I'll answer them to the best of my ability, but of course, please remember, anything I say can be vetoed by Murphy at any time, if she so chooses to do so. Or I could just be lying to you all the whole time. No, I'm not doing that. Are there any characters that are on the spectrum outside of Jane, the autism spectrum? Well, Jane's the only one who it's been stated directly, hasn't it? But, I mean, maybe some people just don't post that about themselves. Maybe some of the characters were written that way, but maybe that language wasn't exactly around at the time frame when they were created. And, you know, as real people writing these, I'm sure our experiences reflect onto the characters we write. Intentionally, maybe sometimes unintentionally, but you're also always free to headcanon whatever you like. If you see yourself in any of the characters, and if you feel that kind of reflects them, that reflects you, you know, what's a little headcanon here and there? Maybe it's canon, maybe it's not. Who knows? Who is the president in the Pendog universe, or is that a surprise? I feel like it hasn't come up, at least not the current day president, hasn't come up yet. Although actually, there might be some hints to the state of the US government. Very, very, very vague hints, but there are a few hints if you look around. Is Linkin Park canon to the Pendog universe? I feel like Maisie would jam out to them. Um, I'll be honest, I don't listen to Linkin Park, but I'm sure she'd probably like them. That seems kind of up her alley. Oh, there was another question, not in the chat just now, but that we got before, about if there will be more Hallowed Halls books, and Murphy said, I think, she said yes, she would definitely like to explore them more in the future. New ones, maybe sequels to some of the ones we talked about already, but she finds them to be a good writing exercise, and they help kind of get more into the world of Pendog, you know. This is a story with a lot of people and a lot of names and a lot of companies, but so is the real world, you know? How long do the animations take to complete? Well, that depends who's animating them, what it is, how long it is. For things like sprites for that Halloween update, I was able to do several a day because they're really just very simple. But for like the Harmonia animation, which was done by Pear Lad on social medias, they took quite a few weeks to finish it because it was a little bit longer and they did all that themselves. But we aren't going to make anyone animate any full length Maisie the Mutt theatrical shorts or anything like that. We aren't going to make anyone go out and make a full feature film. So anything with like anything that's fully animated is probably maximum going to be 2 minutes, maybe, because we don't want to put that kind of stress on people. Sorry if this can't be answered, but will we find out what brought the cartoons all to life? How do I answer this question? Oh, that's interesting. I actually don't know how much I'm allowed to say about this. Oh, Murphy says never ever. So, there's your answer. But, you know, you can read the articles, you can see what's happening, you can guess, you can question, you can theorize. It seems like the questions are slowing down, and that's all right. If that's all we have for tonight, then that will be the end of our Inhabitable Spaces Pendog walkthrough. Oh, what themes are you planning on exploring in future updates? I don't know if I'm allowed to say. That might be giving away too much. But yeah, we do like to have a sort of central theme with our updates. For this one, it was factories, flowers, and families, I think. But there's lots of themes we could consider for the future. But anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, so thank you everybody for joining. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for being here and joining me. I was really, really nervous to do these streams. I'm not someone who live streams or even just like talks to people that much. um, I don't know, if you were there for the Halloween update, you might have noticed my voice at the start. Oh, I was shaking so bad. But I do feel a lot more comfortable now, and I've enjoyed this. I've had fun. It's been nice talking to all of you. You're all very nice. Thank you. um, in the future, with future updates, if Murphy can, I'm sure she'll take over, but if she can't, then I will do the walkthroughs. I will continue to do these. I have a Twitch channel now, I guess, so if you want to stick around for just me, maybe I'll stream something at some point. Some videos game. I don't know. But that's all for now. Thank you, everybody. Good night. And we will see you all later.